In the bedrooms of the palace, one can still smell the smell of kohana. In the empty corridor, you can hear the sounds that are echoing against the walls. The young man unconsciously walks to the princess's bedroom. The valleys were dry, and the dry lips were painfully squeezed. This denunciation was foiled by my boasting. The young man appeared to be in a special state. Do you remember the smell of hair? Why are you moving? Eunuch shuffled nervously, and after a short pause, she confirmed. What do you care about? It seemed to me that you knew me by smell. Vaughn gracefully turned around and added with a smile. Now you will be my slave. Tisha, I'm fit. Their eyebrows rose, and their wide eyes were wide-eyed. With a sharp roar, she turned to the window and said, This is a mercy. I was wondering if you understand that this is just an acceptable mystery and a spicy secret that only the two of us know. The temnitsa make our life more enjoyable. Rong? Ladies, I take good care of the prisons. I am the greatest saver in the world, I swear to you. I am ready to do anything for you. I agree with all your instructions, my dear. Come what may. Give me your respect. I would like to respect you. I am a great companion and a faithful friend. I can be for you forever. A slave, a servant. I will give my life for you. She looked tensely at the window and hummed. Tell me, why don't people try to fly? I would like to turn into a swallow and fly far, far away. You won't find anyone in this place, on a high rocky mountain. It would be so wonderful. Allez, it's a pity. I'm a person, not a bird. Never again will the day of our lives coincide with our possibilities. Do you know what I mean? Ladies, you don't understand. I will be faithful to you until the end of my days. I can't live without you anymore. Vona abruptly clasped her hands and began rubbing them nervously. Zalish me. Go away and don't look back again. I don't want a hint of your words, because you don't hear mine. I hope you will do your best to preserve the secrets. A crowd of Swedish crocs walked along the corridor, after which absolute silence fell in the palace. What is the smell of kohanya? You will remember them all your life. You will lose your heart forever, like a loss, like a defeat. Once an hour has passed, simple words will be forgotten. Do you remember the smell of hair? Tu shi snang. It seems to give strength, but it takes away energy. All world balance. In this ore, there is hair like the half-light of the bright sky. More than a dozen hearts have burned in New Year. Under the half-wandering gaze of his eyes, the important warrior felt like an otherwise innocent child. There is universal balance. Power takes away energy. The kingdom of Bridgant was distinguished by its beautiful architecture. The pointed spires reinforced its elegance and military character. Several eyewitnesses compared it to heaven on earth. The pretty girl was decorated with an earring. The precious stone moved playfully under the light skin of the skin. In the ore, my hair was already half burnt. My shoulders were burnt. Vaughn playfully croaked, expressing the non-turbulence in her gestures. My whole image says, I am number one. The silence is cut by the knocking of blood. The marble surface clattered against the skin impact of my legs. For a long time, the cloth rustled quietly and stretched right up to the fabric, so the girl needed to touch it with her hands. The sounds were short and sounded evenly like the sound of a metronome. Damn, go away! Who saw them? This is simply unbearable. I want it to be a great workout for my legs, she thought. A little more, 1 more, 2, 3 more. Axel, and that's it. Nothing terrible. I'm done. Why should the stench be so surprised at me? In the eyes of the servants, there was undisguised contempt. It seemed like everything froze completely. Look tensely at the pricking heads. Good afternoon, sir. A quiet, unsinging voice sounded. Are you not in your chambers? The servant nervously shifted from foot to foot and tried to stop all her gestures. A laugh came from her accusation. You didn't have mercy, but I didn't. There is no need to wag until I need nothing. Take care of your rights. She lifted her chin a little and chuckled noisily through her nose. She walked past them in a Shvidka way. When noon arrives in the kingdom, a redneck landscape emerges from the tops of its towers. This is a particularly hot period of the day. In the afternoon, the first beauty of the kingdom loves to be admired by its beauty. Many of these spirits tried to gain the respect of their hearts, but also their playful character, always giving them unpleasant surprises. Trendy body shapes will always shine with precious stones. Q beauty is impossible to buy. The prickly tongue and hostile mind are especially dangerous for weak victims. It's all over. Verbal duel. But in a duel, there are always victories and victories. Elegant and graceful in the beginning. These relishes, like Matevo, become an element of current fashion. Cloths, clothes, accessories, everything sticks out and the body becomes straight. Kaskava Or is a beast. Is it really a mystery? He said that she was damned. Vaughn is a succubus. The creaking of doors caused everyone present to turn around and focus their gaze directly on them. Everyone was quiet, and there was silence in the room. The knocking of the crock approached, and she appeared at the door. I ask you to show respect to everyone present. Hello, elegant and imperfect Princess Reveline. There was a turbulence right now. It seemed that this was not the same Princess Reveline as before. Vona descended completely and greeted everyone present with a slight nod of her head. The situation was like a picture of the artist at such an hour when he hesitated and everything was completely overtaken. Panuvala is dead silent. Out of touch, they whispered quietly, covering their mouths with their hands. Otherwise, they would try to stream the words out to themselves. I felt a rush of laughter, followed by a cough, and then I wanted to laugh again. Everything came to life. They felt pink and more eyes opened up to see the princess. I hate you all. It sounded in her head. Heartless, stubborn snobs. Are you wondering what's best for me? Why did I want to visit you? I think I'm stupid. Okay, calm down. You don't want to behave like that. Marvel at her. Why did you come here? I forgot what is wrong with her here. She doesn't hurt anyone anymore with her wickedness. The girls shouldn't be so surprised at her. She's a princess after all. If I were a princess, I wouldn't do that to myself. Soram, that's it. Quiet, girls. She can smell us. I urge you to calm down. All is well. Reveline, calm down. There is no need to guess the past. It can't be turned around. Before, they had a completely different look. But now, I smell the stink of their bestiality. Unreasonable. Heartless. Shut up. It's not your place to judge them. Why is it so stuffy here? Our valleys were sleepy, and my head was confused. Why is it so stuffy here? My throat is completely dry. Am I sick? Tiredness has not yet begun to appear in everyone's eyes. What a shame. Vona licked her lips, having previously used this method to combat dry mouth. Her body tensed, and she walked nervously towards the door. No one can tag me. I'm a little gray bear. I hope you will have fun. Golovny, don't show respect to me. Everything is fine. I don't need any further help. I will quietly walk towards you. Her head became confused, and the princess bowed a little to her side. Cooling stone. What's wrong with it? It doesn't help me at all. Vaughn squeezed her thighs harder, and the pain at her temples began to throb. Her head became confused, and the princess bowed again, but this time a little more strongly. It's starting to boil inside me. Oh my God, I'm on fire! For a few seconds, her body was covered in beads of sweat. The pulsation at the temples increased, the hands began to tremble, and often the breath choked the princess. What's wrong with me? I'm going to die now. No, we can't do anything. She wanted to stretch herself until she was naked. Oh no, Bastion, not at all. Don't look at me. Everything is fine with me. Don't go out. Come before me. What is it, timid? I want to flow in, but it seems to me that I'll immediately kill another 10 crumbs or land. Having gathered all her strength into a fist, she left and went to the king's attention. I honor you, your majesty. You look especially great today. Monster ball. A lot of great people gathered to comfort us with their presence. You don't respect me that much? She nervously raised the strands of her oar hair and laughed tensely. The king took them by the hands. The stench was loud. Reveline, how bad you feel for yourself. Come to the end. I know your stubborn character, and therefore I urge you to accept my proposition. You were amazed at her, but the look in her eyes was not clear. Your Majesty, you don't need to flaunt yourself like that. There might be a woman after my tending image. It seems that it doesn't suit me, and I look sick, so I may be deprived of one of the scenes of my performance. If you wish, I can give you a few lessons in acting. I felt a possessive, cold voice. Does the princess feel bad about herself? In ancient times, such vibrations were punishable by punishment. Are you not pretending, sir? Vaughn looked at the princess ferociously and chuckled. Your illness doesn't make you sleepy. Qi wrong? The voltage was growing. The wind seemed to be saturated with ions, and at any moment, an electric discharge might break out. The dry look of Queen Family had already cut the girl completely apart. Second, 2, 3. Tisha, are you going to hang on my food, and will you continue to chew this gluttonless little cow? The heat did not rise, but now her respect was chained to the queen. What is her news? Damn the old wardrobe. You're wondering if I don't remember what I wasted? The time will come, and you and I will talk differently. Vaughn opened her mouth to say something, but the words got stuck in her chest and she mumbled again. It's a pity that it's too late to change, so I won't bother with your tricks. You are already grown up and I am not your mother's friend, but you can ask me for help in the future. Do you know? It is clear that no one knows what is going on with you and what the main problem is. You are my problem. I hate you. Why can't I say this out loud? Calm down. Guess your mother's words. Daughter, don't mix rudeness with rudeness. You won't improve anything. Be more powerful. Be strong. Vaughn was still humming and looked slightly ruined. They didn't say a word. Before we speak, today's ball is in honor of Duke Fitzurk. We are in a newfound state. I hope you don't miss the welcome. The princess's hand clenched convulsively. The queen lived on. I appreciate the price for you, I feel it. Are you still in tune with this whole thing? Qi wrong? We can't booty. Why now? She saw how her heart fluttered out of her chest. In the coats of their eyes, they began to cut, and they began to murmur. It stinks. Killers of my mother. Vaughn convulsively clenched her fist and spoke quietly. This is the ball for my honor? It's wonderful. I'm glad to see guests. Finally, I felt your voice and the words I wanted almost. Have a nice evening. The queen laughed evilly and walked straight to the reception hall. The skin sounds with a resounding echo of pounding sounds at Reva's temples. Do you still blame Kvitzurk for your mother's death? The food sounded like a vibration, like a shot of uneasiness that sounded nearby. Vaughn shuddered, looking unsedated. No, lady, everything is fine. How did she turn back so quickly? She thought. Not a day goes by without you telling me about this. How can one live in this cruel world without violence? Sometimes it seems that around me there is no one in this world, and all the superfluous people are just an illusion. He twisted his whole body again. The blows in his temples began to grow. Everything was caught up. Everyone was amazed at her. That silent, soulless look is mute among those who visit. Is it a dream? Why is everything coming true? She thought. Girl, can you hear me? Today you are surprisingly movable. Is it possible for you to be more honest? With all the force of wiping her palms, she didn't realize how numb her fingertips were. This is my treasure, my guardian. I completely forgot to grab him. Vaughn grabbed the stone in her hands. She raised her eyes to the queen and said with a smile on her lips, There is no reason for praise, your majesty. I have an excellent physical and spiritual stature. Everything will be fine. I really believe in this. The queen gazed at her intently, then completely lowered the bottle and washed it off. You're just as stuck as your mother. Know that I will respectfully watch over you, and if you let me down again, then we will have a more serious relationship. Have you understood everything? An unnatural knocking sound rose from my temples, and my head became confused. Vona lowered her head and whispered quietly, I made you understand, because I made you doubt me. It won't happen again. In the afternoon, everything was quiet. Everything had faded away, and nothing was happening around it. Revelin, can you hear me? Young lady, it seems that you are flying here in your world. Lift your eyes on me. The princess raised her head and marveled at the queen. It seemed like nothing was wrong with her, and she looked absolutely healthy. That's magic, young lady. It's not an hour before we check for the guests. Oh, I can smell it. I think they've already arrived. The hall was filled with the dull sound of fanfare. The voices were no longer heard. Everyone focused their gaze on the other side of the door and stood guard in fascination. The trumpets were buzzing in her head like an incandescent bell. There were still a few more leftovers from the vessels, no stains and no shine. The fanfare died down. The hall was filled with the low sound of a harp. God, this is so welcoming, she thought. The cello echoed the graceful motif of the harp. The atmosphere was calm. The music gently flowed in the hearts of those present and simply prevented them from speaking. The sound of music is interrupted by a knock. The end of death was approaching. There was a whisper in the reception room. "Who is this? What's the price?" Revelyn felt the pressure at her temples change and a gentle warmth flow to her breasts. She took a deep breath and the warmth sank below her stomach. At this moment, she wanted to scream, but she clenched her fists and tried to escape. "What's wrong with me?" The crocs were approaching. In the eyes of the women present, a kind of mysterious obsession appeared. The leaders could not control their gestures and waved the ship's flag. Silence filled the hall. "This is true. This is true. It was a little light. Great warrior, defeating dark magicians. This is a dark-haired young man with a thin figure. His gray, cold eyes were directed towards the bottom. They were not at all surprised at those who were absent. His cape with leather crocus bounced rhythmically. With a singing stride, the crowd of the attendants squeezing the bright sword at the right hand. Glory to Duke Elmendite. It was very loud. Throughout his entire life, this skinny young man fought off the enemy of the great warrior. He was a rightful swordsman, and he also said that there is no such thing as a bad blow in a duel. Glory to Duke Elmendite. The walls of the castle were grimacing rhythmically. "Friend, is it true?" I can't believe my eyes. In the self-tightening of all dark magicians. "This is legendary. I want to remember it. Glory to the Duke!" The youth raised the fist of his right hand into the air and began to swing it around the area. "Calm down, you." "Well, hero, what's wrong with that? Why are you shouting like that?" "Whoa, who would guess that I'm even hungry? I am very tired of moving, more for the training, endless scream. Why is the behavior of people often similar to the behavior of animals? When you reach one type, 3 new supplementary foods appear. I'm sure they were already preparing the table before the meal. I believe that the power of the sword can be harnessed by even the most powerful warriors. Without the appointments, the honor of being given to him. Many great commanders perished in his searches, and the people who knew this blade perished due to an unknown magic that split them into fragments. I really want to look like Nyogo. Do you think I could have become a great warrior?" The cadet crossed his arms and said brutally, "He is not the only warrior in the whole world. I believe that Commander Tristan could have given him a head start in sword fighting, but he still couldn't beat him." Tristan was in the office of the current leader. He had a firm look, and his entire posture demonstrated the isolation of a decent person, Tsikavo. Thinking about it, why would I have streamed this sword? His cape developed behind him and created the effect of a wide tail. I don't need this fame. I just want to be appreciated. A thought floated here in the middle of nowhere. The music died down for a little while, and everything became quiet again. Another decimal place was lost. They walked gracefully, throwing up the cape with their left hand and lowering themselves onto their knees. When the fabric touched the lining, a slight rustling sound was felt. He raised his head completely and directed his gaze towards the throne. It seemed like everyone was living under such tension. Cold gray eyes pierced to the depths of the soul. His hair fell on his face in unheard skeins. The princess felt the warmth in her lower abdomen again. I tried to create something similar to a laugh, but it didn't seem to be effective. The warmth at the bottom of the navel transferred to the half of my stomach and spread through my legs. Revelyn took a great breath, but it only became worse. She carefully washed the cloth near her lap and looked to her side. "This has never happened to me," she thought. "What's wrong with me? Why do I have such a reaction to someone?" She noticed how the warmth came to her ears, and she felt a little lighter. Well, you'll figure it out. I was already starting to think that this would never end. It seems amazing. Maybe this is a sign? The infection is unimportant, the smut, as soon as this heat has arrived. She felt a slight vibration as she vibrated the stone. It had been going on for 3 months, and up to this point, but the stone was being shaken especially hard. The princess noticed the cold in the valley. She wanted to take a look at him, but suddenly realized that she could be marked and streamed. "Accept my greatest warrior, Duke Fitzurk. I'm glad to see you at my palace. Wasn't the road too hard? What's your mood? I feel about your exploits. It's just amazing. Be kind. Be as generous as possible with me. Is it all true what I feel about you? Sir Duke, display your supernatural familiarity and rise from your knees. Let me know my stupidity. Did you defeat the dark magicians on your own?" The Duke rose from his knees and spoke in a calm voice. "To be honest, most of them, without my participation, stumbled upon my sword. You are well aware, Your Majesty, that these dark magicians are no longer important. Everything you heard about me was just too much. I have always been impressed by your sense of humor and steeliness. It's neutral. How does it happen in the world so that the beginners of Volodinia do not succumb to the attacks of a sharp mind with a sword, a master of all trades? You have a lot to learn." A slight chuckle appeared at the Duke's appearance. "You'll overdo it, sir. Excuse me against these hyperboles. Laugh together. It's amazing. I want to drown in this volume. After fighting with me on your seats, you will lose a trace of my teeth. I'm on fire. This doesn't help at all. What's wrong with me? You need to stream it. In truth, Your Majesty, I would not have been able to get through without you. Your help is very valuable to me. I have access to all maps. I have the best access. What else do you need to fight? I wanted to. I forgot about it. Sword. This is the only thing I got without you. However, there is less acceptance of the game of words and even more acceptance of verbal duels. For the next hour, Revelyn was spared supernatural respect for herself. Bazanya had a dream, but she still had one thing missing. Tsikavo, what are we talking about the stink? He seems to be a great warrior. I would really like to verify that Volodya rightfully wields his sword. My family killed my dad. What's going on with me? I myself don't know what I want. He is the same killer as everyone else, but his presence extinguished my heat. I'm lost. Images of the past were poured before my eyes. Mother, blood. Raptum eunuch, in a booming, soft voice, became like a princess. Today is a special day. Young, beautiful Revelyn comforts us with her company. He chuckled, but realized that his words were not accepted. Sympathy, contrastedly, changed to anger and anger. Images of her mother appeared before her eyes. Blood, plenty of blood. It seemed like my heart was being squeezed by the judges. She was shaking, but it was incredible. How dare you turn against me? I hate my whole family. Vaughn clenched her fist and lowered her gaze. Literally just seconds before her eyes, all the greedy lives associated with this noble homeland were gone. Having calmed down, she rose sharply from the throne and marveled at him. In just 1 minute, the princess has clearly changed. Grace appeared in this move. In very calm ways, she approached the new one. A charming smile spread across her face, demonstrating her beauty. It is a great honor to receive such a guest, as I could not miss this banner ceremony. I welcome your company, and I trust that you will not mind my presence. Charming ball, sir. You don't respect me that much? From this exposure came a laugh. Vin looked at her intently. Wonderful girl. Thinking about it. Everyone knows it's a tragic story, and that's why there's little chance of getting along with me. They couldn't tell of their fiery character. They suit me like that. Are you playing with me? Vaughn noticed how her heart was flying out of her chest. Blood. Plenty of blood. Although she laughed playfully, a storm was brewing in the depths of her soul. When do you decide it will all end? She thought. She's laughing so hard because she's found a new victim. This bird is not yours, girl. There's nothing wrong with that. Why do they want to hang around our palace? Behind, 2 friends muttered softly and praisefully. Previously, there was nothing wrong with it. God, what a mess! What a mess! Vaughn flirts with him. All eyes were focused on her. Some whispered, and others expressed their dissatisfaction with gestures. From a distant corner of the hall, words sounded as if no one had sensed them. Vaughn is cursed. The docks all followed Revelyn without losing respect for the queen. Their thoughts faded. There will be problems with you, young lady, but I can guess right now. It only takes me a little time, and you get what you deserve. Your mother's share checks for you. As she wandered through her thoughts, she didn't feel too much light. Chanting is the best way. Don't listen to anyone. Don't learn anything. Together, the world blossomed, and her blue eyes turned towards her. Who are you? Who's a blood-born hero? I don't have any thoughts about this. I will never become free. Vaughn noticed how the skin began to bake on her neck like a coin. The princess's fortunes faded. It's too bad that I can't change it in the past. The melodious reason for this behavior itself is this, but the God of God, that I am not guilty of the mercy of the past. The need is to deprive the poor girl of peace. The princess is like her mother, like 2 drops of water. This is where the hair was transferred from her to the oar. Once upon a time, her mother laid her hands on Duke Fitzurk's family. This glorious line has sworn to seize and protect the cordons of our kingdom. Really, there is no approach plan. The stigma of being a villain hung over her mother. The enemies and allies instantly turned into enemies. Being a woman with a strong character, she did not rely on heartless Zagarbniks. Virok sounded like this. Strat on guillotine. She remembers what happened yesterday. The quiet creaking of boards as her mother left. The cold and firm voice of a brutal cat, which is otherwise thin in the place of recognition. That day, our endurer nature, on the other hand, managed to sense the possible loss. Who is accused of saying the last word? Vona raised her eyes and said calmly, No, I don't mind. A sharp ruff of the Kata and her neck, her hands were closed. I was quietly sniffling. The voices died down. I felt like it was zen. Blood flowed down the underside. The head fell into the frame with a dull thud. The smell of blood is in the air. There was not one person who was wasted today. Kat laying her body professionally on her shoulder. At this hour, the eyes of the cut head opened up like a storm. The eyes widened. Revelyn and her brother were taken alive, having been separated forever. "Turn my brother around," she screamed. "Let go! Let me go!" The little girl tried to escape from the grasping hands, but everything was in jeopardy. Vona tasted yoga. The ears began to ring, and the darkness faded. How many people want freedom? We are called free? The queen's death radically changed the girl's life. More light came out of her. Hatred arose in the hearts of people and suddenly turned into the princess's back. I want to become a little bird and fly far, far away to the ends of the world. There is no one in the place. Perhaps I would have been spared and I would have met good people. Who knows, but it's still better than what I'm talking about. I will always remember you, Matusia. The 2 people seemed to pierce Revelyn's heart. How can those who cannot accept me accept me? Who are you? Hero? Vorog? Driven in? Ailey Stone, it will pulsate if you're in order. And this heat, what's wrong with me? The image of the Duke of Elmondite blossomed and she felt like a stone was shattering here. Oh my God, what happened? Everyone whispered lively and directed their gaze towards the clinking of their glasses. Don't boast about the gentleman, it's just a glass. Can I finish it now? A voice sounded in her head. Yes, everything is correct. This is especially true for those who hate me and share with me in mutual respect, just like before. You need to occupy your mind with something else. The blood came to her ears, and she felt a sharp pain in her head. Everything in my eyes blurred, and it began to get dark. I don't know why. Try yourself. Don't be sad. Another beat and body will no longer be heard by me. I won't fall. She bowed slightly to her side and covered her eyes. At the last moment, she huddled behind the king's cape. The ice, flowing with zeal, reflexively touched her hair. The king felt that something was pulling at his backside. He looked around and marveled at her in amazement. There is no doubt about what to do with her, and it seems to me that this is something from dark magic. It is possible that she is somehow connected with dark forces. I want to help her. This is the fault of our family. My love, I feel bad for you again. Please, please go and fix it. Vaughn glanced at the king. Singingly, it would still be better for me to leave the hall. I'm wondering why I shouldn't embarrass you. No, everything is fine, my dear sister. This is a bad ball for your overworldly hustles. What a wonderful thing it was like with the stone. It became either cold or hot and was constantly vibrating with various fractional impulses. Let's brighten it up with light. These exchanges played playfully on the new floor, and the vibration disappeared completely. My hand felt a few rhythmic impulses similar to heartbeats. The stone shone brightly and then began to fade. There was no more energy in the valley, but it seemed that the energy had gone out and was no longer there. Another 10 seconds and it will turn into a black stone. What can't you do? This is just a dream, a terrible dream. Soon I will lie down in my lower beds and reveal what will simply be nightly pangs. Vaughn gathered her strength and began to chant. I hope everything will be fine. I felt it behind her. Take care of yourself, my dear. The king chuckled and nodded. Be careful, little sister. Quietly saying, she dribbled her little fingers along the railing without looking back. What is expected? Why now? It was spinning in her head. I could smell the sound of a bird nearby. Vaughn quickly looked at the back of the birds. The sound of its echoes echoed through the walls of the castle. It sounded as if it was more noticeable than the sleeping birds and the knocking of the little birds. A little more, she thought. The loja ended and it began to hum. You can always marvel at these speeches. Sometimes everything is forgotten, and the hour transforms into a kind of knitted essence. It's more powerful. Nothing is important. Only this moment is important. The princess marveled at the dome of the guest hall in fascination. Their thoughts turned into slight hesitations. My head became foggy, my eyes closed a little, and I saw a stove in the street. Good luck. There is one thing that is absolutely impossible to take from a person. Good luck. It's starting to get dark in the eyes. The brand on us began to bake hotly, and Revelyn began to lose her guilt. Mom, she whispered. Then everything became quiet, and her hand weakened. Vona rushed forward, and realizing that she might fall, reflexively grabbed onto the railing. Dark. Chu-ya, e-ya Cthulhu, Fatagen, e-ya Cthulhu, Fatagen. The place of sacrifice was grimacing under the dome. One of the monks read the text of the cursed letter, and from time to time they all repeated with one voice, I-ya Cthulhu, Fatagen, e-ya Cthulhu, Fatagen. Znav sounded like a deadly chorus. My hand trembled nervously, and I felt a slight sting. So cold. I'm already cold. A little bit of the valley shuddered into the other side. Around the morning, it was thick, and it was impossible to see anything. Vona calmed down, but still couldn't say anything. The horns widened and then began to sound. Cold. Why is it so cold? Vona completely closed her eyes and realized that she was getting confused in her head. Vaughn opened her eyes and took a great breath. The light shone unacceptably in the eyes, but there was no longer any confusion. She concentrated a little and whispered, Where am I? She came to you, and before her eyes appeared some kind of wondrous beast. Are you a ram? Are you a goat? It was lost on her in the Duma. This mystical miracle is not enough two pairs. In New York, the dog's squeak is sharp and sharp, like teeth. You're at the party, my dear, hissed Monster. Even worse, you are not in the capacity of a guest. As soon as she was thirsty, she opened her mouth a little. The deep eyes trembled in fear. It seemed that her body took up from the phalanges of her fingers to the tips of her hair. Uneasiness and light wind. The monks fell silent, and there was a panicked silence. The demon is now quietly hissing, and sometimes loudly screaming quotes from some curse. Once upon a time, we tried to trim the princess without interfering with her bodies. Its corporeal form floated limply in the wind. The demon didn't hesitate. Raptum, the little one's back bent, and she made a noise. A bright light appeared from the heavens. Vinbub directions on it. The stamp of the coin's shape appeared on my neck. The servants happily went on a spree. Now you are mine. I felt a whistling whisper. The eyes opened wide. There is fire in them. Vaughn was shaking from the blows of the flashlight. The whole body was shaking. The mouth was open. The boats twisted her body in different directions, and there was a distinct crunch in her limbs. The ringing cry rose up. There was silence. A booming scream split the sky at night, and after that it was obscured by silence. For another hour the voices were still heard, but the stench quickly died down. There was a sound of little birds sleeping. The stench carried away the lost soul. Revelyn shuddered at the sound of the falling crystal. Good luck. I want to forget everything. Having lifted the stone, she marveled at the new one. What can you do? It burned up to her breasts, but she didn't see anything. Mit's turmoil has washed over her heart. Vaughn began to drum her hands on the parapet with incredible force. Having hit the corner of her finger, she shook her hand and began to cry. Why did you bother yourself with me? Am I the only one in this world? Who can help me? Tears began to fall from her eyes. Wusta twisted her head and began to stutter under her skin. I might not like it a little. She covered her mouth with her hand. The doors creaked open. Changes of light fell on the illuminated red path. Who can you do? Thought the princess. Chantley, this is the servant. Although I didn't often go to these places. Princesso, Reveline. Is everything okay with you? I felt a human voice. The cries were approaching, and there was a skin kick as they were knocked out by her head. What man? What is it timid? Vaughn wanted to turn around, but out of fear her body did not listen to her. I'll ask again, sir. How do you feel? This voice cannot be confused. Don't you know? Duke Elmondite. Everyone on your lips is sick, so what can I do to help you? This is not the time to have a conversation with me. Oblish me. Why doesn't anyone understand me? Why do I need anyone else if I want to live on my own? Tim went up to her and continued chewing for an hour. Before speaking, I often get confused in my head if there is no humor in my soul. Do you feel anything like this? I have never known a greater fool in my life. No, sir. Everything is fine. I feel good about myself. My state is contented, and I guess I don't need a dose of cheerful humor. Vaughn said these words without turning to any new accusations. The darkness was approaching, and Revelyn felt the familiar warmth of her stomach below her stomach. With her right hand, she carefully collected the tears from her accusation. She took a deep breath, trying to calm down, and began to rise from her knees. Then, sensing his proximity, everyone began to tremble. The warmth rose to the chest, and then again gradually descended to the bottom. It's okay. The wind shook. Otherwise, being afraid, the little girl turned around sharply. My head became foggy, and my body felt half sick. Palyucha at least captivated her mind. They wrapped their fingers around the Duke's hand with a tight knot. With her powerful hand, the princess fell to her breasts. I want, she whispered. Hot orange eyes burned in the darkness. Having looked at them, he almost felt a twinge of pain. This is a pardon. What was the matter? I want, she repeated. He looked around the entire room with an unsatisfied glance, but was wary of whoever was watching them. The lips pressed together and tried to make a few steps back, but the princess was attracted to the new one by a magnetic field. He looked around the hall again with a dissatisfied look. I understand you, all the stress. It would be better to go to the chambers, please finish. It's possible you're hallucinating. You're doing something really strange. In his eyes, it seemed like he was proudly applauding her. Vaughn opened her mouth to say something else, interrupting her at the end. Lady, I have no intention of telling you again. This is all the effect of weakness. This is stress. There is no need for any words, please. Let's move on to the action. Do you understand that I am respectful? He marveled at her with his eyes. With a sharp roar, the Duke fell down on the pretext. You felt like hard tongs were wrapped around your belt. His hands were clenched at the wrists with small scarlet fingers. What are you up to? Tse yakas gra? Chi approach plan. Lie down and don't collapse. I'll show you this now. Vaughn smiled and kissed him. She sank a little lower and kissed her. Hands gently caressed his hair. Vaughn crushed the graceful arm with her whips and kissed him again. The vusts greedily intertwined with each other. The skin's breathing was noisy and strained, and it seemed like it was not getting up in the morning. The hands fell on the jacket and the skin, one by one, and began to lightly stretch Elmondite's loosening loop. He moved away from her. Get stuck! Alivona didn't mumble. I greedily buried it behind my neck, and their lips again intertwined in the fire dance. The hand gently slipped under the shirt. Isn't it appropriate for you? The beast purred. The puddings from the shirt scattered into the carnage of the sides. Tenacious fingers swept the body, digging nails into the skin. I want. The voice sounded again. With a light blow, she knocked him down for a reason and got sick. I want it right now. The flabby skin over there pestered his neck and hissed strainingly. Cursed. Half of me buried the skin of my body. On this day, images of a ceremonial initiation appeared. This is the same. Horned demon. Damn it. I want. These words darkened all other thoughts. Vona arched her back and shook her quill-shaped rock. The Duke seemed tense. Yogo looked at the spoils of destruction. Unexpectedly, the backside of the valley touched her cheek. Vona closed her eyes and bowed down to her. I want it too. It was lost in the Duma. Fitzert grabbed her by the waist with an onslaught of kisses. The partner follows the rhythmic dance of his companion. Everything was mixed up. Gently snuggling with her legs, she purred quietly, unconsciously. I've been mulling for an hour. A sweet, sticky kiss sparked a lot of passion between them. The hands, which were not self-conscious, looked like they were unheard of struggling with their tests. She pressed herself even harder. You can feel how unnaturally her heart beats. I breathe, I see. The wind didn't rise, but I didn't have the strength to fight. I no longer had the strength to endure it. Take this cursed garment from me. I felt a quiet whisper. Hands gently circled around her waist, a little bit more rose, and the cloth began to slowly unravel. Schwitze! The ligaments were still struggling and did not want to yield to the human fingers. You tried to open them, but did not tighten them even tighter. Revelin bit Yogo's earlobe. You'll strangle me. The necessary knot appeared, and the cloth, with a quiet rustle on the skin, began to fall completely. Some of these statues appeared in light shadows under the light of the month. Taking his hand, it burned to her breasts. There is a spell placed on her. Vaughn is cursed. The dark light had a brand on her neck. The Duke lowered his hand to his waist and pulled her closer to him. The clothes will loosen your body, and you will feel a sweaty feeling. My dear mother had already killed my father. Having been surrendered, she wrapped all the women's bindings perfectly. One day it was discovered that Queen Famella had killed the king. I squeezed my heart. Mother cursed Famelli's son for what they spent. Sometimes it is impossible to explain the actions of the slaughtered woman. The court and jury unanimously praised the virus. Punishment is mortal. It seemed that no one was summoned by the seemingly destructive force. Lubov, hatred. For an hour, the whole thing. Mother was at the helm of affairs for the less intelligent. Why do these things look completely different to other people? Universal injustice. Doki Famella was calmed by the overwhelm. Mother was burning with half-zealousness. I was still a little girl and didn't understand the horror of the situation. For me, life was like an unexplored book that I was trying to learn. That day came. Vikananya Viroku Day. A lot of people came. Hatred shone in their glances. The Viguks were heard. The images were pouring into the beak of the mischief maker. Ishav plan. Podii were carved into memory just yesterday. Matusia mumbled, and when the time came for the last word, she gave up. Her hands were shackled with cadence. Every now and then, a light ringing of metal could be felt. Vikanadi Virak. A masterful voice sounded. The sound of scraping metal cut through the wind. With a slight whistle, the blade flew to the bottom. There was a slight crunch, and the mother's head separated from her body. I shuddered and covered my mouth with my hand. Mom, I screamed. After that, the heather burst out of my throat, but I didn't feel anyone. I coughed and screamed again. Mom, spaghetti is the only thing that cannot be taken from a person. Our region has a long history. This family is noble and has ruled for more than one generation. Ever since I was a child, I am still a little amused. May you please? It turned out that I had a garish relish, and that's why I gained popularity in this and other lands. Father did not mark me and gave more than an hour to the new queen. I don't know, it's possible that she cursed peace, and it's worse. But I turned into an invisible, visible little cat. Everything fell apart into tiny rolling pins in the darkness of the image in the mirror. The constant images got so bad that I couldn't talk to anyone. I became withdrawn and sheepish. My full-blood brother was crowned, and now all respect was focused on him. Nobody cared about me. Ailey, to be honest, it seemed less important. I wanted more than one thing, and my mother turned around. The coronation was carried out according to all traditions. My brother has taken his blessing. The young king took the throne and properly accepted his duties. Regardless of everything, I wrote to him, and we always had a garni of hundreds. My anxieties constantly overwhelmed me, and that's why I decided to enter a women's monastery. I wanted to feel safe. I began to study ancient manuscripts in order to prepare myself and be fit for entry. Bastian didn't like this idea and kept telling me. Once again, I was more loving than before, and I trusted him, but I didn't listen to him. Some of us clashed with each other, and the initiator of the growth of wine. The women's monastery is not a place for you. Kazov in me. Life in this new world is difficult. Little sister, be kind. Don't rush and think carefully about this important little thing. I don't wish you harm and you know it. Listen to me, count up to 25 rocks. Even though you are so young, your decision to take the plunge is unreasonable. There was a lot of anxiety in my eyes. I started thinking about it. You wanted to help me, but without a doubt, even a word escaped me. Bastian, I understand your boasting, but you don't hear me. Why are you so desperately trying to change my decision? I'm no longer a little girl, and I understand that the world is no brighter for you. My voice was often heard. In order to raise my spirits, we have given Trojans, and I could admire their whimsical little girls for years. This calmed me down. The newly crowned queen was steadily wheezing barbed words, and these Trojans symbolized the insecurity that a tendentic card could bear. Brother, being even more relaxed and in a hurry, I was ready to enter the women's monastery if I had completed 25 years. Evening walks in the greenhouse reminded me of long ago when my mother was still alive. Vaughn became my shuvk, my secret place. My life is one of unprecedented and wondrous times. That's a fact. Less than a month ago, I was planning to take the fate of the Polyuvana. I have always liked horse riding sports. I arose from the dark group and got lost. In the forest, I met dark magicians. Trying to get out of them, I lost myself even more in the dark. My test was a failure, and they caught up with me. I had to tear off the skin of one of them in front of me, and after that, I fell asleep and I lost my knowledge. The monks performed a devilish ritual, and a curse was placed on me. The Pakel mark on the back of my neck could not be erased by any means. I looked through old manuscripts and recognized this old curse of cunning. Now, I am forever a slave to my household. The sleepy exchanges began to sparkle. A new day is upon us. The sun rose unstoppably and set the shadows of the kingdom. I felt the sound of a bird, signaling the beginning of a new cycle. Everything came to life. Revelyn opened her eyes. Am I in bed? Marvelous. What happened yesterday? Vaughn tried to tell fortunes, but the dream had not yet appeared, and her knowledge was obscured. Having rubbed her eyes with her hands, she sat up a little in her bed. My headache. There's nothing else. The heat has risen. I have never felt so good. My body is as light as a feather. Miraculous. This illness has resolved. Illness. Yesterday's ball. Oh no. In front of the eye of the wine tree is the silhouette of a young man. Yogo denunciation bulo rosmite. The fortunes were partial, unclear. She strained her memory with all her might and tried to figure out any small detail that would tell her who the culprit was. Who is this? She whispered quietly. Trying to guess, she closed her eyes and again guessed all the images that were lost in the guesses. The ball, the foyer, the greenhouse, and then the evening. Who is it? Vona froze. A look at the directions went empty. Repeat after repeat. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. This is what it is like, what a sleepless dream it is, she thought. Images appeared uncontrollably in front of her eyes. A sweet kiss and the heat of your body. Unbearable sweating and goosebumps running down my skin. Surprisingly, she closed her eyes to the salt and took a deep breath on her back. Still, it was nasty. I was honored. He doesn't want revenge. Unturbulently spreading her arms and legs at random sides, she threw herself onto the couch and marveled at the Steely. Who are you, the secret stranger? The brand froze on my neck. I calmed down. Don't bake, she thought. It's amazing. I can already see it, but now there's no point in sleeping. She rubbed her neck with her hand, bending her back a little. A thought flashed through my head. And how did this secret stranger tell anyone about our sustrich? This greedy thought has sunk headlong into her greed. The cloth and fabric softly fumbled under her hand. A thought flashed through her head. And how did this secret stranger tell anyone about our sustrich? This greedy thought has sunk headlong into her greed. The cloth was wiped, and the fabric softly fumbled under her hand. Gently tie the cloth and soak it. Aren't you talking about the skies? I haven't even noticed how everything went wrong, but I'm still ahead of it. I hope this is not the end of our sustrich. Sometimes you need to embrace the moment. The hour of not forgetting and getting ready for the next day flies by. What's next? No one knows it, and no one has yet dreamed of it. I can tell you one thing, sir. There was no mercy. I understand that you don't have any big plans, young lady. You want to preserve secrecy, and that's fine. I value mystery in women. You kissed her at the back and smelled the smell of her hair. Oh my, it's a mystery. Tsikavo. In truth, everything happened in vain. But I don't remember you, sir, but you know very well who I am, she mumbled. She clenched her fists nervously and hissed with displeasure. A light haircut and crappy shoes easily rotted my feet. The heel of the right foot got stuck a little and the shoe wouldn't fit, so she straightened it with her hand. They clicked the chins. Without leaving the bed, she raised her hand and sounded a light tinkle. Marietta! The princess called. Marietta, come to me. I sensed quicker crumbs. The servant came into the room and asked with a low bow, What are you saying, sir? Riva swallowed her lips a little and turned her gaze to her side. Vona froze and then turned sharply to the servants. I felt bad about myself yesterday, and I remember the end of the ball bad. Marietta, what day did I return to my chambers? Mary thought for a moment and raised her finger to her chin. You turned to the light, sir. Do you feel better? Do you need anything? I know you love ginger tea. Would you like to have some tea? The servants marveled at her with shock. To Svitanka? Images of the previous night quietly floated before my eyes. Hug, kiss, fire. A slight tingle of warmth ran through her body. Tell me, Marie, did I turn around alone? There was no one with me? Vibak for all this amazing food, but I don't remember anything at all. I'll understand you. The servant turned up. You turned to Grey Jayard. He carried you in his arms and said that you were sick. To be honest, ladies and gentlemen, you were asleep, and I didn't notice any signs of illness. Are you all right? I won't sweat it out for long and will hastily leave your chambers. Before the eyes of Vinik Spogod. Even though she's carrying her in her arms, she opens her eyes, but the figure is not visible. In my thoughts. Tsebov Tristan, what can't you do? The eyes opened wide, and the fire seemed to ignite in them again. I guess you're a naughty girl. We can't do this. The slabs will be scattered around the world because of the illness, and now I will be forced to hunt again. Tristan was the first warrior of the kingdom of Bridgant. Vidami is far beyond the outskirts of their lands. Commander-in-chief of the King's Red Guards. The glorious commander, who was known by his exploits and skills in fighting with the sword. He especially brought you, and after this order, so that the doctor would not be called before you. Having said, train your tongue behind your teeth. Ladies, I promise you that no one knows about this. Don't drive me away. Everything I smell and I don't forget. I hope you're already feeling better. Why are you talking? Do you feel bad? Did I act wrongly? What should I do? Be kind, don't hesitate. Marietta opened her mouth and visibly looked tensely at the princess. My hands were shaking. Tristan Jayard. Now everyone knows about her dungeon. She covered her mouth with her hand and took a deep breath and inhaled noisily through her nose. The fire-filled deep eyes were inexorably locked. Revelyn straightened her hair with her right hand. Diakuyu, Marie, everything is fine. You may be free to go and do your work. There are no people in the world who have no secrets. Well, as you know, everything is too early or too late. The law of life is not scriptural. Vona guessed a fragment from last night. Tristan pestles her hair and how she can speak, but she says inaudibly. His voice sounds different underwater. There was complete silence in the room. Revi sat on her bed with her hands clasped and tensely marveled at the window. Images of yesterday's happiness mixed with anticipation and anxiety swirled in her thoughts. What can't you do? What a mercy! She washed out and rose sharply. You need to talk to him specifically. Dormos exchanges playfully appeared on the blades of swords. There was a distinct sound and a rustling sound hitting the ground. Training of holders of the Red Order. I1, I2, I3, Shvidshe. I said, Shvidshi, Adam, Vilsar, pick up the pace. The instructions of the master for the mysteries of battle sounded. The young man is in the room. His eyes showed dissatisfaction, having washed a few breaths in a tense voice. Sir Jayard, don't you think that you won't be able to get anywhere right now? The training itself began to grow. We don't have a lot of time to prepare. Your presence is no longer needed for us. Without wrapping your head around your food supply, have the Vizniks already delivered us a new batch of arrows? You are one of the finest archers and are guilty of control. Responsibility, access for the heads of the Red Order. Don't bother me with your thoughts. Tristan thoroughly polished his sword. Hello, sir. This is not the time to talk to women. You said that the head is not responsible. Leaving the service before the end of the training is an easy decision. Lock it. Sharply interrupting Jayard. Don't ruin my mood. Take care of your rights. Tisha, you can feel the knocking sounds. Another young person enters the room. Allow me, sir, to inform you of the terminology. The local Mislovians train dark magicians in the Western lands. I am waiting for your order. Send the spies. We must know this in a sing-song manner. People often have mercy. I'm wondering if you'll be especially kind to the intelligence bastard, a master in sound activities. What is your remaining decision? Today's melodious dark energy darkens the minds of my children, and I repeat to my daughters, execute the order. If you have not understood, I repeat, follow the order. In order to reach the highest level of mastery, it is necessary to beat 1,000 blows. I add 10,000 approaches to training swordsmen. Vikenite. The young men's throats were dry, and the stench was loud. Is it not clear to you? Vikenite. A little bit of fumbling sounded. Yes, sir. At a peaceful pace, he headed straight to the flock. His cloak fluttered in the wind like the tail of a chimera. Vin clenched the fist of his right hand. May there be curses all day long. Whisper, Vin, do you know where Pishoff is? Sir Tristan left his service for the princess. If it's stupid, why does a warrior have the right to replace his service with some kind of girl's service? Quiet. Now he senses us and turns away 20,000 approaches to the sword. Are you crazy? Stool your pelku. Empty the tension and look at the directions infinitely. Unconcerned with the streaming and calm external appearance, in the middle of his information, irritation was seething. I've been listening to Revelin all the time since last night. It was lost in the Duma. Evening fell on the land of the kingdom of Bringant. A shadow appeared behind the object. The top galloped along the Commune brook. The gates opened. I love you, Sir Jayard. Let the princess know that I have arrived and water my horse. With a light shave, I will leave the seat. The tail of the chimera hung in the corridors of the castle. Movchanka. Crocs rush against the walls of the corridor. The servant, with downcast eyes, escorts Tristan. After the sun has passed away, the brightening places say goodbye to today's day with their lower light. Does the princess feel good? Yes, sir. It sounded awkward. Thinking about it. There was a scream behind the window. He turned around and looked at the sound. What is it? By asking it's okay, sir. The villains were captured in advance. These are their voices. Evildoers suffer but are punished. Having said Vin Movchanka, you can feel the tinkling sound of your fingers hitting the door. Allow me, the maid said. No one is convinced. Vona knocked on the door again. Tisha. Tristan pushed aside Marietta and walked to the door. Come in, Sir Jayard. I checked for you. She said, don't turn around. Do you need anything, sir? The maid asked. No, you can be free. Zalish us. There was an unpleasant pause. There was an electric current in the room. The weather is amazing today. I spent the whole day in the greenhouse admiring the lotus flowers. The dormouse's spots shimmer so brightly on their petals. What about V? How was your day? Vona turned around and marveled at him with a chuckle. There was no emotion in the face. Weather? Is that right? What do you want to talk to me about? Singing, I spend my time in a melodious manner. The sight of his thoughts became distorted, and his gaze became firm and irritated. Stramano bowed and washed. You are absolutely right, young lady. The weather is wonderful today, but it's a pity that I rarely have enough space to appreciate the full depth of its beauty. I have tried other foods before you. The door to the room opened, and the servants entered. Without raising her eyes, the servant brought the tea set and placed it on the table. Do you need anything, sir? No, leave us. Sir Jayard, I am obligated to answer your questions. But first of all, I would like to treat you to my favorite ginger tea. What do you say? Tea is the best thing in the world. Tsikavo, who have you seen? As it happens, people got tired of drinking too much water, and so the stench began to rise from the leaves and leaves of the roses. Well, let's go out. Let's go to the roof of the village. To sound greedy, but with gusto, divine. You don't respect me that much? His inner frustration manifested itself in public. The little ones clenched their lips together. Yes, of course. To sound greedy, but with gusto, divine. He turned his cold gaze on her. Perhaps the princess still wanted to talk to me? So, I have something to talk to you about. Yesterday's nothing. Vona began to hum. I wanted to tell you why there's so much more to your side. Sometimes I myself don't understand what's going on with me, and I can't control my body. I hope you understand me. I'm really into you. Brown eyes glared at Revelin before Passur. Behind the window, I felt the scream again. Tristan reflexively looked around and then focused on her again. How do you feel today? Do you feel better now? Their denunciations did not reflect everyday emotions. She tried with all her might to avert his gaze, but the feeling in the middle of her was tight and wouldn't let go. Second, 2, 3. Vonnie Marvel, 1-on-1. Raptum Revelin noticed how the blood rushes before her exposure. Calm down. It sounded in her head. Yesterday you had a lot of fun. Being a gentleman, I hesitate to show off my clothes. Don't boast. You will lose the prison between us. I also got ahead of the servants so that the stench was thoroughly trimmed between my teeth. Yesterday's events are not a topic for tiles. I won't let you down. The hand trembled and a thin clink of teaware was felt. At this moment, his brown eyes let go of their fullness and marveled at the pot of tea. The princess choked. The dungeon? Tongue behind teeth? What exactly is it? This game is starting to displease me. Her hands trembled under the flooding of her face, but she tried with all her might to stream herself. Calm down, little girl. Movila to herself. Having lowered the pot of tea onto the saucer, the sound of 3 hands began to click again. In your face, I distrust you. I understand. The people are smart to the point of nonsense. The people often do not support the essentials of the day, but do not rise to the level of members of the Order of Hearts. I will save this prison, I swear. Occupying the veins, staring at her intently, she mumbled. The lips trembled a little, but nothing was said. The tension was pressing hard on the sleepwalkers. I don't believe in the honor of the red faces. I don't believe in anyone. You have the right to do as you please. After these words, anger appeared in her eyes. Streaming has flourished. The faces of his face expressed joy. A few minutes after opening the mouth, I want to say something. I thought the nobles were talking about the red faces. She interrupted. It seems that more than half of the army has flowed from the remaining battlefield. How can I trust such people? His eyes widened. This is a screw-up. This is absolute nonsense. Who told you that? As you believe in these words, I am ready to punish the plasters who are representatives of the nobles. Vin slammed his fist into the table. The entire tea set has been stripped. Who is this? Who is this brutish cooker? Since you are not afraid to call the name of that scoundrel who is everywhere talking about lies, then I would like to find out who is guilty. Our voice will be calm, but we will repeat. I don't compare you to the healthiest, as you thought. The world is not a safe place, and it's better to be careful. Vaughn grabbed him by the quick, and it was like him. Having control over the situation significantly improved her mood. She continued to chew with a sly laugh at her accusation. It only takes a few hours before you find out who spoke the words. I have different nutrition than you. You have always sensed hostility towards me, so why yesterday did you decide to help me? In a calm tone. I advised you from the Special Security Department that we have not a little bit of interest in how to unite us. There is no one in my life. She chewed the crumbs with her eyes numb. Is your accomplishment yesterday a heroism? A callous warrior can't booty smell it, but I think you're the same. Feeling these words, he slightly raised his eyebrows, his eyes becoming soft. You are right. So, I'm a simple warrior, and perhaps I don't understand all the subtleties of a woman's nature. That's a fact. So, how could I be encouraged by the rare opportunity to accept a gift from a charming maiden? Everything turned upside down. Nesimovich's fierceness buried Reveline. There was fire in her eyes. Her teeth were exposed. Daranok? Tse-buv for Nyogo Daranok? Who does she blame herself for? Vona clenched her fists so tightly that she could feel her nails digging into her skin. Got up. Listen to me with respect, Sir Jayard. If you are a good gentleman and a well-behaved man, you should know that not everything that is given needs to be accepted. Not everything we give you is meant for you. I have just a few words. Vaughn tried to get into the legend again and continued. You are a Nahab and a rude man, Tristan. Her body trembled under the ferocity that buried her. I just want to say that, as soon as the words hit my tongue, my eyes widened. I haven't checked this kind of wine. It's clear that the situation is getting out of control. Tristan spoke. Princess, I don't want to imitate you, and I'm sorry for everything that's been said, but I don't quite understand what's going on. Our promise is to go beyond the bounds of decency, and that's what it's all about. Your behavior makes me crazy. Didn't anything make sense? It's not so easy to be a shaggy man. I want the human race to be dry and callous. This is incomprehensible to me, Tristan. When she said this, her voice twisted and sounded mocking. I was inspired by these games, and I want our Razmova to be completed. Right away, right away. Standing up, she chuckled violently and tossed a lock of oar hair to one side with a jerk of her head. Having eaten a bunch of crumbs, she turned around and washed away. You could show generosity and not bother the powerless young lady. You were quick to grab what you need, rather than heroically showing generosity. Know this. Thoughts hovered in my head like wild valleys. My heart began to beat faster and felt as if it were pulsating at my temples. Vin focused his gaze with joy. The eyebrows came together, and a small hole appeared between them. Reaching the door, Revelin sensed. "Princess, watch out!" Vona babbled. She clenched her fists and punched herself in the sides in dissatisfaction. "What's wrong? What do you want from me?" She closed her eyes and curled her mouth. He quickly pulled himself up from the center of the room to her. The crocs were singing and noisy. "I'll ask again. I sing something I don't understand. What did you just say? Having calmed down? What does this mean? What are you doing on the car?" The fog cleared. Everything became clear and reasonable. Vona took a deep breath and froze. Yesterday night, a dark stranger pestered her body, playing with it like a love toy. Having felt the skin cells of the body, we will work with it as a single whole through the place of the bubbling Khan. Ideal. Not Tristan, she thought. Vona turned around sharply. Her wide eyes seemed to swell at once. She checked for confirmation, but she mumbled. Nyakovo lowered her eyes completely, and then sharply turned around and quickly ran out of the room. The room was filled with silence. Tristan suffered from destruction and slaughter. "It's obvious that you need protection, princess. Why do you think anything new?" Vishav from Vitality. The melodic sound of the cello mixed harmoniously with the melody of the violin. The musicians, with the right hands, consecrated graceful feats, demonstrating their mastery. There was an atmosphere of calm and grace. The servants fluttered in front of the swallows, cutting through the wind. The low savor of the herbs spreads with a subtle aroma throughout the territory. Sometimes there was a noticeably muted voice and streams of laughter. The nobles were resting. Queen Femela sat at the edge of the table, with Bastian and Revelin farther away. The small white dog in the hands of the maid sometimes wanted to be squeezed from her hands, and if in no way it came out with a saucy grunt. Femela repeated steadily, "Calm down, Benicio." The princess looked with a weary look at the two little birds who were hanging out by the fountain. "If you knew how much I wanted to keep you company, then in a sing-song voice you would have gathered at the great play, picked me up, and carried me away, far, far away. It would be wonderful." Bastian was sensitively amazed at his full-blood sister. Thoughts screamed in his head. "My love, what am I doing with you? You know I'm not myself. What kind of unknown illness is poisoning your soul?" Otherwise, sensing his glance, she turned around to another. His eyes became closer. "How do you feel about yourself, sister?" Vaughn rubbed her hands nervously, looking ruined. "So, everything is fine with me. I'll ask you again for those I know. I'll make you show off. Everything is just wonderful." She tried to laugh, but her laugh looked unnatural. The king of discontent died. There are no signs of illness. The queen's voice was cold and a little raw. "Revelin, are you misinformedly putting us in a bad mood? If this is the case, then it is good to come out in you." "Bastian, please." After these words, the dog barked loudly. "Everything is true, Benicio. It's almost like a simulation. All the creatures sense this lie. Vibhakta, be kind. I didn't want to ruin anyone's mood." The voice sounded quiet and unsinging. The back was completely stiff, and this created additional discomfort even on the skin and under a close gaze. She looked again at the back of the birds, but they were no longer there. All hope left her. "This behavior is unacceptable. If I become unbearable, I can't stop and suffocate you before it's necessary. Damn you, bad girl. It's the same as its mother, soft and weak. The time comes, and you come to your mother, I promise you." The queen's face tensed nervously, causing her to grimace. Before the meal, Duke Elmendite and his guardsmen arrived. The duke did nothing and thoughtfully admired the beauty of the garden. They found that his eyes were closing, and he was shaking, waking up from sleep. Having washed the wine, "Do I feel like the princess is sick? How do you feel about yourself? Is it even better?" Their eyes narrowed at the bite. In his blue-gray eyes, there was a hint of boredom. You marveled at her with unblinking eyes, not having seen anything before. The light died down, and the sun caught up with him at the same time. Not a single meat fell on his face, and this alarmed Revelin. Sensing the heat of her eyes, she turned her gaze to the side. Show slept on the thought. Drive in. And after a few seconds, the image of his incrimination became familiar to her. The brand began to pulsate on my neck. CT. Mist in the Duma. Nevstate sabuvti? The blood rushed to her ears and she began to rummage. My little sister is very stubborn and stuck, and it's very difficult to turn into something, but it seems that she already feels better. Even now, I suspect that the illness is even worse. It is a chronic illness. If you don't rejoice, the camp will only be rejoiced. Molly Beshketnik started barking loudly. His little paws were trembling violently. Otherwise, the little one wouldn't give what he wants. The maid, with a ruined look, tried to grab it in her hands, but more pennies and a dog were given away from her. The dog, having thought about it, sniffed dissatisfiedly. Having tried to taste the servant, she overpowered him with her right hand, and the dog began to grow dissatisfied again. I felt the queen's voice. The creature's empathy is extremely faulty. Benicio, my little one, why are you talking? Do you appreciate our revie? Famella took the dough from the table and gave it to the dog and chewed it for a while. Young lady, if you feel bad about yourself today, then it's better to go to your chambers, and in the meantime, we'll start looking for doctors. This sickly state will last for more than 1 day. It is necessary to explain the reason for this so that it is not too painful. A sly smile spread across her face. Sister, don't call me to your mother. She didn't want to show you off. How do you feel? If you want to sing, then you don't want to stream music for yourself. There was anxiety in his face. Bastian will always be kind to Revelin, and, although the stench will be less like a true brother and sister, his love will be wide before her. As a sign of recognition, Revelin shook her head from side to side. She winced a little. All is well, brother. With the skin of the skin, I perceive a much more beautiful and valuable sign. A similar smile appeared on her face, but she looked unnatural. There was silence, and it was almost as if the cutlery were clinking as they reached the dishes. The delicacies were known in abundance from the nobleman's clay plates. Super tasty. It sounded like someone. Incredible taste. The situation was returning to normal. Balance and harmony fell on the floor of the lordship. Before I speak, I have a wonderful new thing. From the sacred mountain of Avaris, the great priest Pope Danish will arrive before us. Chivichuli protse? Papa Dansky! What a great honor and great hope for all of us! Incredible! Fameli's voice was streamlined and cold, which testified to her greatness. What is the reason for the arrival of this great and powerful clergyman? I asked. The king's emotions overtook him, and he looked at her and continued. The reason for coming is our great warrior. Yes, yes, gentlemen. The exploits of Duke Elmendite became known far beyond the territory of our kingdom, and they were considered to bestow special blessings on the hero. Do you see? The brand pulsed on my neck. Papa Dansky? It sounded in her head. We can't, Booty! We will recognize my curse. I felt that this mighty power was capable of twisting dark magic. It seems that he could destroy all the dark magicians with just one touch of his finger, but he has no right to do so as not to destroy the global balance of power. I'm doomed. It was important that Papa Dansky was not just a human being, but a god. More than 200 times later, there was a crooked war between good and evil. Humanity was largely impoverished. Chaos is in full swing. From the heavens came the supreme essence of this living thing that has long been called God. In order to restore the balance of wines by creating a barrier against dark forces, the priest was endowed with the great power of pure blessing. If the balance between good and evil is destroyed, you have the right to rub elbows and give gifts to your warriors. This is not just a great honor, but a temporary gift that gives warriors incredible power. The gift of rejection by the voivod is recreated by the nav god. His skin becomes worth more than the dragon's lust. The flesh is deformed and takes on a metallic quality similar to steel. Such warriors toil in the dark with such a stench at night in the building, all the same as before in the day. The respect of those who are absent no longer revived. Sir Elmendite, be so kind as to share your thoughts about this good action. I would even boast in your place that it is not only a great honor, but also a serious responsibility. Shouldn't you be worried? Witzerk was completely calm. His cold eyes met with Famella and washed away. Human skin senses anxiety and fear. Such is human reality. Grimacing for a second, he paused and continued. After the divine rite of worship, the servants of the dark forces will appear, and not me. Laughing forcefully, the queen faked a laugh, covering her mouth with her hand. No more self-congratulations, sir. Don't you think so? Laugh. Don't you have any human weaknesses? Is it so that you couldn't give me a couple of introductory lectures on the basics of streaming? The stench wouldn't bother me. We are close to marveling at him with our eyes. The extra light sounded muffled and inconspicuous. The princess lost her thoughts. Papa Dansky. I was spinning in my thoughts. I have to scream. Everyone knows about my dungeon. Realizing that she had a shabby look, she covered her mouth with her hand. The pulsation has noticeably increased. The brand was aware of the proximity of its sworn enemy. Revelyn covered him with her hand, gently kneading. My fingers trembled, and a chill ran through my body. Unconcerned with the hectic pain in the office, it seemed as if it was getting cold outside. Trojans are military kviti kanya. The charming beauty of Pelyots is no less a mask. Their curled necks rip apart the flesh, singing the stench of the red color. Let's talk about trouble. Revelyn saw her body burnt by the throats of the Trojans. The brand began to burn. I should be screamed at and then spent. He gently rubs his neck. Liuba Matinko, I finally need your help. Why is this punishment for me? Perhaps this is our family curse? Vaughn noted that Duke Elmondite should not make eye contact with her. Turned out, from the distance, you could feel the sound of the carriage wheels. Excited from side to side, Vaughn slowly approached Bringan's place. This is a carriage for Duke Fitzurk. Those present at the party reflexively turned towards the sound. Revelyn. The queen's voice sounded mocking. I remember one woman who believed that she could do without the curse of the dark force. I was buzzing. Revelyn, can you hear me? Yes, I can smell you. The queen chewed. So, the most wonderful woman contacted the novices of dark magic for which she was punished. Fairly punished. It's a pathetic story, that's all I wanted to say. After the blessing, all the servants of evil disappear. This is a wonderful new thing. Revelyn, are you so unimportant? Famella was calmed by the princess's turbulent outward appearance. The eyes became more tired. The sky lost its energy. Slowly, peacefully, without any fuss. This is a long story, and many hours have passed. I am amazed that in our kingdom the servants of dark forces are lurking in the forests. Maximum on what stinks are useful, not to catch the weak victim, as it is impossible to give up. The heart began to tremble, the pressure rose. Vaughn saw the blood pulsating across the skin. Doesn't she know what? Did you Vicryl me? It's just a game. What do you really know? Thoughts rose with the knowledge that her body had become inaudible. The sleeping valleys were rubbing one another. The sages are debating over nutrition, which has more impact on specialism, education, or blood universities. A person purposefully decides to become a servant of dark forces. What other reasons could there be? Pest the dog. From my point of view, the hunchbacked calf's grave should be straightened, and it doesn't matter for any reason that the virus has a hunchback. Thoughts turbulently intertwined one after another. The brand is damned. Matusia is a stratum. Vaughn knows everything. Sounded from Reva's head. Suddenly, his hand shook convulsively, feeling the clink of metal. Try it in your hands. There's no need to guess. Famella is playing with you. The mother-in-law was squealing with a sound of laughter. The Pomeranian Spitz was still poking at her in unison. I am in a completely miraculous mood today. Movila won. Have you ever seen an artifact in the distant lands? Mirror. As soon as you look into the new one, the curse will be broken for you. Tsikavo, really, what's the guess? The social conversation gained all the respect of the nobles and no one, noticing how one of the servants caught and listened respectfully. Sebula Marietta, mirror, she said quietly. His father was one of the greatest warriors of the Order of Hearts, and once in an hour of battle, he attacked the Supreme Dark Magician. One wave of his staff and father went blind. How can this mirror remove the curse of a blind man without doing anything? Marietta thought. Bastion was now sternly speaking to everyone else, but Reva was drowning in thoughts and couldn't hear them anymore. Why was that little girl over there talking about the mirror? This is a myth. This is true? Perhaps you would like me to leave the palace and go in search of this ancient artifact? Possibly one way out. We need to know more about the magical properties of this mirror. If you want, you can have the pasta prepared for me. I was too suspicious. This is pasta. If it is true, then I can become free. My eyes suddenly opened wide. A gloating grin spread out from her face. In Famille's thoughts, divine. I blissfully drown in contentment. Just a little more and it will explode. I feel the relish of fear. It's extremely tasty, but it seems like you don't even need a tiny bit of salt before you add it. The sound of a stuck glass attracted the respect of those who are absent. Tsibov Duke Elmendite. Having risen, he looked at all those present at the table. I'll ask you again, Shanovny Master. I have no intention of leaving you. Today's melodious, energetic activity is moving forward, and it is pouring into my inner state. The dog barked at the beginning and greeted the queen on her knees. Quietly, Benicio. Calm down, my little one. Mr. Duke, I feel the need to formulate a way to search for the mysterious mirror. Laugh. Our princess's mysterious illness may be contagious. Cold eyes completely focused on the queen. Zodin Miaz did not flinch at his appearance. In a calm, leveled tone, you will win. I accept all the punishments that amuse you. It is an honor for me. As soon as I know about this miracle artifact, I will definitely get it for you. The king opened his mouth and could not say anything, while Famela rehearsed in a stormy tone. What does came mean to me? Doesn't your glory obscure your mind? You speak to the queen, and not to a street girl. It's not too late to stop. By calling the queen a street girl? We chully? Leaving the table first at the party in honor of his guest and calling our queen a street girl, what a bastard. His insolence manifested itself even before the blessing. Perhaps this is a mercy? Whisper, in my thoughts. You began to vibrate the energy from those who were away. Take away what you deserve. I don't admire your family dramas. I don't dare to play at your games. Such fun is not for me. The mouth opened up in shock and could not say a word. Rudeness. What a shameless impudence. It was spinning in her head. The valleys were sleeping behind clenched fists, and their eyes were moving away from their work. Same for you. Same for you. It was repeated over and over again at Fameli's woos. Having gone to King Fitzurk, he bowed to you. His gestures and facial expressions expressed simplicity and dignity. The skin is polished to perfection. Please, my glorious king, I don't want to introduce anyone, and I ask you to leave the room unless I feel bad for myself. The king's denunciation has changed. Having washed the wine with a laugh. I'll understand you, it's okay. The whole worldly conversation is saturated with a subtle humor that will always make everyone wise. Your reputation cannot be damaged for such trivial reasons. In a sing-song manner, your words were interpreted incorrectly because you were more than likely to fire. A grin spread across his face. Yes, my king, your words calmed my mind and soul. So yes, it's less hot. After a pause, continue. I hope it won't be impudence to cheat on you. Could Princess Revelin accompany me? An electrical discharge struck her body. Ideas flashed through my head frame by frame. Greenhouse, Dano, addiction, licorice is missing. Elmendite? Vona turned around sharply and marveled at him. The skein and hair harmoniously followed the turn of the head. There was a long pause. Movchanka. Bastian turned his gaze towards Revelin. He marveled at her in amazement, and then washed away. Come, be kind, and respect our guest, little sister. She looked calm and serene, and a little blush appeared on her cheeks. With a slight nod of her head, she demonstrated the sign of good luck. The stench of the stench spread through the garden and was accompanied by absolute silence. No one wants to start Razmuva first. Quietly, the stench left the garden alleys, and when they reached the entrance to the palace, their breath became dull. It was necessary for the princess to sit up under the cloth so that she would not be bothered to go to the gatherings. Zaishovshi Ufei von mumbled. A sharp roar and their valleys opened. Without seeming to do anything, she walked forward. Thank you for your respect. I gave it myself. I hope you will know the exit and still need to accompany you. Vin moved. His voice has become unspeakable and a little hoarse. What did you want to tell me? Having washed the wine. Revelin paused, but said nothing. Nevzitse bov vin? Have I shared my body with my enemy? Wanting to look harmless and calm, fire was burning in the middle of it. Turning sharply into a mocking timbre of her voice, she said, So I want to be with you, my warrior? Why does Duke Elmendite want to give up all his love? Laugh. Sometimes the rules of life are not followed. Invisibility. After these words, you won't leave without turning around. Fitzurk was dumbfounded, and his mouth dropped open. In the wide, flattened eyes of the third, the image of Revelin seemed distant from her skin. He wrinkled his forehead and raised his eyes to the mountain as if he were wondering. Half of my hair appeared from the field of his dawn. Dumki, I can figure it out myself. Everyone needs everything, but what is unknown? This is such a bad dream, and I'll wake up soon. I have already lost my mind if I were this stranger. Well, the artifact is found in the western lands. A charming mirror. Tsikavo. I finally need to know him. Otherwise, after Papa's arrival, everything will come to light, and my hiding place will become clear to everyone. Vona nervously clasped her hands in front of her breasts, lost in thought. Images were poured before my eyes. A slight wisp of warmth passed down my back, reaching down to my lower back. The stitch burned and spread out from the sides of the thighs, rising to the stomach. It became warm between my legs. Vaughn lightly touched the burning place between her legs. Who is this? She whispered. Obviously, it's not Tristan. I thought there. What do you care about in your peace of mind? I guessed some words. No, it's not at all. Destruction, swearing. It's not Vin. There was no need to behave rudely towards him, without merit. Once it's broken, it can't be changed. A man appeared in the shadows to stand in front of his eyes. Yogo image bov rosmidum. It was impossible to look at who it was. Revelin tried her best to guess any particularity, but everything was maroon. The eyes of the shadow began to glow, and the stench was of a gray color. Fitzurk. Vidjahu, she covered her mouth with a blindfold. Fitzurk is bad. It's so bad there. It's just terrible. I thought there. Why bother? Vaughn forcefully pressed her ostentatious finger to the hollow under her nose. No. I have mercy, without a doubt. I could feel my heart beating in the closets. Watch out, princess. I felt a voice behind me. Tristan. Then the bell rang in her head. The Swedes could be smelled behind us. Watch out, princess. I sensed a calling there. Buzzed. The king has given orders to assign a guard to you in connection with your illness, having chewed the wine. But I would like to especially check back with you that everything is fine with you. Turning around, she glanced at the new man with her torn eyes and said goodbye. What else do you want from me? Why did I say, you? She thought. In what way can the guard help me, Tristan? When will I become evil again, and will you lie to me with your skills in combat? I am depriving the Vicon of an order, no more. Your safety is our direct responsibility. Why are you reacting so aggressively? The rest of the time, you spend time seeing all those who are absent and your relatives. Your brother praises you and tries his best to help you. A mask came out of her face, and then a mask appeared in her eyes. Having said nothing, she turned around and left. I'm tired of your turbocharge. Her voice sounded. Tristan did not come up. He quickly caught up with her and stood in front of her. I'll ask you again for being annoying if you don't mind listening to me. Your brother loves you and wants to kidnap you. It's true, tell me. You wanted to continue, but she interrupted him on the line. It's none of your business how I'm dating my brother. Pack your burdens, and no one can ask for more from you. The voice will be tired and restless. I smelled some croaks. I need to talk to you. A voice sounded. Tisibov, Duke Elmendite. With a singing move, he crawled up to them. His hands were sharp, which indicated the tension in his body. The fists are tightly clenched, and the faces are trembling slightly. The skin of my body was tense. Having looked at Tristan's eyes, they began to sound a little. Why are you bothering here? Thinking about it. He grimaced ostentatiously and quickened his pace. The cape wrapped around my left leg, after which he nervously threw his hand to his side. And what are you forgetting here, show-off? Your mood is about those that we can immediately find out who is stealing from us. Tristan laughed with satisfaction. Blaming the magicians alone. Who has the power? God? To the devil? What kind of villain could have stolen the sacred sword? She turned around sharply, and in front of her eyes stood the image of a shadow with gray eyes. The silhouette became clearer, the confusion disappeared, and now it was clearly visible who it was. In the face of her restless thoughts, Reva shuddered, and behind her everything started to bake. Elmondite. All these nights with her. Ladies, you look relieved. Do you feel better? If you have no desire to drink with him, tell me. I believe this is food. Tristan began to feel a sense of hope. The Duke looks nervous, and you wonder why you want to talk to him. There was a pause in the air. Everyone was muttering, and it was almost as if the Duke was out of his depth. The devilish brand is damned. Matusia is a stratum. These thoughts burst out from the middle. What is it timid? Fatecti? Lose it. A charming mirror. There's only one way you can change the course of action. The answer came to her. Run! Get in! Alvona lost her money. Non-destructive. Fear chained her body in a chiton and did not let her go. The gray eyes stared into her before the azure of the hut, which with a tight grip buried the victim. Nothing is of little importance. Everything was wheezing. Now everything is being discovered, and I am losing my life as my mother. I thought there. Unfortunately, you won't see me again. Pope Dansky emits dark energy. At the end of the day, there is no way out for me. The only thing left to do is to calmly watch for death. The valleys were wet, and she wiped them off on the cloth. The details of that night are frame-by-frame major in her information. She kisses him tenderly and brushes his hair. It's very important that they begin to stream for a kiss and sigh. In a moment of passion, Ven squeezes her fingers on her waist and feels a sense of satisfaction in Revelin's chest. I spent the night with my sworn enemy and son killing my mother. Who am I after? Is it a damn girl or a damned slave? Vona guessed how to brush her hair and kiss her tenderly. In view of these thoughts, my head became confused and she sighed nervously. The mirror is one way out. Suspicious type, Tristan thought. Vin is not at all similar to the warrior I feel about. Too tendy, like on me. You can easily contact him if there is no such need. Vinishivak of Dark Magicians. I am not a dark magician, but a member of the Order of Hearts. A sword, not a staff, speaks for me. This day will never end. It sounded in my thoughts. Why are they so tense? There is such hostility between them to immediately hit a flashlight. The eyes opened wide and the lips opened. Tristan knows about that crazy woman. As a sign of Zakist, she crossed her arms in front of her breasts. There are a lot of random escapes between them. The Vusts grimaced with extreme dissatisfaction. This tells me that it's just the cob of Grease. This type is careless. What does it have in common with the princess? Yesterday's nothing, as she said. Gods appeared before my eyes. His voice sounded like a jingle in his thoughts. Listen to me with respect, Sir Jayard. If you are a capable gentleman and man, you would know that not everything that is gifted needs to be victorious. Not everything that is given to you is meant for you. I'm quick to say a few words. You are a Nahab and a rude man, Tristan. Give you everything, Vona said. The right eye fell asleep, but soon I lost my sense of prosperity. Not everything that is given to you is intended for you. I was spinning in my thoughts again and again. Then the stinks came out. The princess and this show-off at the same time? It turned over in the middle of Tristan. Bill, Ogita. Everything became one goal. My heart began to beat faster and seemed to be squeezing even more intensely after the skin shock. Turning around, they began to collapse, but there was no sound. How will you be happy with him? Pause. I'll step up. In front of Yogo Ochima, Vinnik is the image of a princess. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths opened in the air. The ruffled hair fell chaotically on her left shoulder. That's a hell of a lot of money. Krasunya. Thinking about it. They almost rushed at him and clenched his fist nervously. This anxiety was previously transmitted to some unknown energy spectrum. Lose everything in the dungeon. I Obitsyavi, Al Yak streamed to myself. Nevzi, don't you understand who he is? Heavily turbocharged. This could have been a mercy. It's a wonderful thing to spend the rest of the time with the princess. Why didn't you get rid of your weakness? Reputation. The prestige of the princess is at stake, and everything lies with me. The mouth opened up as a result of the swelling. Revelin wants to lose everything in the dungeon, so there could be no mercy. Doomki. What's wrong with me? Why am I so eager to give myself up to the life of nobles? Either way, I'm not her equal. Who am I? Person of the Red Order. Stupidity. Please don't get too caught up in my candidacy for the bastard. As it turned out, the boy was highly emotional for the sword duel. Be happy, Princess Revelin. I won't respect you. Squeezing his heart, his whole body tensed up at the images that appeared before his eyes. Dodik, kisses, Stogan. Buzz, you are a red face. You must be strong in body and soul. Your well-being will be acceptable to me. I wish you nothing but good. Al Yaksho, this departure, I hope to form you into a rank. The tendons strained as the strings tightened and the steel fist clenched. I'm fucking Yogo. I swear. I can imagine life without your niceness, princess, but none and nothing can imagine you until I'm alive. The large inner light of the ore-haired beauty beckons with its mystery. Vaughn was the result of a non-streaming fire and weak tendency. It was impossible to transfer the onset, which created the effect of lack of awareness. Maiden of succubus. I'm kicking it! Volav, squealing his voice in the middle of the young man. Vaughn was quiet all hour. I have the opportunity to show my cunningness, but I won't. Why? Singing and restive character stood aside from me. Is it my fault? What is the answer to this diet? I'm cursed. Thinking about it, the night after the ball. I am either a vampire or a psychopath in the jokes of the victim. These days' adventures will not end well. The rest of the time, Sir Jayard suffered from insomnia. For the third night in a row, he couldn't sleep, and he was worried. I felt the cries and looked around at the noise. The stranger's shadow smoothly collapsed towards the princess's chambers. The girl's body flowed in his hands. The stranger gently carried her in her arms, periodically looking around fearfully, otherwise afraid that she might mark someone. Protect the skin and keep it quiet. He hesitated and wriggled his hands so as not to let her in. Tristan froze and gazed intently at the shadowed images. Having brightened up the new month, it was not too dark. You tensed up and tried your best to observe the hidden action. Nothing is visible. The rapture of gloom blowing in the wind opened the month of the month. Princess. Whisper Vin. With speed, he headed towards the shadows. The muscles are tense. They live tautly. Without any glance or seeming words, you are approaching the stranger. Stay! Stop! I told you! Who are you and why are you doing business here? What was going on with Princess Revelin? Find the wine quickly! The know-nothing looked around. Tsebov, Duke Vitzerk Elmendite. Having stepped a few more steps, he hesitated, and then shook his head in displeasure and looked around again. His look was calm, and nothing showed any alarm in him. He again moved his hands so that the girl did not slip out of them. I can meet someone for a long time, but fate sent me to you. I hope you haven't been in the greenhouse. If you try to seduce me in this manner, you will regret it. I want the other side of the coin. You are a warrior, and therefore must adhere to the code of honor. Especially since a woman's honor is at stake. You can booty korisnim. Tristana Jayard, meeting you on the territory of the palace at this late hour is a great inconvenience for me. Can't sleep? As I know, tomorrow there will be final training before the battle in the Western lands. A great battle is testing you. It is necessary to save your strength and even place great hopes on you. Be kind. Take care of your rights. Are you a killer of magicians? Then kill these magicians under the sharpening of your combat skills. Why should the princess be held in your arms? Let me explain. Otherwise, you will no longer be able to fight dark magic. What did you do with the princess? Why should you bother me in my arms? Why don't you teach? Off to sleep. I was in a bad mood, and I hoped my little ones would blossom at the greenhouse. I know I'm there. She was without a record, and like a crazy man, I wanted to help her. I'm heading straight to her chambers. Fitzurk glanced at Reveline. Vona snorted quietly. Otherwise, behind the hands of the invisible conductor, Tristan also looked at her. The red-haired beauty sensed their rose and grimaced in her sleep. Then her lips formed a tube like someone she had kissed in her sleep. Mr. Jayard, I have a lot of rot for you. Life is complex, and sometimes it is really impossible to describe in words as people would believe. There are already a lot of evil tongues around us, and who know how to understand our nightly adventures with the princess. If you value her reputation, you will understand me. Could you please carry her to the rest?" Without seeming to do anything, Tristan extended his hands towards him. "I'll understand everything." Having washed the wine. With a light ruffle, Reva's body jumped into the new frame. Having heard a thin voice, she mumbled indistinctly. Elmendite, with his arms folded, turned around and began to walk away. He marveled at her with a twisted look and could not look away. Krasunya, thinking Vin. Then a thought flashed through his mind. And how did the Duke mischief her? It's possible that these destructions are even worse. Revelin, wake up! Vaughn was sleeping. Why is there a real need to bring them quickly to their rest? Dilemma. Having stepped on the floor, the woman sank and looked at her again. Their cheeks were burning before there was a neutral speck in the yard. Vuka and Shia were also red. Revelin hummed again, and half asleep, rubbed her nose with a cowardly grimace. After this one, I gently warmed up to this one. Tristan sighed and began to walk to rest. Then she began to collapse, and the little girl's head threw back. He looked at her. The lips were swollen, and a red lining was visible around them. What's with these bushes? In my thoughts. I'm in the hour. I need to go and show up without noticing anyone. Revelin dreamed of a miraculous garden in which there were more than one Trojan. She ate in the garden and admired the beauty of the pellets. The sun sparkled brightly and sparkled pleasantly. The Trojans began to grow rapidly, and their vine began to wrap around their body. When I tried to wash it, I was afraid that the thorns would spoil it, but there was no stink. She hovered at them with a blissful laugh. "Kiss me," Vaughn said. Seeing her unslept, Jayard's eyes are wide open and frozen. What did she say? Sing, marinate. The princess is ill or tired. The thought said one thing, but the body said something else. He was amazed and amazed at her. Yogo felt uneasy about kissing her and getting a little sick. Inhaling the wine through your nose, you will notice a subtle aroma. What a wonderful smell. After thinking, I have never felt anything like this. This is not similar to Otrutu. It could be better. Having inhaled again through his nose, his eyes closed. The eyes opened, but there was nothing in them. She said in a sleepy voice, "This is our prison. Will you save it?" Looking unsatisfied, Tristan could not understand any words and was dumbfoundedly amazed at her. Vaughn closed her eyes in satisfaction and laughed. "Do you hear me?" The sweet voice of the princess sounded pleased. "There is no one to know about this." She walked around him and tried to kiss him, but he carefully breathed away. In order to prevent the wine from spilling, it gently burns to itself. I fell asleep. Don't boast. I'll take care of the dungeon. When confronted, Viraz was caught in a stupor. What kind of dungeon are we talking about? It won't be long before we find out what she's doing in the car. We might get tagged. Otherwise, a scream sounded in his head. Burnt, she looked back at Fitzurk's face. Fitzurk Ishav at a leisurely pace. The sound of the croaks was almost inaudible. It seemed like he was flying in the wind and not touching the ground. Feeling the need to follow him, he looked around. Shadow, with the girl in her arms, marveled at him. Bring it to rest without noticing anyone, I'm afraid. After thinking about it, let's go ahead. If you're thinking about what I'm thinking about, then I just have to say one thing. What did she know? Ogidna Liudina. There is no way to stink of bestiality. Since you have mischieved the princesses, death awaits you and your motives do not matter. Show off. The scourge has faded. It doesn't seem to fit here. Doubts began to hiss in his head. Since they have intimate relations with the princess, then why does she solemnly greet you? The eyebrows closed sternly. On the next day after this, our relationship with the princess was ambiguous. Save the prison, sounded in your head, Pishov to rest. I understand that you will still feel bad for yourself, but we ultimately need to clarify this with you, Mrs. Revelin. Having washed Fitzurk on the go, you won't borrow too much time and your money. And if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you alone, without information. She doesn't remember who was with her those nights. Vaughn is attracted to the uniqueness of his company. All to say about those whose departure was speedy due to the weakness of a dry and sick girl. You are a heartless wretch, and you immediately take away what you deserve. I will devour your black heart. Why are you astonished at me as if at an enemy? I haven't done anything nasty. Vin glanced at Tristan. I am so hostile that you follow me. You don't sleep at night and lie silent during the day. You helped me, for which I am generous. And now, it would be miraculous, as if you had known like that night. The father of the Duke gave the wide-open valley to Revelin. Please, sir, show me a little respect. It seems to me that all present understandings are expected. Don't take this as impudence. It's just a necessity. I don't sound like I'm eating, but I'm not cutting off the voltage. Tristan extended his hand, closing the doorway to the princess. Buzz, Mrs. Revelin is not at all humorous and feels bad about herself. Read from her. This no longer looks like I'm just trying to help, but more like blatant impudence. Their eyes narrowed. A rage sank into them. The air smelled of aggression. The muscles of the whole body tensed, but the emotions streamed away. Sir Jayard, be singing. The princesses will not be in any danger. I could have spoiled her before, and would not have harmed anyone. You know it like no one else. Be kind, be streaming and reasonable. Did you spoil me earlier? What does this mean? Vaughn wanted to tidy up her emotions as she heard her mind, but her body was not heard, and her eyes opened wide. Tsia Rozmova licks me. What is expected? I must stop this, otherwise the stinks will kill one another, and my secret place will become clear to everyone. I want! It sounded in her head. Hug, kiss sticks, the heat of your body. That night, I myself was the initiator. Stronger. Those powerful words sounded in my head. The situation is starting to get out of control. Demand unique.Elle. Reveline stood immovable. Otherwise, her whole body was occupied. I won't let you go. Your behavior is starting to bother me. I am a member of the Order of Red, and it is my duty to protect the royal family from anyone who creates trouble. The voice became irritated. Glory to blinding your eyes. Stop it. It's not too late. Your zeal for figurative thoughts is quiet for me. Vin laughed. There is not a drop of reasonableness in your words. It's so hostile that emotions speak for you. I repeat to you once again, if I had the chance to harm the princess, I would have earned it much earlier. With all his appearance, he showed the absence of turbochargedness to the extent that Jayard said, after the action of the Movchanka in Vidpov, You are not serious about the words of the celebrant of the Order of Reds. The voice was tense and sounded like Tristan was hissing rather than speaking. One more time, and I will understand your untidy burrows and the way in which I will give you a better chance of not knowing. Wusta grimaced and her teeth were visible. I'll have to spend money soon, she thought. Warmth began to appear behind her. A slight pulsation turned into a smooth sound as she became confused in her head. She lowered her eyes and sighed heavily. I don't have much chance. Soon I'll die. I hate myself. Hatefully, she picked up the cloth. Very often, children repeat the actions of their fathers, and thus their own lives share a similar share. Since my mother was wasted, that means that I, too, am about to die. Let's go out again. The words of her mother sounded in Reva's head. This Rozmova is starting to make me laugh. Laugh. One wise man, if he tells me that you are trying to read a fool, then you yourself transform into someone else. I'm tired of explaining obvious speeches. I think the reason is different. Why don't I respect my hundred-year-olds? At the hour of their divorce, Revelin constantly marveled at the other side, but, sensing these words, she turned around to them. It's better no matter what, she thought. If the stench doesn't kill one, then it's obligatory to vibrate my dungeon with your mindless behavior. Folks? Who is stealing them? I really don't know. I feel like the stench of both will violate my respects. One at a time, one by one, you'll be stuck in a gourd, and it'll start to feel like a mess. A sly smile appeared on his face. If I don't spend anything, then I will become the same. Sir Tristan, if you won't be so kind, show me to my chambers. Its voice is trembling, and its denunciation is fading. He turned to her and looked at her with a wary gaze. So, my princess, I must abide by all your orders. Stramano nodded his head. As a result of all this, I had a severe headache. I don't dare continue the conversation. You'll make me laugh. An unpleasant knot formed in my throat. Vaughn raised her hand to her chest and began to cackle. It seems to me that it's becoming rotten again. Movola won. The Duke's accusation darkened with anger. He clenched his teeth as his face tensed. It's not over yet. Thinking about it. She plays with me, no differently. He clenched his fist angrily and became friendly. Stinks of Kohansi. Handling her little legs, Revelyn constantly adjusted the floor of the cloth so as not to stumble or fall. The crumbs were moving away. The shadow behind them became harmless and intensely glared straight at the protracted one. Otherwise, sensing aggression, the brand fell on our necks. Revelyn clearly felt herself and did not have any sick symptoms. This mercy will follow me throughout my life as I see it. It sounded in her head. Sometimes it is not possible to change the progress. Everything is decided for us, the magical power of explanation for which does not exist. The furnishings are formed in such an order that our affairs cannot change anything. Enchantment is one of the storage parts of our life. I could see someone this night without a doubt, except the Duke of Elmondite. What is the fate? What is the curse? Who can give me evidence for this question? I'm lost. I would like to become a little bird and fly far, far away, but now a wing will accompany me. How many times have you been spared, Sir Jayard? I could deal with you with just one touch of my finger, but the princess's love is my law. I hope that we will be able to join forces with you, great warrior of the Red Order. The voices died down, without anyone saying a word. With a peaceful walk, Tristan and Revelyn began to move away from the Duke. There was a conflict of strangulations, but the watcher who was watching over them was not satisfied. Closed eyes stared at the trio. What is there between them? Having wondered about the food, an unknown spy. No, I won't lose anyone like that. Missed in the Duma. Fitzurk turned around sharply and said, Revelyn, please listen to me. I want to say that you are even more important, especially. If you don't hesitate and don't talk to me, then I'll shout it. I'll stop. I'm very tired. This is a damned brand. The water cooks through my brushes. The voice interrupted my thoughts. I need to tell you that it's even more important. Especially. I'll shout it. After these words, she muttered. The cold passed through her body. He was amazed at them, waiting for confirmation. She murmured, and her heart began to flutter like a little bird. Nadia lived in his heart. If I don't say this, I won't be able to calm down until the end of my days. I'll scream. It was repeated again and again in this news. There is no way out. God's God. Images flowed one after another. Hugs, kisses, the heat of your body. Everything was mixed up, and the memories of the past faded. Since these words have already been said to her for a long time, I will shout that you are not listening to me. The image of a little boy stood in front of her eyes. Levelyn. Having said Vin not with a firm re-imia. I've grown a baby for you. Do you like flowers? Levelyn, I want to tell you to be more important. Especially. I remember these words. A panicked fear gripped her, and, as a result of these feelings, her eyebrows rose and her eyes widened. I've been mulling for an hour. Mysteries were spinning in my head one after another, but there was no sense in them. It didn't work. My memory was completely erased. Tristan looked around and said angrily, Well, what kind of inappropriateness is this? Why don't you teach? The princess's figure is adored by your roses. If you do not blame this bacchanalia, you will be punished under all the laws of the kingdom of Bringant. Why isn't Sir Jayard? It would be so wonderful. You will be my beloved and ready to give up your life for me. Would you like me to choose this night? The brand took care of me, not me. Really bad. Tristan's allegiance is better suited to my mother. Would you be so kind as to give me an explanation in favor of your jealousy? What's going on with you? There was a smile on her face. Are you sick? It's not at all like the legendary hero who is glorified in our lands. That smile broke my heart. Rozpak strangled him with a tight tourniquet. His shoulders sagged. The divine spirits appeared before my eyes. You are aloof from reality and feel nothing about it. Enchantment is one of the storage parts of human life. Everything turned upside down in my soul. The feeling of anxiety set in, and I felt a slight nervous tremor. Streaming his emotions again without singing in a voice. Recently. My throat felt sore and I coughed slightly. You and I were hanging out in the greenhouse. I want to discuss this. Revelyn shuddered after these words. Gods appeared before my eyes. The first kiss gave the cob to the shoot. The first crumb, like a bum, was crushed by her, and not by the Duke. The blood began to rise and the stench began to burn. Realizing that the situation was turning against her again, she said in a dissatisfied voice, "I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to hurt you, and I'm afraid of you. Why are you repeating me without a trace? I can feel my head getting confused again." Vona cackled. "Look at me!" She turned around sharply, and there was a sound of wind whistling near her. "Sir Jayard, please don't get up. I may need your help." With its short wisps, it went straight to the back of the chambers. Tristan dutifully followed her, either at once or not at all. Thinking about it. I'm trying to get excited about these thoughts. If I missed it, and now I'm doing it for nothing. Llewellyn, I've grown a baby for you. Do you like kaviti? The weather rushed past. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Inactivity leads to collapse. No one can tell you that you won't supply food. No one will sense that you are going to move, either at once or not at all. He opened his eyes and washed. "Revelin Raven, I am Duke Visturk Elmondite, as I know as the commander-in-chief of the neighboring lands. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I love you, and I want to get engaged to you so that we can get together officially." Vona did not look around, but tensely heard the word loudly in her skin. The eyes are wide open, the lips are open. Goosebumps ran all over my body. The heat spread throughout every face, and in 1 second the cheeks were reddened. What have I gained? God's God! Zarachini? We can't talk about any kind of guarantees. It's a mercy. It was spinning in her head, but she was moaning. Treba shvidko shows vigadati. Vtekti. You need to run without looking back. Alakudi, lost lands. Perhaps I'll find out my routine there. I've bitten her, having quickly become the hopeless camp of a poor girl. I can't have any mercy. This departure means that everything is allowed to you. The police tensed and trembled at his face. These nights, I try to earn those that my heart suggested to me. Now it is necessary, and the prestige of the princess will be destroyed by this approaching hypocrite. Kvisturk felt the unbearable desire to tear Tristan to pieces. If you promote, if you want one word, if you rub in again and begin to respect me, I will rip out your rotten heart. I don't know how to judge me. I won't allow anyone to stand on my path. You're blind. Nothing makes sense. What kind of Zarachini are you talking about? Cursed are the princess and the hero who will soon turn into gods? What kind of nonsense? It began to feel unbearable to cut in the corners of my eyes, and a dry ball formed in my throat. I won't pay! I won't pay! I thought there. Having gathered her strength, she licked her dry lips and washed. Sir Jayard, I wonder what you can do. The situation is getting out of control. Some people have incompletely traced the situation of the mindless and meaningless people. Be kind. Leave us alone. Don't brag. Everything will be fine. Princess, are you singing? I ask you to kindly comprehend the seriousness of the situation. With every word, we speak Gushnish. What a careless person. Don't worry about it. He follows you day and night, no matter what. Sometimes fame clouds the minds of heroes. If you don't mind, I'll lose order. People need to be judged by their facts, not by their words. Having rumbled Visturk, there is no reason to blame me for not being timid. Your words are nothing more than a guess, nothing more. This is different, but different. You don't need to stream what you need. I want to drink your spirits, because I can already feel your words, and the stench means nothing without action, Sir Jayard. Tristan leaned his body forward to sing a loud voice. Yogo Zupanila Revelin. Guys, calm down, be gentle. Her voice sounded playful and mocking. There is such hostility that a flash of fire will hit you at once, and this discharge will kill all three of us. What do you want? For the less intelligent, your passion. She chuckled. People are always trying to find food using brute force. Nature created you strong and aggressive so that you would protect us women. Get your head around it. Mr. Jayard, kindly leave us alone. There is no need to follow me. If you have any doubts about my safety, Tristan, then be so kind and send them away. There is no need to provoke military actions on the territory of the glorious Bringant Palace. The eyes sounded, and a satisfied chuckle appeared on her face. Your combat skills are needed for the protection of our lands, and not for their destruction. Thank you for your understanding. He listened to them respectfully, and made a humble nod without seeming words. Yes, sir. I've made you understand. In the middle of the city, there is a seething volcano of emotions. Well, it's mutual. Thinking about it. So as not to show off his praise, the commander clenched the fist of his right hand. I took yours, Mr. Duke. Follow me if you haven't changed your mind yet. We believe that our food is in the place where it all began. To express her frustration, she ostentatiously threw up her hair with her hand. I wonder if you still remember where this happened. Don't worry, please. The greenhouse is the same place, and there is no one there. Place of calm revelin, Yi Shovanka. Sometimes a gardener named Bobby appears on the territory of the greenhouse, but he knows well that there is no such thing as a princess here. In this place, the Stinks will be alone. She croaked at a singing pace without looking back. It's a wonderful place. What's wrong? Sometimes I realize that behind the walls of this beautiful garden, there is nothing. This heavenly place is hidden from the eyes of others. Fitzurk, walking behind her, glanced around furtively at someone who was watching them. Ladies, for me, the nourishment of romance and creativity is too complex. I don't quite understand what you mean by respect. I'll be with you. I won't say anything else. His voice faded a little, and he reflexively pulled up the tail of his shirt. It seemed like she was strangling Yogo, otherwise Zashmorg. Their gaze cut through him completely. It's wonderful to be with you. Her voice sounded, Where have your military spirit and directness gone? You must be more decisive. Do not be afraid of me. What did you want to ask me? Vona blinked playfully at the Yuma. With a side glance, the Duke noticed a rock and deliberately looked straight at it. Tristan is standing behind the window. A glance in the direction of the back of the body, but his presence was still felt. Why should you go to training for the ranks of the Red Order? Eavesdrop? Thinking about it, gentlemen, those nights you tried to save everything in the dungeon, and that's why I couldn't tell you earlier. After everything that has happened between us, I sincerely ask you to enlist your help. Your sweetness was an unsatisfaction for me, a welcome unsatisfaction. There was a roar of laughter at the interview. In case of lack of sleep, your mouth is open. What was in the middle of it had shrunk to the size of a small hole and had become crumbly and almost indistinguishable. Tse bula yogo nadia. Laughter echoed under the greenhouse's ceiling, tormented by his depression. Zvinko laughed, and Revelin coughed. Tears rolled down from her right eye, and she waved her hand without a rush. Do you want to say it earlier? Laugh. After all that happened between us? It's ostentatiously gigantic. What happened between us? Stosunki? Kohanya? It only took one night. This won't happen again. The words rang echoingly in the news. Just one night. Vona said that there is only one thing left. He stood with his mouth open due to paralysis and feeling. Viniclo was forced to give up and sing, but his body was not heard, and he lost his place. Zvinko, smiling, covered her mouth with her hand. Otherwise, she was tempted to stream. There is no need to get carried away with hopes, Mr. Duke. There will be no further damage. Vaughn stammered and marveled at him like a beast. Why are you saying, "Oh, great killer of magicians"? She chuckled. He had previously marveled at her with a broken look. The words caught on the lips. The dry ball irritated my throat unpleasantly. I want to die. Vaughn doesn't fry. He was not at all worried by those who had sent him to the wrong place. There was anxiety elsewhere. The hope for reciprocity faded in his heart. Have I gone too far? Satisfaction and joy no longer plagued her mind. It is very common for madmen to die in a fit of jealousy or frustration, to act impulsively and recklessly. Yogo cold look. I thought there. Vin is a madman. He would immediately attack me and strangle me with his bare hands. Why do you care about me? Damn, the brand is ruining my life. Why me? Damn hunting season. That day I could have been busy doing whatever I wanted, but I wanted to go for a walk. Let's go out again, whispers to the mother, sounding in her voice. De Tristan? Axis who can lie to me. A trustworthy and loyal warrior is the only way out. I have been dreaming all my life if I get even with my mother's murderers. The Axis has arrived. You stand before me, weak and helpless. Just one word from me and Tristan is gone. Chops Armatia without hesitation. What if the Duke emerges stronger? The voice of Yogo is tremtive, but it's not even Yogo's bent. There was no hope of being polite. Hope for reciprocity. Was it just one more night? Having asked for wine. Doesn't mean anything to you? Don't play with me and tell me. You accept my proposition or not? Just know, I won't give up. Nikolai! You don't have many chances. Can you hear me? greedy for a chance. We are different people, and nothing unites us. I don't appreciate your niceness, and you don't bother anyone who has misunderstood my heart. Vona spoke in such a timbre as se bula kumedna I vesela rozmova. Descend to the ground, because you are so hostile that you must have flown high to the skies. Vona laughed hysterically, clutching her hair. Wisterk looked at everything that was said and stood dumbfounded and dumbfounded. The princess and the hero of God! How romantic! Our love story will be sung and sung, don't you think so? Laugh arrogantly at him. Please be respectful, since you have no idea that I am afraid of discord this night. Then you know, I hate you. There is no way to tarnish my reputation, because, as you know, there are no shades of black. Now she spoke loudly and firmly. Be so kind and take care of me. This will be the most welcome gift for me. I sewed with a fool, otherwise a naive child. Vaughn doesn't sense anything before me, absolutely nothing. The heart was pulsating in the closets. The valleys were sleeping. If the mountain doesn't come to me, then I will go to it myself. A woman's delicacy must be conquered, and I won't give up. The words are spoken alone, but the body is completely different, and it shows the duality of the sentence. There was a hint of tenderness in the look. You will be mine. Thinking about it, Revelyn smelled a subtle aroma of concern. The lips closed, and laughter no longer fell on their face. You have to stand up and not give up. This look says more than words. For God's sake! Matusia, why don't you care about me now? I'm no longer needed. Realizing that the dialogue would smoothly turn into polemic, the princess spoke in a calm and level tone. Life is complicated. Movila won. However, we cannot reject those we crave. Sometimes our dreams conflict with the thoughts of others. You have had mercy, Mr. Elmondite, and there is nothing fatal in that. Reconcile and move on. An hour passed unnoticed, and the orange light of the sunny changes as the sunset filled the greenhouse. The day smoothly flowed into the night. The petals of the flowers are being stolen from the night huts, hovering around the tight navel. The singing of the birds was replaced by the hooting of the owl, which had otherwise informed about the beginning of the waterfall. The aristocrat stood undisturbed. The decision came by itself. I won't give up! The hand turned into a fist. Doubts dissipated, and they were replaced by purposefulness. He smoothly walked up to her and extended his hand. Revelyn stood still enchanted, inviolably. He looked down at this fire ore. What is expected, she thought. De Tristan? The Duke will tell me now. When she tried to wash, she closed her eyes in fear, but having realized that she gently took the skein from her hair, she reflexively squealed it. The Duke gruffly greeted her. Her mouth was open, and her eyes were round and looked like two saucers. Why are you roguish? Suck it up! I wanted to say no, but no words came out. Wisperk kissed her hair. The unsatisfied ones became mute, and their body trembled. In every way she showed panicky fear. I'll scream, Vaughn said. He raised his eyes to her and washed. See you soon, Kohan. You don't know yet, but you will be mine. I love it. His mouth was covered with strands of ore hair, but it was good to see in his eyes that he would laugh. I would never have been the way I am if I had given up easily. You are right, princess. Life is complicated. You don't understand who you're contacting. Emotions have clouded my mind. So, what prompts you to do such things? Are there no other motives besides sympathy? The pasta can be carefully planned. After these thoughts, I felt a slight pulsation. Success and victory exchanged places. Revelyn chewed the Duke with a tense look, leaving the place at a leisurely pace for the duel of two hearts. Then this is a viklik for you, not a vidmova, I thought there. I'm happy to take yoga. Let us sing, and sing not for life, but for death. The right eye shuddered. You can be a master of sword fighting, you can be a heroic mage killer, or a vicarist's kana of other weapons. Laugh. Tristan, missed in the Duma. He was watching us. Tsikavo, why did you feel our Rozmova? Even if I am at my mercy, I will be victorious. Let's go out again. The mother's words sounded. Lost in thought, she shaved her head a little, so that the skein of her hair touched her cheek. Bridota! She hissed menacingly and nervously threw him in the back. You need to cut him off. She turned around sharply, and having lifted the bottom of the cloth, sank into the draught of the greenhouse. The birds happily buzzed the morning. A new day appeared due to the acquisition. Here, one could feel the bell of the local church, interrupting the booming sound of the fanfare. At the windows of the palace, shadows periodically appeared, and the servants opened the curtains, allowing sleepy beds into the premises. Revelyn sat in front of the mirror and languidly combed her hair. Swaying in a slight drowsiness, their thoughts two-facedly replaced each other. "Father, I won't give up," I said. "What kind of hero are you who don't know that sometimes it is necessary to step up in order to overcome the battle?" "Wonderful gesture on your side. Kiss my hair. What do you want to say to them? Brand! Vin knows about the brand. Famella is your darling." Vaughn deliberately persuaded her brother to ask Elmendite for the supper, and in order to get me out of jealousy, the queen directly kissed me. What a shame. You need to cut the damn thing. Behind my back, I felt the noise of short, hasty sounds. I wanted to go straight to my chambers. I'm sure it's not Tristan who decided to unceremoniously please his presence right from the start, she thought. "Madame Raven, have you lost your mind yet? Allow me to come in." A familiar woman's voice sounded. The doors opened with a bang as the lining moved. "Oh, Vibakta," said Marietta from behind. "Sir, I have something new for you." Vaughn breathed heavily. "Calm down, Marie. Don't hurry. What happened?" The voice was cold. "Duke, Lady, Duke of Elmendite. Vin Pobitsia." She began to chatter again and sigh gravely. Revelyn looked around and marveled at her in amazement. What was the matter? Who gave what to whom? The Duke of Elmendite officially declared that he would encourage and gossip about you. The servant's voice sounded deep and filled with welcoming compliments. Is the princess getting married? Ripka got caught in the gag, she thought, and laughed evilly. Well then, let it be so. Let us consider what your first move was, Mr. Elmendite. My advice is not to bother you for long. It's so beautiful, it's so wonderful. A voice sounded behind her. Sir, he's killing you. It's so wonderful, it's so wonderful. The merry march is once again upon the walls of the palace. Ladies, don't take my food as impudence, but tell me kindly, do you and the Duke have romantic affairs? Vona fascinatedly folded her hands in front of her breasts in a hypnotic manner. And without specifying what the motive of your action is, Marietta? There was a malicious chuckle on her face. Do you hear me? Yes, sir. What did you feed me? I say, without explaining the motive of my actions? Sir, isn't it obvious? He's killing you, and I am so excited to enlist you. Mary's emotions overcame her, and she closed her eyes in silence. Whoa! Revelyn's thoughts grew dark. Now everyone will see us in despair as coquins. What should we do? Marietta, bring me the knives. The servant did not hear it and squealed as it was said. Reva grimaced, and raising her image in the mirror, shuddered a little. Tim heard Mary's voice behind him for an hour. This is the cob of miracle fruits. They will talk about you and have fun later. How wonderful, how wonderful. To say that he is possible and self-sufficient. And what a beauty he is. Princess, you are so blessed. This is great joy for us. I really love fun. Creation of a new family. All the best you can do for a woman. Vaughn closed her eyes and froze, bubonic again and again. Marietto, stop dying and listen to what I'm telling you. Bring me some knives. Shvidko, I said. Knives? The servant whispered. Their eyes were rounded, and their faces stretched out with a look of puffiness. I'll ask again, lady. Did I smell you correctly? Did you say knives? Are you all right, sir? V, sing-song, disrespectfully heard me. I say, Duke of Elmond. Revelyn interrupted her in the final words. Marietto, she screamed. Bring me the damn knives, she hissed. I felt good about what you told me. Everything made sense to me. Her voice sounded hysterical. And right now, I don't want to talk more about this topic. If you turn around to this point one more time, you will receive 100 blows of the whip in the form of punishment. Bring me some knives. The muscles of my whole body tensed up, and with force I squeezed the comb in my hand. Marietta stood immovable. Didn't you notice what I said? Shvidko, obey my order. Revelyn slammed her handle hard on the table. She was overcome by fierceness. You will be sorry for your work, sir. In front of my eyes, I placed my image with a pleased expression, revealing it. Soon your sweetness will cut your heart into little rolling pins, and I hope this will be a great lesson for you. 1 is 0 for your sake. At the mirrored mirror, there are seats of succubus guns. Rankoff's novelty affected Revelin's mood. Having dressed herself, she sat down with her brother at the living room table. The weather is really nice today. Don't you care so much, little sister? Vona hummed. Bastian marveled at her with a fixed gaze, waiting for confirmation. The princess's thoughtful and empty gaze did not alarm Bastian, so as not to escalate the situation by washing. What a welcoming aroma. I guess this is your favorite tea, sister. I won't have mercy? She mumbled and made a small basket. Tea with ginger. I remember your crush, isn't it? Without even saying a word, she took the teapot and poured a hot drink for herself. I'm not in a good humor today, brother. The hand froze a little, and I felt the clatter of the saucer. The rest of the time, I am choked by apathy. I'm sure of myself. She sighed sadly. His gaze became tense. I bought you to say. Your confusion is passed on to me. I really want to help you, but I don't know how. I hope that my nutrition will not strengthen the negativity that has accumulated in you. Isn't this related to Duke Elmondite's outfit? You know, but you'll still ask. So, the situation with the Duke is unacceptable to me. It will piss me off, not just make me laugh. With every word, confusion was gradually replaced by irritation. Who does she blame herself for? Why me? Don't you understand that we are people from different worlds? Vaughn, annoyed, threw the filijanka on the saucer, causing them to clatter. With a sharp rough, she clasped her hands under the table and began nervously running her fingers through the cloth. There was a pause in the air. Bastian opened his mouth to say what to say, but interrupted the booming rumble of the fanfare outside the window. Vin looked around. The sound died down, and the glance at Revelin returned. Vaughn sat with her eyes downcast. His gaze also dropped down, repeating after her. It's all our guest's fault. Having washed the wine. You don't need to react so aggressively, sister. Listen to me. Vona raised her eyes. Without a doubt, Duke Elmondite is a known and possible person who cannot be seen. Well, you have one thing to understand. No one and no one can stop my sister from doing what she doesn't want. The voice sounded firm. No one and no one. Do you hear me? The rest of the decision will be yours. What's on your mind? If I'm good enough, then won't I be against our hundreds? Vaughn opened her eyes wide in excitement. Our alliance with the Duke can be beneficial for the purposes of the kingdom. The axis is coming up. Vona guessed Fitzurk's words. Life is complicated. Then, sensing these thoughts, the king chattered quickly. I will always be at your side. I'm in love. In her eyes, there is a comical image of a person who has lost herself in a hopeless situation, but is trying her best to straighten out her situation. Vona chuckled. You are even more cunning if you get nervous, Vaughn said. Don't boast, my brother. I am emotional, but not weak. It took me a long time to bring my experiences into harmony. I can handle it. And in fact, as before, I plan to join a women's monastery. Women's monastery? Whisper Vin. I hope with all my heart that your thoughts will change so much. Monastery is not the best place for such a tendentious and emotional girl like you. In my opinion, you hastily accept such a complex decision and how to negotiate between the monastery and the Duke, or better yet. Their deep eyes became wide due to swelling. When she heard it, she wanted to get up and sing and say no apparent words, but she started to run. Having finished her time, she washed away. I appreciate your thought, brother, and I will take your words into consideration, even if you are kind to me in the future. It's good for you to create intrigue. Vin chuckled. Your mastery can be a showstopper for the actors in the theater. Don't you want to get involved in theatrical activities? Laugh. It's unreasonable not to have such a rare talent, little sister. The sun rose due to the pain and illuminated the area of the palace. Dormice bunnies playfully appeared on the windows. Marietta! She called the maid Reveline. Then, with a wave of the magic wand, Marie appeared at the door. Did you call me, sir? So, cover up, be kind, Guardy. Sometimes I don't understand myself. I hate winter and everything connected with it, but sometimes the sleepy changes must be unpleasantly pressing on my eyes. First of all, you have to make sacrifices. There is no ideal in this world. Are you marveling at me? Isn't that right? The princess caught and marveled at the king with a wondrous laugh in his appearance. "Sister, your mood swings frighten me. You are either cheerful or sad. It's so impressive that in the middle, you have a dozen features that periodically replace one with the other." Vona hummed. Without seeming to say any words, she began to laugh. "Dzvinko and fun. You have such a brilliant, worldly look, brother." Laugh. The doors opened and a servant entered the room. "Did you call me?" She asked for it. The angry king looked at her and said, "No," without clicking on anyone. Revi laughed even louder. Vin raised his hand to his face, otherwise trying to hide behind it. "What do I have to say? Did I get lost at tea time? What's funny? I don't understand. Ti bentisish me." "Explain, please. Why are you laughing?" Vaughn translated them and confirmed them. "No, brother. There is nothing on your face. I wanted to thank you for your respect to me. You always encourage me and try to lift my spirits. Sometimes it comes out in you, and sometimes it doesn't." An unpleasant knot formed in her throat, and she hunched her throat to clear her throat. "You are extremely respectful of details and always know what is needed. Like those Trojans that you secretly give to me. It is clear that your gift is being celebrated not with bouquets, but with whole flowers. You will always be a maximalist and a giant maniac. It's fun to laugh. Gigantomaniac. Did the children sense this word? If you voice him in public, then the henchmen will wear a cap on him, as is fitting for me." The Stinks began to laugh in unison, and the laughter of the twinkling moons scattered under the ceiling of the tea room. "Check it out! What are the Trojans talking about?" Bastian began to fumble, and his gaze became stern. Revi could not stop and laughed without feeling anything. The king looked sideways in thought. He tried to put together all the purchases and sat tensely in thought. Revelin said after a pause, "It's time for us to get going, because soon all the servants will join in our laughter. You will make me happy again, brother. It's a miracle morning today. I really appreciate you for this." There was a smile on her face. In the distance, one could feel the rustle of horses, followed by the ringing sound of pedals on the brook. "You can hear, brother, serenely Sir Jayard arriving with a military signal to you. It's already time. See you soon. I love you." "What Trojans are you talking about?" "Tsukavo, what's wrong with you?" It doesn't matter. I want my sister to feel good." Revelin looked around and waved her hand. Bastian chuckled widely and waved at her. The Stench had been close since early childhood and had always encouraged each other. Regardless of their relationship with their mother, they were united in mutual love one by one. He looked away and laughed happily. "I hope everything will be fine, my dear sister. If it is not Bastian who gives orders to these Trojans, then who? Every day, there are more and more mysteries. I thought there." Over the weekend, the rustling of the horses was felt again, and they were buried from the meadow. Vona grimaced. The brand started to fade and began to shake slightly. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a dog barking. "Benicio!" It sounded in Svedomosti. "This little dog can't booty himself. Well, Famela is all right here." The princess reflexively waved her curl of hair with her hand. Gesture of nervousness. "Golovny, don't boast! Try it in your hands! I thought there." Looking around, the first thing she saw was Benicio's lewd pussy. The Pomeranian Spitz looked at her, and it was clear that she was a native. Very often, pets are similar to their owners, and this is the case when the similarity is almost identical. Famela ate with her lewd friends up and down the corridor. Those cold eyes glared at Revi. The queen's skin echoed loudly against the walls. It was time for reveling to settle down, and everything was sorted out from her husband. The fate does not harm me, and in such a wonderful morning I tried hard to catch the queen. Why the hell? Realizing that her glance and expression could make Famela angry, she took a deep breath to concentrate. Nervously rubbing her shoulders, she washed her way to the queen. "Good morning, Your Majesty." "Why did I say, Your Majesty? Calm down. All is well. Try it in your hands." The valleys were sleeping, and the heat was already approaching exposure. The queen said, "I sensed a miracle of newness. I'm flying, Revelin." The voice was dry and cold. "Now they won't let me live in peace. My marriage to the Duke of Elmondite will strengthen my status and expand my capabilities. Singingly, he boasts that he will lose power over me." The little one's hand trembled, and the queen made a furious look at her. "Conjectures make people crazy. The human world is based on a high level of figurative world. Fantasy is something that is missing in other creatures all over the earth. My brother! Let's do some harm to Bastiana, or he's saying something against me. This terrible dream will never end. Famela walked away without hesitating and said to those passing by in a creaky voice, Revelin, it is unknown how the situation will turn out in the future, and therefore it is necessary to take away what is already there. You have a flexible character. I would recommend that you get married so that you can break your temper. The eyes opened wide and all the muscles in the body tensed up due to lack of sleep. Vaughn stood unbroken, not dying. What did she say? Get married? Hands frantically fingered the cloth of the yak, lost in the valleys. Calm down! Try it in your hands! I felt a scream in my head. The queen, without hesitation, slowly walked further along the corridor. Having woken up from her sleep, the princess turned around sharply. Matinko, everything is not as it turned out for you. I sing to you. This is tyranny, and I am not worthy of any rank. Vaughn spoke slickly and Shvilavano. Don't try to change those things that are impossible to change, dear. More formally, tell us about your hundreds. Tim, especially since everyone is talking about your little squirrel in the greenhouse. The cooks had already sweetly tasted all the delicate moments of that night. The body began to tremble. Hands frantically crumpled the cloth. Does everyone know the details of that night? I wish I could watch us. I want this moment and Tristan. We've broken the dungeon. Heartless and soulless basics. There is no one in this world whom I can completely trust. Then the queen's voice sounded. Your time has come, my love. She took the remaining 2 words out of the blue. And the hour, as you know, is the only thing that cannot be bought for any kind of wealth. Price Yogo and Vicarista completely. I felt the laughter of Fameli's friends. Quiet, Vaughn said. The girls, trying to escape, covered their mouths with their hands. The timbre of the voice became tense. The women's monastery seizes your life. You will spend everything without taking anything away, telling you what you can achieve in religious enlightenment. This may be your only chance to achieve something. Please be silent over my words. I love you, darling. The queen gracefully straightened the book. This cloth is too pompous, in my opinion. Girls, aren't you so respectful? The attendant sensed color. Not at any time, Your Majesty. This cloth really suits you and enhances your subtle nature. Having interrupted them, she said, Okay, don't get up. Revelin looked at them sadly. I heard a voice. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, this cloth is extremely rich, the last squeak of fashion. Lock it, I told you. The queen's voice was made up. Benicio, it seems to me that only you understand less. Famili's voice sounded tense. It seems that living life is not a field to cross. If life is the way to go, then people will always be lost at the crossroads. Skin damage is the largest proportion of future problems. Who is your enemy? Who is your brother? It is never known. Life is complicated. Everything was mixed up for the Svidomosti princess. How can I have mercy and my mother really doesn't mean me any harm? I don't understand anything. Like Nisanit Nitsi. She stood indestructible with her eyes wide open. The princess headed straight to her chambers. Passing through the window, she glanced at the water. The water shimmered under the dormice and vibrated brightly. The birds flew merrily and fluttered their wings while swimming by the water. The whole world does not notice these crazy ways in my life. Perhaps the problem is still in my head, she thought. In truth, nothing nasty has ever happened. I thought there. The legends of that bitter night have faded. The image of Kveisturk is now clearly formed in memory. A chill ran through my body. The presence of the brand on my neck made itself known through an already familiar pulsation. Having walked a long corridor to the palace, she stopped at the main hall. Then, at a leisurely pace, she beckoned towards the noble's bedrooms. She went up the stairs, and stumbling in front of the doors of the chambers, raised her eyebrows in surprise. Servants gathered from both sides of the doors in the military group. None of them raised their eyes. With their eyes straightened up, the stench quietly checked on her. What kind of unauthorized collection is this, sir? There was a smile on his face. Since you have come to miss my advancement, then nutrition is not within my competence. What was the matter? I hope I don't smell any unpleasant news today. Vichuli, what did she say? She doesn't mind the slightly unpleasant news. Unacceptable calls? Unacceptable calls? I felt like the echoes of those present were whispering. Quiet! The voice of the senior servant sounded. Everything will be fine. I'm happy. I'm happy in the sight of the sick one. Submissively clasping her hands in front of her, she said without raising her gaze to Revelin, Let me ask you again, sir, what I have for you is an extremely miraculous novelty. Just after that, Vanity arrived from the Duke of Elmondite. These are gifts, ladies. We look to you to help you look past them. I'll give it to you. Vaughn paused at the words and stood dumbfoundedly looking at the servants. So, ladies, gifts. Would you like to take a look at them? What can't you do? I thought there. He is incredibly intrusive and self-indulgent. The image of Family appeared in the information. Tse zmova, she thought. On the underside, gifts were piled up in a huge package. At a leisurely pace, Reva walked up to them and chuckled dissatisfiedly. Kvistirk's words sounded in my head. See you soon, Kohan. You don't know yet, but you will be mine. I love it. Tsikavo, what's there? Singing, costliness, and expensive perfumes. Voices sounded behind her. Princess, may I please unpack them? Revelin nervously clasped her hands in front of her breasts and looked at them with a tense look. Princess, you are allowed. The maid was unable to finish. Get started, having sounded the order. A banal method, Mr. Duke. Get the princess's agility for additional cat accessories, but you don't have to be a timid creature. What are you using for all this? Laughter, yay! It seemed to her that this dilemma would not cause much trouble. It seems that this day promises to be rich in reception. Vona gracefully waved her hair tie. The blue stitch smoothly parted the wind with a quiet rustling sound. Marietta couldn't help but think twice about missing out. Being from an impossible family, this process was especially acceptable for her. Ladies, allow the first ones to open the axle of this package. She quickly ran up to one of the largest gifts and began to carefully open it. The paper rustled, and the servant opened the first package. Her gaze tensed, and her whole body seemed to begin to tremble. Carefully, as she was tending and screaming, she removed the cloth from the package. This is the cloth from Monsieur Fennel's collection. The voice turned into Heather. Ladies, this is the last collection. I felt satisfied with the squealing of all the girls present. Reveline showed no emotion. Advance, Vaughn said firmly. Marie carefully placed the cloth on the opening of the package and gently ran her hand over it. Otherwise, Marietta glanced greedily at all the gifts. Their gaze narrowed at the small box in the middle. She quickly ran up to her and took her in her hands. Excuse me, Axis Chew? Allow me! Allow me! Vaughn couldn't get enough of the evidence and spent a little time on the spot. I was giving up on packing and didn't want to unpack. The maid gritted her teeth and forcibly tore him apart. Throwing a paper like a burnt package into the bag, she carefully snatched it up. In her eyes, you could see the glare of joy. Dormus bunnies showed up. Marie screamed as soon as she became alert. Ladies, these are earrings with rubies. Their name is the Eyes of the Dragon. My mother told me about them. Vona squealed with satisfaction. Charming, Revelin said dryly. Your Heather gave me a headache, hush. What's next? The eyes moved tensely in search of a new victim. Sir, may I allow you this axis? Revelin nodded. Come on, tell me, and start rehearsing me. The voice sounded irritated. I've made you understand, please. She walked up to the Veletensko bouquet of Trojans and took into her hands the small package where the white one lay. Ruthlessly, she tore open the paper and took out a small doll. Tse perfume. Her voice turned into a sweet whisper. What an incredibly delicate aroma. As the emotions surged, drops of sweat appeared on Mary's face. She wiped them with her hand and washed them tensely. Ladies and gentlemen, I was wondering what the best gifts could be in my life. It appears that I am very tired. Nareshti Revelin chuckled. What's next? Revelin said with a chuckle. The servant went to the final packing and likewise unwrapped him beforehand. She lifted her lid and hummed an enchantment. A smile appeared in front of the princess. Don't worry. What's going on there, Marietto? This ruby bracelet is the heart of the dragon. Although the princesses don't care about the repeated remarks, they don't shout, but Marie still couldn't express her emotions. In front of the unswept Heather, Revelin jumped up angrily. Well, think about it now, Marietto. Show me Yogo. A deep-seated look appeared in his eyes. I'll hit you with a bracelet. The whole thing fell on Revelin's mind. Vona grimaced grimly. Dormice bunnies scurried playfully across the surface of the branzolet. However, it hypnotized her, and she was enchanted by him. Take it. It sounded in her head. The wine is very hot. What is unexpected is in the new. Magical. Surely in order to calm me down by blaming all the dark magicians and their ancient artifact. I have no words. She narrowed her eyes a little. Surprised at the touch, she didn't notice anything yet. Below, under the packaging, there is a sheet. Revelin shifted her gaze, and her eyebrows rose slightly. What is it? She thought. Why don't I tell you that you have made the decision to send me a letter? Tricky. A chuckle appeared on her face. Vaughn took it in her hands and carefully tore off the wax stick. On the day of the day, doubts began to writhe and she stammered. Perhaps, is it not necessary to read it? She thought, and immediately screamed. I love you, Revelin Raven. I guess that having sent you these speeches, there is not enough to say, and then I want to write you a piece of paper. Our stay as a sustrich has become unacceptable, and I am working hard to make sure this doesn't happen again. I hope you will receive gifts. I have soiled myself with inactivity for many hours, and now firmly believe that the time for action has come. Insanely, your beauty overshadows any world, and no adornment can compare with it. But I want your charm to be supported only by the finest speeches, and I will find something for you. I honestly confess to you that I am not even fond of romantic 100-year-olds. If you don't sing, I'll take away everything you're interested in, even if your cunningness reaches you. It may sound funny, but I feel like I can't explain it any other way. Damn idiot, what are you doing? She forcibly pressed the leaf until it was revealed that she had come that winter. What kind of fools are they? The voice sounded muffled. Mother dear, what should you do for me? Emotions surged, and she viciously withdrew a sheet of paper. I hate it, she screamed. My heart beat like a drum march in front of my noble mother. I hate it, hissed. Pretentiousness? I'll show you some coolness. Vona reluctantly took off the bracelet and swung her hand to throw it, only to miss it. Thoughts changed one by one about the details of the mosaic, which are important to look at, because the storage elements are missing. I've gained a lot, she thought. Why can't you tell? Why are you bothering me like crazy? You know my reputation well, you know my relationship well. All the same, it's annoying to my sympathy. I don't know what part of anything is available to the plan. Tsezmova. Motherfucker got yo-yo. In the face of her unsatisfied thoughts, her heart was clenched with fierce hatred. The pods burst into flames and marveled at their raw wrappers. The constant duplicity of the situation alarmed Revelin to the depths of her soul. Oh my, what is my mother's plan? If it's so, then what's the point? After becoming friends, I will take away more power and become independent. But is this good for her? I'm back to you again. The papyrus of rustlings in this hand are the same. What kind of sleeping bag is this? Rushes the paper. If this is so, then after this I will pretend to be a slave. My skin will be known as Machusi. Perhaps she has placed a curse on him, and he himself does not understand what to do. Let's go out again. The mother's voice sounded in the news. I need to be safe. Vona took the bracelet in her hands and looked at it with tense eyes. The fireplace hums merrily as the light changes. It seemed like he was blinking at her with a malicious grin. Vaughn squeezed her palm hatefully, her bow bent. One of the stones fell and rolled along the kiln. Vaughn viciously slashed the bracelet on the underside, and with the blow, a dozen more small rubies fell out of it. Don't bother with your Zusilla, Duke Fitzurk Elmondite. I also have a present for you, a truly unacceptable gift. I promise you won't deserve it, but for me, the miracle will not develop. I felt a rustling under my feet, a small ruby rolling along the underside. After magnetization, it is attracted to the bracelet and, having reached the point, turns to the right in its place. Revelin narrowed her eyes and put on her beauty. The bracelet was absolutely intact, without any damage. Bridgentown hums sleepily with the sounds of its settlers. This is the most important day of early spring. Miss Sevi Ferrier clicked with a sledgehammer on the red metal at the same time as he felt the huskies of Miss Sevi's pikes. The summer woman whispered nervously to the young man from across the cart. Adam, don't let them drink wine in the Borg. They won't have to pay. An escort with dozens of carriages drawn by the royal carriage arrived at the place. The voices of the village inhabitants passed through the village. Who is this? Surely the queen herself wanted to take over our lands. The smells don't look like warriors. What are warriors like? Why are you completely blind? The healthy man pulled on his bridle, and the rusty horses began to lurch. We're on our way! Yogo's voice sounded. After a pause, the curtain finally opened, and a woman's shadow looked around the place. The servant quickly walked to the doors and opened them. The bridge jingled with a thin metallic sound, and the little leg gracefully stepped on it. We're on our way! I felt the servant's voice streaming. So, I felt something like that. It sounded Yoma u idpid. The servant extended his hand and gave a slight nod. Sebula Princess Revelin. Vaughn carefully and silently began to descend along the slopes. Here you go! Revelin Raven! I felt a loud scream. Vaughn raised her eyes and stumbled a little, and then, lightly shaking her head, stepped onto the brook. The number of people became more and more crowded, and a crowd of people gathered. Why bother here? What was the matter? Did she come to us before? Muffled voices sounded. Singingly, the greedy one has scuttled and away with the filthy news to us. Queen! The queen got along well. The guesses intertwined one after another. I greet you, glorious inhabitants of Bridgentown. I, Princess Revelin Raven, have arrived with good news. Vaughn scrambled to dial up the volume in the Legion. Your Majesty, King Bastian, and Duke Fitzurk sent me to you to convey gifts. Free gifts. With an easy step, the princess, escorted by the funeral, headed straight to the cart with supplies and gifts. Tristan was right behind her and tensely looked at the ears of the deserted people, trying to stop the evildoers immediately. His gaze turned into absolute concentration. Having reached the delivery with the gifts, Revelin paused and pointed to them with a slight wave of her hand. Prepare your speeches before distribution. I will take special care of Sim. We repeat our voice. Yes, sir. I sensed the words of Tristan. 1 second. The warriors became confused. The local residents did not immediately understand what was happening and were mostly muttering dissatisfiedly. Revi took the cloth out of the drawer and walked up to the local woman and handed it to her. Take it. Be kind. It's no cost. Those who clearly understood that these effectively free blessings quickly shaped the drawing to the princess. Ladies, we have finished preparing for the distribution of milk and bread. Why do you want to print? The voice sounded strained and dry. Tristan was born into the princess's deeds. It's wonderful. You successfully cope with your tasks, even if you don't want to do any work. Vona chuckled. Princess, don't take this for impudence. I would like to ask you something. Why did you decide to dispose of Duke Elmondite's gifts in such a manner? These treasures are a priceless relic, so how can we reasonably exchange them for bread and milk? Vaughn laughed at you and confirmed. Decorate. Tselisha brooked, no more. Please the hungry population with milk and bread, which is more valuable for its cost. Tim especially, since this is not paid for with the king's money. After these words, her eyes closed in satisfaction. I'll ask again. Perhaps you didn't get any gifts? There were notes of stress in his voice. Sir Jayard, you are starting to attack me. What kind of lack of food is this? It is your responsibility to avoid the problems of the royal family, and with this, you will cope better than with expert advice. Be kind. Start unpacking and preparing before distributing it to the public. Don't worry, Sir Jayard. The hour quickly passes, and you spend it in empty prayer. Vaughn waved her hand at the back of the colony. I trust that you will be honored with my gift, Mr. Elmondite. The priceless exchange of money for bread and milk is the best response to your efforts. I am delighted. You will appreciate my testimony. 2 cadets stood quietly aside. Silly day. After washing one of them and yawning for a long time. How long will you be wondering how long this show will last? I'm very tired. It's early today on the Monday before certification training. His back arched and he sighed sleepily. You would have been much more tired than if you had started working today. Why did the princess independently decide to start distributing supplies and speeches? His eyes opened wide with excitement. Revelin, having taken the bag of bread, began to approach these sacks, who had lost their inviolable gifts and did not take the gifts on their own. Not everyone believed in those things that were not catastrophic. She is very kind and has a good heart. Maria, not a woman. I guess I'll freak out. The cadet looked at her in fascination. Why are you out of your mind? Vi chuli yogo? I'm squirming. The comrade smiled heartily and closed his eyes. Well, then go to her and scream your love. Bursts with laughter. It's easy to appreciate your coolness. We appreciate everything, especially Sir Jaillard. I immediately felt the lask of the valley. Seemingly unsettled, the cadet stumbled and reflexively whooped. I really wanted to hit the police hard. They looked desperately in the direction of the sound. Yogo comrade laughed, but the yelp sounded again. He also rejected the same as his partner. I felt the voice of the first one dissatisfied. Now I'll hang your legs for such heat. Dissatisfied with the pro-Burcote of wines. The stinks turned in unison and froze. In front of them is Tristan Jaillard. Yogo's gaze coldly glared at them. Bachu, you have a lot of good times. Calmly rinsing the wine. You would have to waste every second of your life, wash your skin of your life, and you would waste it on ridicule. Rozvantaja podvod. Shvidko! Yes, Sir Commander-in-Chief. Vibakta, be kind. Tristan turned around and began to walk out of them, only to hesitate and finally speak. Before speaking, in order for you to learn your lesson better, today upon your arrival back to the barracks, you will go 300 times with a sword. Revelyn did not notice the excessive light. She was contentedly admiring the action of distributing provisions. Raptum glanced at the little boy. She went up to the new one and washed away. Why are you sitting? Why are you so mad? My mother used to tell me that if you don't laugh, I'll pinch you. She gently grabbed him by the cheeks and began to pester them playfully. Seemingly unsedated, the boy tried to move away, lest he realized that the princess would join him and laugh out loud. At the end of the day, Revelyn also laughed. If you don't laugh, I'll pinch, she repeated. In the thoughts of the first. 300 approaches. What is required? Why couldn't you say something? I paddle with him. I'm still willing all day long. Another cadet. She's incredibly charming. If I become a great warrior and a famous commander, there is no more respect for me, and then I reject this niceness. Tristan's voice sounded firm. The honor of the uniform is the most important thing for military servicemen. Remember, be careful that if I break discipline again, you will be punished even more severely. Everything has become clear to you. Yes, sir. The cadets cheered in one voice. Doki Vy Lasya Sharpen, the princess is finishing your work. He stamped his foot terribly. Better to marvel at the results. How often do you see nobles helping commoners without any help? Often? No, sir. I'm back again. I hope that you will learn the ropes and please me with your intelligence. Has everything made sense to you? Yes, sir. Tristan took a short pause and paused. Well, it will be clear that you have understood my words. Pack your bindings carefully. Yes, sir. Right away the voice sounded. The commander left his company and left. The two young men stood there dumbfounded, not saying any words. The barbed commander of the commander-in-chief praised them. The valleys of the tightly clenched fists sank beneath the surface. Is everything absolutely true? Isn't that right? Having washed the oar-haired cadet, why am I standing next to you? Can't you just talk? Your current vibrations will supply us with 300 approaches. 300! If we are spared, then we will treat it as soon as possible. I love you. Vidpoviv Yomu comrade. After the exhaustive distribution of provisions, the princess went to the sacks of bread. Having lost one more. I was wondering who to beat, she thought. Well, after all, you didn't add a few carrots, Mr. Elmondite. Well, nothing terrible, and just as bad as the first time. Reveline happily hummed the melody of the Merry March. Behind her, her eyes crinkled, looking at her skin. Tsikava girl. Thinking Vin. How do you understand all the inheritances of your actions? Bread, milk, clothes, Sundays. All these wonderful things are possible in it and are even more valuable. I felt a rustling sound behind my back. Someone's watching me. It sounded in my thoughts. The brand began to heat intensely and pulsate sinuously. Revelyn guessed the image of a shadow with gray eyes. Out of unsatisfied thoughts, she dropped the loaf of bread from her hands. The mind no longer touched her, and the body reflexively turned into a rustle. With a turn of the head, the long oar of the scythe unsnapped the wind at the beginning. There was no relief. My heart was shaking. Who is this? First, what was on her mind? The brand behind her began to boil halfway, which is why she got confused in her head. Gentlemen, why don't you think you're careless about being left without protection? A smile spread across his face. I feel the local villains do not want any kind of success. The body of a young girl was recently discovered. Just damn it. Vaughn was completely numb. Having said Vin, young man from the shadows, he had completely white hair and purple eyes. Extreme rarity. Blessed one. Eunuch washed. Don't be afraid of me. My name is Ernal. I am the fourth patron. I was just wondering about you, Mrs. Raven. Vin chuckled. She was burning hotly, pulsating throughout her whole body, but she didn't notice her and marveled at God with her open mouth. Ernel? Vaughn said quietly. The stupor faded again as she stood there, immovable with wide-open eyes. Ernel arrived with a special mission. It's all about us. Vitzerk Elmendite. The fourth patron decided to carry out the ceremony of blessing the newly minted hero, but on the way to the next Voladin, he suddenly sensed an energy imbalance, and this was Revelin. The Duke of Elmendite immediately rented slabs on the territory of the capital. While hanging out in your office, you feel unhurried. Butler. Thinking about it. Allow me, sir. I felt a voice coming through the doors. So, come in. When you get to the table, the butler washes it. Gifts that you ordered to send for Princess Revelin were sold out. Fitzurk's hand trembled, and he nervously started drumming his fingers on the chair's frame. The butler sounded excited and listened to the tapping of fingers. Sir, will you have any new orders? The untapped newness bothered him. What a wonderful decision. Thinking Vin, surely she didn't deserve my gifts. Singingly, she took this kind of blasphemy or Navit Gersha. The tapping of fingers began to change to a melodic rhythm. Has she sold out absolutely everything? Feeling your voice. Yes, sir. Absolutely everything. It is known that the proceeds from the sale were spent on the purchase of food supplies for the residents of Bridgentown. She especially took care of the residents and gave them everything freely. Absolutely everything, sir. His accusation was heavy, and a smile appeared on his lips. Charming. Thinking Vin. Simply incredible. Its beauty is less great than its nobility. You will be mine, and even you and I are of the same mind. Everything is correct, Kohana. Decorate all the brute, all the money for the simpletons. Tell me, Arnold, how did a young, talented girl go to a place without protection? Pevno, what do you want to do? So, sir, you are right in the first place. Vaughn gave a place in the support of several pens of the holders of the Red Order. Ix Okaliv Sir Tristan Jaillard. Fitzurka's thoughts faded. I'm starting to get tired. It is necessary to solve this small problem. Once again, you are imposing yourself in the company of the princess, darling. In this information, there is an image of a commander armed with a sword. Raptovi guessed that he had flashed his information. What a great idea. I decided to sell off all my gifts and achieve my plans. If this is so, then this will be your last mercy, Sir Jaillard. My advice is not to bother you. The events intertwined in my thoughts like the cups of a serpent in the spring. You need to calm down. So anyway, I don't supply reliable information, and I want to know clearly. Pain. I heard the butler's voice. Will you have new orders? The Duke has finished. Let me ask you again that I am letting you out of your thoughts. Do you have any other orders for me? The butler's voice turned him to reality. No, Arnold. You can be free. After a low bow, the butler hastily left the office. The quiet knock of the butler's hands gradually dispersed in the walls. Having lost himself, the Duke fell into deep thought. Sitting with his fingers crossed in front of his shoulders, he tried to concentrate. Sudzenia, otherwise a snowball, formed at Svetomosti and did not give rest to their antagonistic duality. There was no evidence. Revelin's decision had seemed obvious from the start, but now it seemed like the plan of his opponent. Why are you giving in? What motivates you to do such things? Sympathy, what else? The Duke tried to guess all the details of the past battle between the warlord and the princess. So, what's this inappropriateness? Why don't you teach? The princess's figure is adored by your roses. Tristan's words sounded in his head. Too bad. That night, I could have worked with the princess, and no one could have gotten me hooked. We understand it well. So, did you get stuck in it, Mr. Jaillard? They grimaced at this, accusingly guessing that the man had caught an unbearable current. Glutless Nisenet Nitsi that year. I thought, and leaned back in my chair, holding my head back. Having typed in the login again, he sighed noisily. If I show the utmost respect to the princess, I can be crushed, or I can attack her with my impulsive behavior. So what's the answer, Fitzurku? Turning back to himself, it's much easier to blame the dark magic than to overcome the little and tendentious princess. I chuckled. In the middle of your soul there is a burning sensation, not otherwise, Mrs. Raven. I'm sure this fire will burn me. Vin guessed when she stumbled and her body came to a new point. I sighed strainedly. I can't believe that you are literally planning to harm me, even if the first crumb is yours. Surely there is no way for anyone to come up with a plan to take revenge on me for the mercy of my ancestors. I've been kicking you for a long time, Mrs. Raven. It is unbearable to endure this burning pain. Memory quickly awakened nostalgia. I will never be able to forget the smell of your hair. I will never be able to forget your smell. Now that you have whetted my appetite, you won't bother me. In view of the flood of doubts, he froze and closed his eyes. The meat is voluminous and has a delicate aroma. He inhaled deeply through his nose and chuckled. If one day you are in my arms, be sung, I will not let you out again. Lord, having cut the image of Revelin with smiles. What happened between us? Stosunki? Kahanya? It only took one night. This won't happen again. The princess's beastly voice sounded. This won't happen again. Poshepki sang Vin. What is missing from this mosaic? What a very important man. I don't have all the details, but you can tell that there are simply not enough details. The fingers began to tap the familiar rhythm again. Most days have passed, but the Duke sat undisturbed. The right leg was seized due to insufficient blood flow, and this led to his death. The victorious ones, sensing the billions of heads, began to attack them. This is for my reason. After washing the wine, rubbing my leg, it's time to end this. I squeezed the bottom with force, feeling the crunch of the brush. Otherwise, trying to shake off unpleasant thoughts, you shake your head in dissatisfaction. I don't understand anything. This is the first one, not mine. If it weren't for me, then I probably wouldn't have bothered to be the first to drink it right away. Revelin appeared before my eyes. Vona marveled at him with cold eyes. Are you lost, my love? Raptum spoke up. Let me help you. As a result of this fantasy, a chill ran through my body. He shuddered just before sleep. Having spent several years in search of this type of wine, we still don't know. The gray eyes were straightened to one point before hypnotizing someone. He sat undisturbed. The ice began to collapse completely. Levelin, I have given you a little baby. Do you like flowers? You're breaking my heart! You are tearing my soul apart! It's possible that after all I've avoided the dull surroundings, I'm trying to make some money without understanding what's going on. What about Revelin? Why were you manipulated by anything else? Having distributed all the provisions, the escort headed to the royal palace. Now in Reva's carriage, there was a little more fun, and even with Ernal's company. There was a distinctly tinkling laughter that mixed with the quiet movement of the wheels along the brook. They slapped me a lot, Mr. Patron. You approached me unnoticed, and I didn't feel at all that anyone was looking behind me. What is your original approach to meeting young ladies? Yurnell laughed and said nothing. On the day, it seemed to me that I had earned a favor by showing up at the place. Nothing has changed, as before we sat with a laugh at our faces. She opened her eyes and gazed in fascination at the rice of his disguise. He's super red, she thought. His eyes reflect the color of such a powerful one only among the gods. I'm starting to look like beauty. Rap's thought made her shudder. How do you know me, and what's next? Tell me, kindly, what brought you to our place? Why is it not the Duke of Elmondite who has made you afraid to go out of your way to make important arrangements for the ceremony of blessing? I thought that after the destruction of all the dark magicians in the Western lands, the Duke, as a sign of Shan, revokes the power of the gods. Have mercy, Shanovna. In truth, I arrived on this earth in search of you, and not of you. Have you ever guessed? The patron chuckled slyly. Revelin tensed, and the valleys began to tremble. Were you kidding me? Got out. So to you, my dear. I saw you hundreds of miles away. He lowered his eyes and laughed broadly. You created an energetic imbalance with your generosity. It seemed to me that, having manifested dark forces, they were trying to tempt the population of the kingdom with enchanted products and speeches. He began to laugh merrily. Revelin noticed how our brand began to react intensely to her words. He knows everything and plays with me. I thought there. Having perceived the good, he does not mark the curse. It's great to think about it alone. How does he read my thoughts? Her eyes widened in view of her unsatisfied thoughts. They stopped laughing, and an unpleasant pause hung in the air. Vona glanced at her and reflexively chuckled at her. This violet color of the eyes hypnotized her. What sense is there to be happy with me? If you know about the curse, then why bother? Vin klipnuf ochima. Vona repeated after him. What is expected? I thought there. Her emotions of sympathy faded, and she noticed how a slight pang of warmth descended to her stomach. Their eyes lowered their gaze to the woost. The warmth dropped a little lower. Kiss Yogo! A voice sounded in her head. Raptum, the pulsation behind her was transformed into a three-piece challan. Fantasies blossomed. Vona came to Tommy. I'll ask again, they said. Patron? I say it is the kingdom's fault to be written by such noble young ladies as you. Your generosity speaks about your kind heart. Material values ruin the spiritual balance of a person, but without them, human life is impossible. You earned treasures that brought you the respect of all saints. All saints, she whispered. Tim chewed Ernal for an hour. Thousands of deaths have passed, and people have developed beyond their powers. The spiritual world has been forgotten by most of the population of all lands, and you, Princess Raven, have stirred up this energy balance. In my opinion, it's worth a little money, but it's all the will of the gods. I am not a head, but only a hand. Your greatness, I want to tell you something. I'm glad that I earned a lot of money just by listening to my heart. I am extremely happy, but I want to enter the women's monastery and surrender my body and soul to the will of the gods. I respect. This is my gratitude. The denunciation arose from the shock. It seemed as if his eyes had changed color. He shook his head in dissatisfaction and said, What is your decision in giving you a recommendation? What is your particular idea? The wine froze in the cleaned lines. Our eyes have changed color, she thought. So, Your Honor, this is my particular decision. No one said anything to the monastery drive, and my brother, King Bastion, inspires me with all his might to achieve my plans. I would like to hear your thoughts about this drive. Viraz denounced Ernel and created a fantasy at Svidamosti Revelin. As a sign of recognition and dissatisfaction, I turned my back to her. Didn't I say I'm a fool? She sat with her hands clasped in the cleaned area, but she was not there. Why do you care about me? I thought there. The appearance of the wine is filled with anxiety. The valleys were unpleasantly sleepy. The memories of the past flooded into her with images of fortune. The princesses whisper in a muffled echo as they disperse within the walls of the church. I felt the rush of time. Vaughn did not look around and continued to pray. Princess, why are you bothering here? I heard the voice of a clergyman. Vaughn raised her eyes to him, looking around him with joy. I'll ask again. Don't you remember our remaining prayers? Your presence at God's temple reveals other leaders. Everyone needs God's encouragement, and your actions do not allow ordinary residents of Bridgentown to pray. Please, please show up sooner, and maybe tell me more quickly, since you've been waiting to come here. She wanted to scream, but her mouth was dry, and her thoughts like a stone were choking her, not allowing her to say any words. A three-eyed gaze fixed on the clergyman. The eyes were filled with anxiety and disappointment. Seeing the priest's prickly words, the valleys closed in. The cloth came out of its depths, swaying under its valleys. Why should you drive me away? Last time I confessed to him and said that I wanted to enter the women's monastery. I finally need God's help. All the clergy come out and sense my dark energy. She grimaced at the sight of her unsatisfied thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she sighed noisily and shook her head in displeasure. I've been cursed since my early childhood. Her voice sounded. In response to the words of Revelin, the patron of the patron, and with a healthy expression exposing his face, marveled at her. I don't understand what's going on, princess. What kind of curse are you talking about? Please remember, don't hesitate. My mother, she whispered. Matusia contacted dark forces, and now I must bear witness for her mercy. That's about it. Let's go. In this situation, the temple will accept you as a human being who repents of the deeds of his ancestors. Don't boast, you nobly want to fix things. The carriage, which had hit the stone, jumped, and with it, everyone who was in it. Rosny looked around nervously, checking everything. Mrs. Raven, don't boast. Your mother's actions cannot be blamed on you in any way. Moreover, I sense a special energy from you. Honestly speaking, I don't want to berate your decision. He looked at the end and looked tensely. The women's monastery is not an easy place. Life is even more comfortable for the monks. If you take into account your strong character and incredible strength of spirit, you will be able to achieve the desired results. Turning around to her, he glanced at her with a glance and washed. I especially don't praise your decision, but God's will for everything. And if you are willing to give your body to the service of the church, then no one can marry you. If your thoughts do not change, I will help you stick to it. Can you help me? She thought. What's on your radar? How can I help you? Can you give me some help? The patron is kissing me? Rapto's thoughts caused the brand to spill over. A peaceful pulsation passed through the body. I hope everything will be fine with you, Revelin. Watching in her eyes, she saw the heat approaching her breasts. Such a strong and purposeful girl defiantly defies all the divine services she has tried. There was a chuckle at his face. Seeing the sound, their lips opened. Undoubtedly, he will look at me. I have had mercy, and it is not a clergyman of high rank, but a clever and cunning one who will pass through the world. You can understand that I am now suspicious. Vaughn gave him a charming laugh and a calm timbre of her voice. I will be pleased if I can help you, Mr. Patron. These words pester my ears, Mrs. Raven. Feeling the gurkit, the gate of the palace rose. We are already on the spot, having washed the priest. I really enjoyed your company, Princess. I am confident that ours is not the rest of the sustrich. The carriage drove up to the gate and began to check the docks and rise. The ringing of metal subsided, and the night destroyed the palace. Behind the escort, a smoking saw rose up. To the princess of the Zeustrian voivode, Sergeyard. Please, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. He gently and sternly shook hands with her. How do you feel? Is everything okay? You look tired and a little tired. Turbovanaya? She asked for it. On his face, there appears to be little nourishment. No, everything is fine. By the way, I am in a miraculous mood, because today we have done good for the right. She tried to laugh, but it didn't come out right. What a wonderful conversation. I felt a voice behind me. This trip would have been boring for me if it wasn't your company. See you soon, Revelin Raven. His familiarity and streaminess snorted at her. This is the highest redness and the most favorable sedative. I thought there. Patron, I ask you to give me a favor. You calmed my mind and my soul. Our Rosmova's confession relieved me of the unacceptable sums and experiences. I'm looking forward to our attack. Vaughn entered the palace. The doors did not want to give in to this pressure and did not comply. Vaughn pulled them out with force. A creaking sound was felt, and the doors opened. Small short notes tapped on the underside. It looked like she was in a hurry. The rustling of cloth in unison with the crocs creates a melodic sound. What an incredibly hot day today is. I thought there. The clergyman does not understand anything and will not guess about my curse. I hope this is the beginning of my close. Still, it's for the best. Perhaps you can help me. Princesso! I felt a voice behind me. I'm cheering for you. The rest of the time you will be exposed to some incredible ideas. Insecurity is gradually following you. I am worried, Vona babbled. It is necessary to strengthen the warda. Having chewed the wine. Please understand that your carelessness is my direct liability, and I am trying to get rid of it, no more. What is your idea about this drive? He stood stiffly, awaiting confirmation. Vona turned around sharply. Our gaze would be lower, but we would stream. Vognyan's eyes stared at the commander. Movchanka, with heavy vantage, painted on both of them. Princess, I ask you not to accept my behavior as intrusive. Vaughn scanned Tristan's skin millimeter. I angered his spirit. Vin is afraid of me. Afraid of my skin word. It's so cute. Vona chuckled. Tristan shifted his weight from foot to foot, looking down to the ground. Your supernatural interest can harm me. As soon as I let him get too close, he will inevitably guess about my hiding place. It is necessary to let him go, so that I have little chance of getting out of this ups and downs. This insolence is unacceptable, Sir Jayard. You are starting to hurt me. It seems to me that your anxiety is a secret and nothing else. You behave like a pritchapa. I am constantly feeling anxious because you are following me wherever I go. I don't know anymore. Don't interrupt me. She cut him off sharply. I don't need additional security. It seems to me that you misunderstand me, and I will repeat it again. I don't need any protection. Having grown nervous, the Princess Tristan slowly lowered his eyes to the ground. The booming voice of the princess attracted the respect of the servant. What is expected? Why shout at him? Revelin's voice turned into a scream. Look at me! Leave me in peace! I'm wasting my time watching your unnecessary care. Let's go get out. Mother dear, she's completely out of her mind. What is he rehearsing? The commander-in-chief only wants to ensure her essential security. What's so wonderful about this? Well, lock it. Look, you can smell us. Forgot the whistle of the batog? The whispers sounded like confirmation. Look at me. After these words, she turned into a sharp rush towards the door. The cloth smoothly followed the body wrap. Having opened the doors, Reva did not go in, but jumped into the room, and having closed them, leaned her back on them. My heart was pounding like a dog's tail. I'll figure it out myself. Give me peace. Vaughn slammed her fist down on the door. It's just a dream. A bad dream. I thought there. The body relaxed, and a light blow of the door was felt. Trying to calm down, she took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and saw. This happened a dozen times. I felt voices in the corridor. It's no wonder that most people don't like her. Vaughn takes everyone away. Guess what will last forever? I'll repeat it again. Shut up, because the batog is being taken away. And I swear to God, as soon as this happens, I will tell everyone where the silverware went. After almost hearing the words, tears appeared in her eyes. Vust began to tremble. You're absolutely right. I'm telling everyone off. No one needs me. Leave me in peace. Reva, nervously rubbing her hands, lowered her gaze and began to cry. I would like to turn into a little bird and fly far, far away, where I won't know anyone. I thought there. The presence of the church was filled with the booming voice of the priest. Servant of God, Fitzurk, come to me. The ceremony of blessing the magician has begun. The church choir sang a ceremonial song. The Duke walked silently towards the patron. The priest hummed indistinctly, causing goosebumps to run through everyone present. The organ felt a sound signaling the greatness of the action. Having reached the patron Fitzurk, they stopped at the next step without letting their eyes burn out. The indiscriminate bubiness created a magical effect on those who were absent. The power given to me. I sensed the words of the priest, and then came the indiscriminate bubonic rant again. The energy of the ritual enchanted and entrapped me in a trance-like state. Glory to my God! The priest washed thoroughly. Glory! The attendants came up in unison. All of them, without opening their eyes, were still in a hypnotic sleep. An energetic whirlwind appeared around the patron, having burned Yogo and subtle changes of Zaishoff in Yogo's eyes. The body began to glow with blue light. The priest extended his hand to the Duke's head. Siaivo began to harass Fitzurk. Without opening their eyes, Reva only looked up at the process that was taking place. I might as well have earned some mercy by coming here. The Duke is always interested in talking to me. No one can tell me that I'm leaving. Magic began to burn the Duke's body. Otherwise, it would have been possible to break through his skin. Having appeared from the heavens, remember some directions for the new one. The melody of the organ hummed in unison with the music. Revelin had not yet felt too much pressure and was buried in her powerful doubts. Why didn't Ernal notice my curse? What would you have done if you had known? By lying to me and publicly voicing my damnation? My whole can be twisted or mischievous for me. I'm in a hopeless situation. In front of the eye is the image of the mother. Vaughn stood with her arms outstretched to her. Raptum, its head dropped and bobbed, its teeth widened and protruded. The ritual is coming to an end. The patron opened his eyes, and energy was concentrated in his valley. The hand began to shake lightly. The priest's voice fell silent. He looked around with a forlorn look and looked at Revelin. His violet eyes suddenly turned into doves. The princess noticed that her legs were shaking. Why should you be surprised at me? The eyes became green. Have you ever realized my curse? She wanted to leave the process and enter, but her body did not listen to her, and she resignedly lost her place. A slight tingle of warmth passed through my body. The warmth dropped to the tips of her toes, and then rose to her neck. The brand began to burn and create the already familiar pulsation, but it became more intense. "Patron? What can't you do? I mushed Trimati in my hands." The eyes opened wide. The heat changed on the Challen half and half. Vaughn saw Ernal naked, which is why his lips screamed viciously. Do you want yoga?" There were thoughts in this news. Vaughn took a deep breath on her back. "Be kind, just not at once. Only not with him." The body was burning with heat. The unbearable bastards left the process and sank into new clothes. Pete clearly twisted his body so that the cloth stuck to his back. The brand flared up and began to burn more and more. Vaughn ruinously tried to use the palm of her hand, but nothing changed. It was a good idea to get her skin covered right away. "Priest? I don't feel sorry for the damn thing." The demon Asmodeus appeared before his eyes. "Don't worry, my love." A hissing voice sounded. "There is no sense in this. This is not a curse, but your gift, my sweetie. Enjoy yourself." Vin began to regatta hoarsely. "Gift?" In response to the new sensations, she began to rhythmically roll around in the closets. "I'm not kidding anyone. This is becoming unbearable. Let me go. Thank you." Between her legs, there was a half-light. I felt the booming and hoarse laughter of a demon. Bastian noticed his sickly state. "What happened, little sister? Do you feel bad for yourself?" In a shaky voice, he sipped the wine. Vaughn didn't feel like she was rubbing the back of her neck. The king did not want to interrupt the process and was in no way amazed at Revelin. Will this unknown illness appear again? Thinking Vin, "How can I help you, sister? I see you're suffering, but I can't change anything. Make me mad." Revelin was completely worn out by the fight against these unbearable people. Vaughn didn't notice anything and tried to focus as much as possible and hold her hands in her hands. Two peculiarities fought in my soul. This essence split into two entities. Why are you bothering with me again? Images of the bitter night appeared before my eyes, and my eye trembled. Vitramati is simply unbearable. A pulsation appeared in the chest and spread to the lower abdomen. The dome of the temple trembled under the thunderous applause of those present. The light began to gain strength, and it was now clearly visible how the light penetrated into the Duke. It was shaped like a cul-de-sac and swelled under the dome of the sanctuary. At the sight of the man, the attendants hummed in fascination. "What a miracle! H-Chose having washed over the Natovpu. Marvel at how brightly you shine. Now it's time for God! Glory to Duke Elmendite!" The patron's hand transferred energy to the Duke in measured portions. Sievo, in a stepwise manner, penetrated into him. Fitzurk stood firm and humbly accepted the power bestowed upon him. The skin cells of the body felt the patchwork of the saiva. You have noticed how the flesh becomes thicker before the stench turns to stone. Skin sounds become clearer and more pronounced. Energy changed my material warehouse. As the sacred trance faded, absolute silence took shape. T. Prishov before me. I sensed a rough voice. "Who is this? Having asked for wine. Who am I? It doesn't matter. It's important. Who are you?" "I am a warrior." Having washed the wine. His shyness turned into his body. You open your eyes and feel how the energy smoothly spreads into the new. A slight tremor in my hands. He became a god. "So, Fitzurk, you are a warrior." The Duke grinned and denounced the patron. In his hand, he lived happily. Having squeezed the valley, the energetic ball of light split into its valley. "Now you have a great responsibility." Having washed the wine, the energy was absorbed and distributed in a balanced manner throughout your body. The spiritual experiences passed away, and the Duke laughed. "I wonder if this process is proceeding differently, Mr. Patron. In fact, the reception will be appreciated." The naughty galas got up. There were satisfied voices from the nobles present. Nato began to applaud. "Quiet, gentle gentlemen." The priest's voice sounded. "I understand you, but there is no place for such ovations." Fitzurk's guests will look around. Before his eyes stood the divine glances of the nobles. No one was seen besides one girl, Revelin, quietly rinsing the wine. "How many times have you left me?" It sounded in my thoughts. The look will be tense and stiff. His deep eyes dug into her and stood unshaken in the face of paralysis. Their eyes became sharpened. "No, not at once! Don't marvel at me!" The body was trembling in the presence of a sore half. "What's wrong with me? My thirst is uncontrollable. The curse is fading away from me, and I can no longer stream." She turned away from him so as not to stare at him. "I need to stream to myself and not be surprised by anyone's eyes." Gurka suddenly appeared to her before herself. "I must fight against you." The body fell in the middle of the fire. The demon's voice sounded mocking. "These are the very things I need. Be sure. I relish your sweet fear." Asmodeus retorted maliciously. "The more you stream, the weaker you become. The hour will come and you won't be able to see it. Otherwise," she woke up from her sleep and shuddered. "Run!" It sounded in her head. Vona looked around at the exit of the temple. "Princesso," I heard Vitsark's voice. "Don't be surprised and start quickly running to the door, rubbing your neck. There it flows again. Perhaps they are not mutual, and the Duke is obliging himself to reciprocate." "How are you guessing?" Eyewitnesses of the sacred action were whispered to Cradcom. "Well, why don't you know the wondrous character of the princess? Such people are called Furies." "What is there to do with her? I just want to talk to her." Seeing his nervousness, his eye began to shrink. "Try it in your hands and get excited." Before the voice sounded in your Svitamosti, the team slowly began to disperse. "Did you see those magical things?" "It seemed to me that it was passing through me." "Yes, I felt the same way. Otherwise, millions of little heads lightly pricked the skin cells of my body." "Princesso!" I felt a voice behind me. She didn't look back and walked away quickly. "Princesso!" I felt the sound behind me. Revelyn sewed up the details of why her cloth was floating in the wind. "Shut up! I won't stand up! I'll be happy to talk to you. I will run after you until you listen to me and don't depend on my food." There was no evidence. "Zupanicia, please!" Realizing that the Duke in no way would not stand up and not give her peace of mind, she muttered. The whole body fell near the fire. The skin cells were awakened. Thickly after thrashing, warmth spread through the belly and concentrated between the legs. There she trembled, having fogged them up. Vichapisha. Poshepki washed out. She seemed to be feeling feverish and her body temperature rose. "Don't scratch me," she screamed. "I'm sick! I'm sick!" "Princess, your skin will be crazy when we get in touch with you. Don't you think it's amazing? Perhaps I can cure this illness." Yogo's voice sounded serious. "Please don't pretend to explain your wonderful behavior to me. Our hundreds are visible to everyone who is absent, you know that. Why are you constantly ignoring me? Is it fun for you as a child? Know that my feelings are wide. I will fight until the end. I pray you, admire me in your eyes and say that you don't screw me. I'm telling you that I'm no stranger to you. Give me proof." Vin was caught in a deep focus on her words. Vona hummed. "You have already tasted a few bites and have a similar feeling. Finish it. Stay where you are, or you won't smell anything from me. I don't understand what is happening between us." Fitzurk said quietly. His hand went under the cloth and began to crush it. He tensed his gaze and wondered why he should move. "Don't be afraid of me. I won't hurt you at all." Having washed the wine. "Look at me, you damned Baudour! I hate you!" Feeling the heather, it shuddered and broke back. "I don't." Vin didn't have time to finish his sentence. "Come on, I told you. If you can't hear me, I'll tell you louder." Vaughn typed in the word and squealed, "Go get away!" Due to his lack of sleep, his eyes became wide and three-dimensional. A cold haze passed through the body and it froze. What's wrong with her? There you go, goddammit. Such hostility that it is maddening, spinning in my thoughts. Vaughn turned around nervously and froze. The cloth repeated the rapping flow of the rosy wind. It was loud and hoarse and intermittent. The girl chuckled once and muttered quietly to herself, "I'm not kidding anyone." There was no longer any pulsation in my neck. Vona sank down to her stomach and shook her thin head. Pete poured out his accusations, and the words sounded steadily in his head. "It befits me, as you promise." Speaking in a hissing voice, "This contrasting behavior will drive me crazy. What is there to do with her? Vaughn doesn't hurt me. Am I the right one?" Thoughts changed chaotically, one after another. He clenched his fist forcefully and felt the cracking of brushes. With the bag, he lowered his chin and quietly washed. Pevno, not only in me on the right. Vini decto inchi. I'm guessing I'll make you angry in no time. Please understand, I am a different person. Since your heart desires a drop of generosity, I wish you forgiveness for my ancestors. Vonimitevo turned around. There is stench in the eyes. The devil's ferocity has completely enveloped me. What did I say? I felt the heather in this information. Vaughn clenched her teeth forcefully. I felt a bridling squeak. Fix everything for me. It's not me who hates, but my mother. Those nights she confused me with others. Our Zoostrich was a mercy. An hour paused, and Vitsark did not lose his respect for the world. Can we talk about forgiveness? My money was wasted in front of my eyes. Did you start laughing out of nowhere? Fierce hatred boiled in her fiery heart. The brand calmed down after growing tired of hatred. In the face of unsatisfied thoughts, a crack appeared in his eyes. Emotions surged through him with burning pain. The wide eyes reflected hatred and savagery. You can feel how your heart beats at your temples. Stink with the commander Kokansi. I have no mercy, and the best option is the most effective. Before his eyes, I placed the image of Tristan, pleased with his accusation. He hugged Revelyn and gently squeezed her hand. Without letting go of his senses, he screamed, "You have hundreds of dollars with Jayard." The princess at the head of the house told me terribly, "It's not yours to handle. You don't mean anything to me, and I have the will to fix things as I respect them. Your intrusiveness is driving me crazy. Haven't you realized anything yet? I don't really know what words to explain to you anymore. Sorry." This exposure did not reflect everyday emotions. It seemed that he had caught the statue in Kamyan. Her voice sounded unspeakable. Thinking about it, I want to find out in a melodious way that it's happening. The hour has come. I'm tired of these mindless little balls. I want to hug her because I would like to get closer to her. There may be a single way out to find out the truth. He clenched his teeth forcefully as his face became distorted. Find the lock, Revelyn thought. Never mind. To calm her emotions, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Calm down. Everything is fine. It sounded in Svedomosti. Vona earned one meal and felt his voice behind her. Tell me this in your eyes. Yogo's voice sounded. It was simply white. She saw his breath and turned around. Yogo stood looming over her. Tell me this in your eyes. Repeating Vin. Staring in her eyes, she could not utter any words. The body froze and could not be heard. There was no eager reaction in her empty eyes. Don't talk. Gently rinsing the wine. Give me proof, and I won't bother you anymore. His voice became soft. Your praises do not bring me satisfaction. I just want to find out the truth before this night. All the words you have said are super consistent with your emotions. I can't believe that this was a banal mercy. Be kind, deprive me of suffering, and reveal the truth. Their lips died down, but there was no sign. Their gray eyes faded. My head became foggy, and Revi felt as if the warmth was flaring up. The brand on my neck said something to itself in a half-hearted attack. You are weak, my dear. A hissing voice whispers of satisfaction. Come on, let me have a go. The demon's words gave her a surge of strength. I won't give up, she said to herself. Vaughn clenched her fists and swung at Vitsark to hit him. You're missing me. If you don't understand my words, I hesitate to explain this to you further. Vaughn pulled out a Dodik of his valley. With a slight gesture, he grabbed her by the wrist and looked in wonder at her eyes. A satisfied smile spread across the face. What does it mean to love? This, at first glance, simply adds a lot of explanation. Having washed the wine, I want, she thought. The woohoo sounded hoarse and satisfied. Just like that, my little girl. You want it. The demon Asmodeus thorns in satisfaction. Their gaze dropped. Yogo Vusta. Yes, my love. Kiss him and let your suffering go away. I love it. One day you will be mine. Forever and ever. No one is lying to you. Your body will be under my control. You should show off in front of me, and perhaps then I will be kind to you. The Duke's words sounded like a star to her. She was completely clayed by Asmodeus and left nothing behind. Snuggle up to the new one. The hissing voice sounded again. See his holy and solid body. You're asking for something. Revelyn, please don't bother me. Gently run your fingers along the back side of the lapel. I really love you and want to share my life with you. My heart bursts with pain when I look at you. Vaughn didn't hear anything. Vaughn froze with a divine look. Witserk didn't mention anyone and spoke further. I don't know what to say about you. I don't think they'll talk about us. No one in the world is important to me. I need nothing more. Vaughn didn't hear anything. Revelin, I say hello to you. After these words, she shuddered and moved away from him. Not realizing what he was looking at, he looked at her with a worried look. You can feel how to shake her hands. No, I don't want to, she screamed. The demon revolted. An important, drawn-out pause hung in the air. The Duke marveled at her with wide-open eyes and groaned. I don't want to. It sounded in my thoughts. I call out to her all the time. This is the end. Axis, there it is, the truth. Your inner light broke into fragmented rocks. Having arrived, Revi became aware. Vona told Zaiva, What have I gained? I don't remember what happened. What did I say to Yumu? Vaughn covered the company with her hand, otherwise trying to stream out the words with it. Yogo, look. Are you on the lookout for confirmation? Raptova's thought babbled. You want to kiss me! Let me go! She screamed. Trying to be virtuous, she looked like a glutton. With her free hand, she hit him in the chest. Let me go, or I'll scream. Revi screamed angrily. The one who is dating you! Calm down! You are not yourself! The voice sounded angry. Why should you be so hostile? What a reaction to me! Did you feel what I said to you? I'm kicking you! I groan with all my heart, Reveline. He let go of her hand and touched his chin. I can't live without you. Make me mad! The world again spent color, and she was caught marveling at the new one. The sounds of the excessive light died down. They faded in the night in the greenhouse. What are you doing? Sir? Raven, are you all okay? I want! Her tremulous voice sounded. Vaughn gently spreads the unheard sounds. What do you want? A hissing voice sounded. Say it again! Znovu! 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 There was a buzz in this news. What's going on? V is not herself! Zupanit! I want! Her voice is firmly unsung. Vaughn feels solid under her, and the brand begins to boil on her neck. I want! I repeat again. Guess how wonderful it was, my dear. Do you remember the warmth of your body? Do you remember this aroma? I'll tell you my fortune. Rap's nostalgia sets fire to her. A slightly hoarse, malicious laugh. I'm completely out of 3, my dear. Just 3 rubles. It was wonderful. Whisper there. The demon is not very hotter. Yes, my sweetie. You will never be able to forget anyone. It's not a curse. It's what you deserve. These are the ones I need. A little secret, like a tiny secret place. I'm fit. Take my body. The demon does not confirm. I'm good. Scream away from the hypnotic dream. Are you in love with my dear? I felt Asmodeus whisper. So, it's unbearable. That's what she said. In this case, get over it. What's wrong with you, Revelin? Why don't you sleep? Come on! Vin began to lightly shake her shoulders. Be a weasel. Wake up! Vaughn didn't tell. Dear God, what is going on with her? Kohana, please, wake up! He began to uncontrollably tug at her shoulders. Revelin, wake up! The Duke's words were heard from afar. Do you hear it? Hissing voice. We cry to you. The demon is not very hotter. I want, she whispered. So take it however you want. The voices of the blacksmiths were felt. The stinks repeated the words of the curse in unison. Revi noticed how half-hearted passion craves her. The symbol of Asmodeus started to pulsate uncontrollably on my neck. Hot quills spread smoothly across her body. Vona opened her eyes. Revelin, what's wrong with you? Don't move. Tell me, what hurts you? What the hell am I doing with you? Let's let our gaze go. Zenitsi from orange changed to red. There was a feeling of burning in them. She quickly grabbed his hand, which made him feel more painful. Why are you roguish? Vona marveled at him with a divine look. Yogo is overcome with fear. You're sick. My God, what is the matter with you? Be kind. Don't be lazy. You're such a Garnius, Vitsarku. Kiss me. The Duke seemed taken aback. Without seeming to say any words, he was in a stupor, marveling at her with wide-eyed eyes. You are such a Garni. Kiss me, Znova repeated. I I don't understand. Whisper Vin. With the force of my hand, I squeezed my shoulders and neck. I want. Promovila Vaughn, wondering at the new one, let him go. Kiss me. She pulled it towards her, and her lips perked up. I felt a strained breath. It seemed that the wind would not rise again. I don't understand what's going on with her. This is madness. That's why the hell out of here. I need to get out of here. He shook his head, trying to get unnecessary thoughts out of his head. Kohana, I won't understand you. Yogo's voice sounded. I joined you. Vaughn said in a sweet voice. I give it to you. Take it to me. I'm yours. She stood there with her mouth wide open and breathed importantly. Don't you understand that I'm falling in love with you? Take me, the princess hissed. How welcome is an unsatisfied woman, two noble people in one place. This voice was familiar to both of us. How do you feel about yourself, Mr. Fitzurk? Sometimes after the inoculation, you feel a little confused. Do you feel better? Tse Bov Ernal. Take me, goddammit, hissed there. The Duke stood intact. Marveling in his eyes, he swallowed unselfish fear. I feel like good people that the Duke shows sympathy for Princess Revelin. I'm flying. I hope that I will soon smell a merry march. Ernal laughed good-naturedly. Everything was like a dream. I heard voices from afar. The stench sounded muffled before she was under the water. Two most noble individuals. An echo sounded in her feed. I'm flying! The voice sounded again in the distance. The dream unfolded, and she saw before her the glorious denunciation of Fitzurk. Everything was done reflexively. Vaughn jumped up as she was covered in something hot. My God! She washed out and caught her with a healthy look on her face. No, I feel a miracle. I don't have any sick symptoms. Patron saint, the ceremony was successful, and now I suddenly feel a surge of magical energy of great forces. Yogo's voice sounded ragged. We have a little supergirl and a princess in us. Don't brag, everything is fine. Ernel closed his eyes and walked lightly towards the dead. I remember one incident with the young Duke. I've already lost my mind, but I'll tell you the hidden essence. After the ritual, the blessing of intoxication with energy and the occasional evil of oneself. Are you showing? Behind the skin, the sacred cross is unacceptably broken in your hand. At first, I realized that the skin had become unbreakable. Speaking patron, not a single sword can pierce the skin of the Blessed One. Then, powerful physical strength appeared in his muscles. You won't believe it. He raised his head high and hit the stele with his evil head. Fitzurk respectfully heard. For skin problems and headaches, take a reasonable approach to nutrition. Produvjuvav Ernel. At this point, with blessings, I would not recommend experimenting with skills and habits. The Duke's tense gaze scanned the priest's skin. What are you getting at? Thinking Vin. Don't I look like a total fool? The patron was slowly approaching them. His accusation was embellished with a sly smile. Don't boast, patron. Everything is fine. I am careful with my new memories and skills. What brought you here? I hope this is not our galas? The voice will be dry and tense. It's wonderful to see this priest, Fitzurk thought. I have no doubt about it. I just want to get you out of here with a funny story. He laughed with a strained laugh that sounded hypocritical. As you have already noted, my test was not bad, and I have removed you from negative emotions. Allow me to chortle. How do young people suffer from wheezing? What are you talking about, patron saint? About what kind of 100-year-olds? Raptom nervously entered Rosmova Revelin. The Duke and I don't have a lot of hundreds. I won't! Looking at Fitzurka's back, she said sternly, Don't react so rambunctiously, princess. Creating a new family is an important and rewarding time for every person. Anxiety and anxiety before this action are absolutely normal. Sometimes, chaos and hatred are all in order. Vin looked slyly at the Duke. The denunciation continued, and the mouth opened its mouth. What's wrong? Thinking Vin. Like love? What kind of hatred? Tsezagali not Yogo. Why are you giving in? Is it possible that the fourth patron will meet before Reveline? The priest went to Revelin in a playful voice. Princess, I am a great connoisseur of tea and have a gift for you. An extremely rare white lotus leaf. Would you like to share the tea ceremony with me? Ernal had not yet marked Fitzurk. Seeing the lack of sleep, Revia was taken aback. Vaughn stood inviolately with a cheerful expression, apparently not seeming to do anything. What does it pull me towards? I thought there. Do you want to get rid of the unacceptable controversy and face me? Either way, there is no way out. Yes, lovelies. She spoke quietly. Pan Elmondite, don't boast. I'll talk about the princess. I'm wondering if the filijanka will have some tea to quickly get her back on her feet. I have already noticed similar symptoms in young girls. More stress and a hot drink will help. The words sounded dry and firm. Are you a valid priest? Thinking Fitzurk. Your wonderful behavior is beginning to annoy me, the priest. You show up too often at the right time. Such hostility that you can smell revelin. So, Mr. Patron, I am very welcome with you. The princess needs some repairs and a hot drink. Rinse the wine cold. The duke stood intact. The knocking sound of the people gradually became distant. It's not over yet. I'll sit alone with you, and I'll explain why you really came to whose palace? As soon as they sensed my words, the doors began to creak. I kindly ask for my humble donkey. Having washed the priest, the room for the clergyman reflected his balanced character. All speeches were previously hanging in their places. Absolute order. The table for the tea ceremony was adorned with 2 great windows. The sleepy room was brightened by the place filled with divine happiness. Above the fireplace, there was a year anniversary, the deathly sound of a pendulum creating a special atmosphere. Come in, sir, he asked with a slight gesture of his hand. I understand your nervousness. Sometimes boys indulge themselves aggressively and unreasonably. For whom are the miracle faces? White lotus tea. Please, ladies and gentlemen, don't overshadow the moment of relief. Without checking on this story, we will continue. Be kind. Stay close to me at my living table. Bachit de vin? In a little bit of white vicon. The wine is incredibly hot. Its beauty attracts me like a magnet. He's a priest. Calm down. There was a lot going on in her thoughts. You should go ahead and buy some bright vessels. Good, dear. Having heard Reva's voice, she completely lost her mind. After a few clicks of the dishes, I look around and rinse. Why are you standing? Come in. Respect what you are in God's temple. Absolutely safe place. I chuckled. The knocking of the anniversary pendulum intertwined with the rustling and clinking of dishes. I have a great fact for you. Ernal spoke. Did you know that a lotus flower grows best in a bagel? Bagno. The most beautiful minds in which this growth is in full swing. The process of the tea ceremony seemed especially important for him. The lotus is equal to the people. Having said vin, it is important to note that specialness is formed best in the heavy minds of life. Pain and suffering are not the dark side of life, but those that support it. Commitlavy is a smart little guy, she thought. Life is unfair. Why did you dress up the priest's way? Vin extremely garny, and among the women Vin B gained incredible popularity. Vona rubbed her hands nervously. And that's why, my dear, your folding path is nothing else, as the norm is in everyday life. Raising his eyes to her. Princess, are you all right? She looked nervous and shuddered. Yes, everything is fine. You recognize it very well. I didn't want to respect you. A hypocritical chuckle spread across his face. You laughed, straining your whole body. It was a success. Just a little bit. Vigarna student. Perhaps a women's monastery is the same place in which you will feel comfortable. A feeling of warmth passed through my body. Have you forgotten about me? A hissing voice sounded displeased. You are weak because of your skin. In the closets, my heart began to pound uncontrollably. The valleys are sleeping. The brand sank on our necks and began to heat up. I don't know why. Not at once. Vaughn covered her mouth with her hand and lowered her eyes to the ground. Know yourself, demon. I don't want. A chill ran through her body. Revi bit her lip, trying to get some relief from the pain. Nothing came of it. The golden color of the tea leaves the teapot like a thin flower, pouring down to the cup. A dekilka of kvilin and your routine is ready for use. Having spoken to Ernal with a chuckle on his lips. This miraculous drink will quickly get you back on your feet. Vaughn took the rag to her hands and made a bunch of small patties. Hot drink flavored with licorice. After she touched him through his body, there was a feeling of warmth that was not at all similar to the heat of the curse. Why do you think I asked you to join me for the tea ceremony? After these words, symbolically take a cup to your hands and make a dozen small rounds. He smacked his lips in satisfaction and looked up at her. Vona hummed. Ernal moved smoothly, with graceful arms, placing the cup on the saucer. I felt a slight clicking sound. He raised his eyes to her and washed. I tell you, our sustrich in the place was not out of character. I recognize you, Mrs. Raven. He's making fun of me, without a doubt! An unsatisfied thought painted on their faces. The eyes were wide open, and the heart was beating from the chest. The priest is a loser! Oh, who is it? There was a familiar pulsation behind the neck. She turned her gaze to the half of the candle, where it fluttered gracefully, shimmering with a golden hue. Revelin. The priest's voice sounded. Their eyes narrowed. Holy God, what's wrong with him? The horn of his eyes was blue. Vona shook her head to rid herself of this hallucination. The status of a clergyman of the highest rank was assigned only to people with natural characteristics. These were children like the gods. The habit of lovelessness is an illusion, created so that the gods are not incapable of using their power for their own purposes. I have only one delicate supply before you. And in what manner did you receive blessings? I am already satisfied with the rite of initiation, but I don't quite understand who initiates priests. A sly smile shone on her lips. Soon everything will fall into place, she thought. Don't you know? Priests bring sweets in their clingy paws. Before the speech, my mother was unable to fly with me and suddenly let me in. I fell by the river and was rescued by the local shepherds. The voice sounded mocking. Revi did not immediately comprehend the subtle heat. She was completely amazed, but having realized the clever guess, she began to laugh. You are so wise, patron. Leilika let her in. First, I smell something similar. My mother told me that she also brought me a treat. The sound of laughter in the walls of the room. Having closed his eyes, he said in a serious voice, I have a great proposition for you, Mrs. Raven. Your sickly state is bent on me, and therefore I encourage you to perform the blessing ceremony. The priest's unconvinced words filled her with stupor. Vaughn opened the company in the air and marveled at him with wide-open eyes. Blessed? She whispered. Yes, my love. The blessed ritual is the very thing you need. Don't brag. For me, the right one is on the right. I would call it professional activity. And be sung, I will put everything in the dungeon so that you are not driven away from home. The initiation of Duke Elmondite has a different character. For you, I will say something else. You deserve it. He knows about my dungeon. You want to shout at me. What is it, timid? As soon as I imagine the priest might be taken as a servant of dark forces. Is it possible? She said in a non-singing voice. I read sacred literature. It says that after the inception ceremony, the clergyman spends his magical powers for the next hour. The ceremony was held today. Vaughn marveled at him in amazement. Can you bless more than once? This procedure can be carried out in different forms. The initiation of Duke Elmondite is a more complex process. This blessing was upon the decisions of the mighty powers. The priest can bless and bestow a magical talisman of the lower rank. I will tell you this myself. The words caught in her throat. She didn't know how to react to the priest's words. Blessed? I thought there. How can anyone find out about my curse? It's not safe. Reva with force wintered the cloth in the valley. I need to come back. An unacceptable creak cut through the wind. With the sound of this princess, the sound of the valley was stronger. What should we do? No need. It was spinning around in her head. We will find out about everything at once. Oh no, not at all. Don't come near. Thoughts emerged from the middle, approaching her in leisurely steps. Revelin obscured them in the depths of her offensive. Well, the procedure is incredibly simple. Don't boast, princess, you feel more relieved. I promise you. Speaking to those approaching her, the words came out of her on their own. Sir, don't worry about me. I'm already much prettier. Lotus tea effectively has miraculous powers. I've read it again and can already feel the effect. I feel great. Her voice is unmistakably loud. Together with you, I urge you to forget about familiarity. Come back to me. Ernel. Having washed the wine. I understand your reaction. There is no need to be afraid. Everything will be smooth and painless. I guess you will deserve it. Laughing slyly. Are you worthy? What do you care about? I won't understand you, she said alarmingly. He's making fun of me. What do you want to earn with me? The priest blinked and said, Relax. In no time you will become much more beautiful. Before speaking, I had one bad fit. We will tell you. One girl has been dreaming of my blessing for a long time. I can't understand why. As soon as it appeared, it was cursed. Do you see? I saw my noble companion. Vin laughed mockingly. What a story. Promovila revi. Alas, I'll still be pleased. I'm really boasting so that the devil doesn't hurt you. The ceremony took place today, at the cost of your strength. There is no need to make such sacrifices for me. Your energy may be of use to someone else. The voice of Tremtiv. You've been caught up too much, Revelin. Relax, be kind. Having begun to gracefully, smoothly create bell-shaped hands with your fingers, once the procedure is completed, you will feel a significant relief. This obligation is to help kind people. This is the end. I thought there, infect the curse of Asmodeus for me. I'm sure I'll die first and won't give you a happy look. Seeing the experience in her, her heart began to uncontrollably tighten. Don't collapse, please, he said in a calm tone of voice. I closed my eyes. The power given to me. An unintelligible bubo with a jumble of unclear words from an ancient letter circulated within the walls of the room. God bless the slave. White fingertips appeared blue and blue. Don't let yourself get sick. Don't let yourself worry. I felt something like this, and after what, I continued to vaguely feel the pinch. Reva opened her eyes and smiled brightly. It's going to hurt. It was lost on her in the Duma. Vaughn clenched her forehead and grimaced in the bath. Come on in! Come on in! The priest said in a rude, booming voice. Revi noticed how her nose, as thin as a hair, began to rag. Vaughn swung at him, trying to get rid of the itching. The patchwork turned into a prickle, and it spread intensively across the face and head. Damn you, evil spirit! Let God release the servant from your painful clutches. Bubonic priest. His voice was strained and monotonous. Vona blinked at the trans. You're damned! The princess immediately sensed a rough human voice. Why did you come before me? For the rescue? The words echoed under the dome of the monastery. I don't know. Who are you? What should I do? Give in to you! An unself-conscious hoarse roar crashed into her knowledge. Fear has engulfed my mind, pure burning fear. Here you go, she squealed. No one is lying to you. From now on, you will be my invisible part. You are me. We are tied. The hissing voice is satisfied. No, she screamed. The eyes opened up. The demon stood in front of her in the lotus position. From his past, a long snake's tongue was writhing in different directions. A very tasty fear. Having washed Asmodeus and laughed maliciously, Vona buried her head in her hands and began to squeal uncontrollably. No, I don't want. I can't. No. The blue is clearly intertwined with the violet. It was possible for good to fight against evil. God's energy was pouring in. All the muscles of the body tensed up, and their pain was felt. Vona spread her arms in front of her, but there were roses on her cross. The whole body was filled with tremors. It seemed like an electric current would pass through it. I don't want. Vaughn fell into a state of serious dizziness. Tears flowed from her eyes, and she constantly repeated, I don't want! Let me go! The lower crack was shaking heavily. I don't want, Vaughn repeated, gasping for breath. Let me go! Hands frantically frayed the forgery. Having calmed down, she washed away. Patron patron, I don't think I'm waiting. Be kind, call the chamber. The docs were in a trance, and the light would be too much for her. Revi didn't remember anything. Tsikavyi fall, having washed the wine. So you, Mrs. Raven, are suffering from fever? She washed her eyes a little with a hint of snow. So, I just need to read a little. Stubbornness is the first sign of stupidity, Revelin. I have already heard the curse of Asmodeus. Calmly rinsing the wine, tears welled up in her eyes, and she began to sniffle nervously. Be kind! Call out the maid! I coughed. Marietta! What kind of damn thing are you talking about? The voice sounded unsinging. Patron, everything is fine with me. No more cold. I will help you. Give me your hand. Vaughn, without hesitation, extended her hand promptly. I caught a little cold. What a sickness. You're sick. He interrupted her to the point. Yes, I can already feel it. You have caught a cold, and you know nothing about the curse of Asmodeus. Yogo's voice is full of violence with hints of sarcasm. Yogo Dotik created the effect of vibration. A chill ran through my body as the heat subsided throughout my entire body. The pulsation in the police station renewed. Everything was blurry in my eyes. Otherwise, the light became thick and important. "It's a cold," she whispered. I got sick. The mouth dropped open, and the empty eyes glared at the priest. Without looking away, I took her hand. The fingers interlocked, and the bottom of her body began to shake slightly. "This very effect is like the curse of cunning, Mrs. Raven. Unfortunately, my blessing will not be enough to completely free you from suffering." Its skin became a red-hot color, otherwise the scorching sun had baked it. Vajka's breathing was uneven. It seemed like she was suffocating. Revi clasped her hand under the cloth between her legs in a position of protection. "One way out, princess." I heard the voice of a clergyman. "It is necessary to stop the hunger of Asmodeus quickly. Otherwise, it's early and late. You don't stop and attack the guard or servant. What do you want?" In my opinion, the reputation of the royal family is top-notch. Leodina is a slave to her status, especially as a princess, protection, or servants. She repeated after him in a dull voice, "Let's just look at it and let it go." This knowledge was clouded by the fiery trance of the demon. Empty eyes stared blankly at the priest. "There you are. I don't feel it. The curse has faded." "Nothing. Just have a little patience, and everything will be fine, poor girl. I have already stolen more than a dozen of these yakti. I promise that you will be worthy of my habits of sacrament." The appearance showed a satisfied chuckle. Revelin touched his hand, trying to pull him towards her. Ernell chuckled. Vaughn laughed at him with a stupid expression and said, "I'll help you. Don't brag. Everything will be fine." "Relax and follow me." A voice sounded in this message. "Levelin, I have given you a little baby. Do you like flowers?" The sidelong glance focused. The eyes became orange. The veil lifted, and a thick fog emerged. Ernell marveled at her. His eyes were gray. "Nareshti, you turned around." I felt the calm voice of the priest. "What the hell?" she screamed. "Clean up your paws! What's going on?" Vaughn forcefully raised her hands away from him. "You say everything correctly. Not just a devil, but a demon." A smile appeared on the face. "Revelin, it was you who took my hand, not I who took you. You are overwhelmed by curses. You do not control your actions and do not inform them." I didn't hesitate. I just kept an eye out for symptoms. It's a pity. You can only be robbed of one thing: taming the demon's hunger. When she tried, the words of the patron seemed plausible to her, but she realized that she might have been deceived. "You are making a mistake. This is not true. I don't believe you. Do you want to stop your hunger?" She screamed hysterically. "I'm sorry for you, Revelin. It seems that you are not yet aware of the seriousness of your formation. In the Western lands, there is a little mirror. A mirror. But at the moment, we don't have access to anything new. Do you understand? Life must be peaceful. Kindly dim my words." Ernell did not curse at all. His gaze was calm and streaming. In the bathed state, the little moths marveled at her with their violet eyes. "Can you hear me?" Having asked for wine. When I asked, it seemed to me that the demonic trance had once again overtaken you. "I can smell you." It was clear from Revi. "Everything is fine with me. It looks like the curse has set in." He clapped his bows together as a sign of the good day. "How often do you get attacked?" "I understand so. Why not?" She mooed without looking at anyone. Rosmova pulled it out. Numaverna then burned her body. It seemed like everyone had become tinny, heavy, and important. She spoke in a tired voice. "This is not the first attack." She sighed sadly. "I didn't stream once, and now I'm suffering because of it," Ernell mumbled. The pause weighed heavily on the princess. Why bother? Have I lost my cool again? The eyes clinging, and the stench became gray in color. Out of nowhere she turned away. "Isn't that right?" Having asked for wine. Revi looked at the new one. His eyes were violet. "Tell me, do you want to escape from this scorching, unbearable suffering? Why should you solve your problem and not ignore the problem? Your reputation is at risk. As soon as people become aware of your curse, your prestige will be destroyed." The brand shook slightly. A wave of warmth rose from the breast to the lower abdomen. My legs began to itch unbearably. I felt the hissing sound of Asmodeus. The Rogivka turned into a red coin. Levelin, I'm seducing the little one. I have fertilized the little one. Tliandochka! No, go get away, she squealed. Seeing the unslept, Ernel breathed a little. Vaughn sternly shook her head from side to side, wondering what was happening. It's a difficult task to endure. If I don't help, the poor girl might die. Transform into a creature that collapses without instinct, a soulless shell. Vusta grimaced in displeasure. There is no way out. I'm going to lie down. Princesso, can you hear me? There were no emotions on her face. The gap hung open. The empty eyes were directed empty. The body went limp and looked completely relaxed. Revelin, if you sense me, try to guess something important from your childhood. Tell your fortune more respectfully, Yernel shouted loudly. I'm coming to visit you, bringing you gifts. The cat is full to the brim, Lasoshev baked from sin. Singing in a hissing voice. Have a good drink, my darling, having washed the demon. A thick cloud developed, and Ernel began to shake. Help me, I'm scared! Poshepki washed out. The eyes were filled with tears. The stench was heavy, and pearls were bouncing all over it. Vust tremtil. Extra help. Gikayuchi blessed one. Everything is getting worse, no matter what. The voice sounded shaved. Singing, one of the blue devils picked up an ancient scroll. Scroll of Ascension. Now you will forever be bound to him as one whole. This is even stronger than the curse. Suddenly, Revelin began to tremble. My throat is dry. Tears flowed from the eyes, and they were denounced like hail. I will die like my mother. It's up to me to waste. The taste of blood filled her mouth, and she bit her lip. The Rozpak would then rise from the middle like an acidic smear. I urge you to resign yourself to your fate, she thought. If the patron cannot help me, then it is obvious that there is no way out. I will lash out at the accusations. She rose from her knees with a sharp roar. Without even saying a word, she got up and wanted to sing. Yernel nodded and grabbed her hand. Check it out! Having washed the wine. She didn't feel anything at all and tried to go against the fact that she was shaking her hand. It looks like this. Then she's holding Revi on a leash, and she's just trying to tear him apart. Nareshti von pinned Marnie and tried to get together. Revi turned around and looked at him with the dubious look of a human being who had lost hope. I'll make you understand. Having said Vin Yi, your partner is close to me. Listen to me. Don't worry about it. The very thing you need. Her face became wet with tears. The eyes were black due to the fire of the capillaries. How to fight? Who should we fight for? Do I have to fight against myself? What do you want from me? Take heed, Mr. Patron. I'm all right. There is no need to panic, Mrs. Raven. Let's go out again. There's a dull look in the new one. Vinz Bojevaliv? It was lost on her in the Duma. I'm ready to help you. We will die with you all at once. Since I cannot release you from suffering, then I would like to relieve them. Another warrior is known. I am extremely happy. The voice sounded like sarcasm in this information. Do you want to help me? After you lose the status of patron, you won't be bent? She said superbly. I will earn it for you. Let go of my suffering. My heart bursts when I hear your pain. Otherwise, in your death throes, don't bother yourself to endure this unbearable torment. Your torment will only continue to linger. Get excited. If you are alarmed by thoughts that I have adopted the habit of lovelessness, then I assure you, no. His voice will be firm and dry. Your strength? Stars over there? She asked for it. Ernel rolled his eyes under his forehead in displeasure. Now I know your hiding place, and I can discover mine. I am Poppy Dansky's son. With a smooth hand, he tidied up his hair with a skein. The big finger gently touched her cheek, exploring this unknown place. Realize that life only has two sides. Like God, he is also like everyone. His words calmed her down. I have been in intimate situations more than once. This is a completely natural phenomenon for human sleep. There is no need to perceive the other side of life as being more immoral. He blinked, and then a blissful chuckle appeared on his face. You want to quickly meet my hopeless camp. Damns Boschenets! An unsatisfactory thought screamed at her, seeming unsafe. And what about God? Let's go out again! A woman's voice sounded in this news. "Don't fight, my dear. It's all over the place." Vaughn got the idea. To all the world in a hurry. I wanted to go to the women's monastery because I was convinced that this one holy place could lie to me. It turns out I could have put the 6 bokens in the pasture. I could have drunk myself in the midst of such priests as wine. I believe that the unknown information has made you angry. I'll ask again because I've destroyed your templates. For everything in due time. It's early and late. You would have learned the truth of life about this mountain. I would really like you to deprive us of this between us. This secret guides me throughout my life. I have no right to share this secret place with anyone. For my dad, I've never lost a ton. No more. Oh well, I'll understand you kindly. I had no family and no family. They were replaced by the church. Revelin listened in fascination to the priest's speech. There was no peace in between. The world turned upside down again. Black turned into white. White changed its color to black. He's as self-sufficient as I am. The soul is ruined as it languishes without family warmth. Today I told you the ancient beliefs about the lotus. The lotus is equal to the human being. It sprouts and blooms most beautifully in a bug. My life has made me only stronger, and in no way has it weakened me. Overcome your fear and stay on top of new discoveries. What's wrong? Really? Is he the abandoned son of Papa Dansky? I can't believe it. These are Nisnetnits. Zdivavani looked at directions to Ernell. In a calm tone of voice, I felt distrustful. Allow me to demonstrate how I quietly conduct a woman's body. This is one of my beginners, with whom I am most masterful in divine services. Woman, if the Mustang is unbridled, it will require training. Don't hesitate. You will experience relief in both spirit and body. The eyes opened wide with excitement. Vust Tremtel. She clenched her teeth. Not at any time. She looked sideways and saw the next step. Damn it, I thought there. He does not steal anything for everyone else. Whatever you need, please satisfy yourself. A miracle thought appeared in me. I'll explain to you how it works. There was a smile on his face. Today we ignore everything that happened. It is clear that nothing was lost, and we will continue to live. You will save my prison, and I will save yours. What do you say? He mocks me. It matters that I'm a powerless fool. Kavilya burst out at her. What should I do? As soon as I'm satisfied, it's too early. I'm angry with some servant or guard, and who knows who. If I surrender to the patron, then he is simply speeded up by me. If I decide to slip up, incredibly, she hopes even more than anyone else before her. This fox needs to be captured. To spend it means to regret all the remaining days of your life. The wide-open eyes were soulless and cold. Life fell on rocky rolling pins. Revi has no small right to choose. In either case, the only result for her was death. Realize, Reveline, life is a thorny road. Sometimes it does not give us any options to choose from, and we must come to terms with the fate that has plagued us. Be a strong and courageous woman on the road to freedom. After these words, she glanced at her eyes. The stench was black. You, of course, doubt my words. Dharma, it's true. You have no way out. A whistling whisper washed through to her. Feel the heat of your body. Kiss Yogo, my sweetie. Whatever you want. I know. Through her body, there passed energetic pains as the whole body trembled. Revi tried to fight the inner dark light. Otherwise, she would be helpless. An unnatural scream burst out from her, cutting through the wind. Temryava faded. The attacks became more and more forceful. Revelin, can you hear me? Honk! Ernell's voice echoes through the news. Vaughn fell on the pretext that the doll's puppet let go of her hands. Don't talk! Can you hear me? She was in absolute darkness, insensible of any extra light. All around there was absolute darkness. Darkness. I know you love to spend an hour in the greenhouse. How do you think the gardener will like your card? Suddenly, she clenched her legs and screamed in front of the crowd. No! Be kind! Let me out! I'll earn whatever you want! Anything I want? The demon hissed with a note of undisguised doubt. Hello! The gardener will be third! Unselfish Ja having buried Yi. Why are you concerned about me? I'm okay with you, whatever you're doing. You're going through all this torment. What do you want from me? 2 hard spots appeared on the chests. The pulsations descended like warm quills to the bottom, between the legs. It seemed that Ernell was left alone. Revi was overcome by demonic hypnosis and did not mark him. Vaughn is suffering. Thinking Vin, why are you leaning? What's the point? The darkness broke out, and Revelyn came to you. Hopelessness overtook her eyes. The tears soaked her skin and ran down her face. Ganba. That was the only word that was on her mind. The gardener will be the third, she whispered. Help me! Got out! A hail of tears flowed from my eyes. I'm not kidding anyone. This is unbearable. This almost makes me crazy. Lie to me. Thank you. There was hopelessness in her gaze. You felt bad. Oh, poor, unfortunate young girl. It sounded in my thoughts. This curse is rising from the middle. I feel this unbearable pain. What is the way out of this difficult situation? It sounded in my thoughts. Her legs were twisted in a strange pose. He crouched in front of her on his feet. Oh, unfortunate. I can help you if you want to be strong and overcome your fear. Don't be afraid, I will help you. Having washed the wine in a shaky voice, Ernal gently ran his hand over her cheek and touched his thumb to her chest. You're so damned good. Your beauty cannot be compared with anything else. Why did fate hang over you? Vaughn trembled under his words. They felt a sense of tenderness in each other. Breathe in through your nose to smell the smell of your hair. What should we do? Revi thought. What is expected? There's no way it's going to happen to me right away. Matusia, help me! The hand touched the chin, and Revelyn froze, gently running your finger across her lips. Don't be afraid, Revelyn. Everything will be fine. We will go through this difficult road at once. You're wise. It's your fault. He's incredibly ugly. It's so wonderful to make me crazy. I thought there. Singingly, now he will kiss me, and I will taste your licorice. It's amazing. It will never happen again. I'm going to go ahead and hustle for an hour. The two husbands were angry in a bitter, tender kiss. They reached her, and she noticed how much her heart was beating. She will remember this kiss for the rest of her life. What is expected? It sounded in Svetomosti. This is what I deserve. Is it really worth it to be with me? Alas, it's so wonderful. Why is it impossible to wait an hour so that it lasts forever? The addiction of the dead increased, and the stench began to greedily swell with its reeks. I will remember this moment forever. It sounded in my thoughts. He is extremely respectable and rightful. I'm afraid. You scare me. This cannot be real. She said it all the way through in a low voice. You marveled at her and believed. Don't fight. For the sake of the curse, overcome this mischief at once. He took her in his arms with a light hand. It seemed like she was as light as a feather. It will happen soon. It sounded in my thoughts. I'm craving something, but I'm scared. What will happen between us after this night? Patron, what are we doing right? She asked for it. Get up to me, Ernel. Having washed the wine, marvel at her. Don't boast. There are two sides to life, and we won't ever have a choice. We will walk with you together. He looked at her with eyes filled with love. Your life will change after this night. You will never be the same as before. I have already become familiar with the similar curses of Asmodeus. This is one way out. Holding Revelyn in his arms until he lay down. His husband's hands gently and tenderly caressed her stitches. Is it really worth it to be with me? I thought there. What a wonderful dream. I mushu vitramatitse. He brought it to the bed and released it lightly. Its body flopped with a slight booming sound. Oh no! Is it really worth it to be with me? I'm scared. Last time everything happened spontaneously and I didn't understand anything. Without looking at her, he unraveled the tail of his shirt with his left hand. Poor unfortunate girl. Spinning in my thoughts. I'll help you right now. I understand how much you suffer from this demonic curse. You could feel the crackling sounds as they scattered on all sides in front of the bulge. His bare torso stood in front of her eyes. In Nogo Nadzviceno Garna stature. It sounded in Reva's thoughts. These thoughts make me crazy. He sneered at her and caught his breath. Vin is incredibly handsome. I thought there. Chantley, this is the shortest option possible. If the demon did not roast and the third would be the gardener, then I would like to remember this beautiful thing. Reaching her shoulder, she felt her shudder slightly. Calm down, my little girl. You don't need to wiggle. It's a natural phenomenon. I remember you told me that I'm not the first. Why are you boasting so much? Don't boast. I can handle a woman's body expertly. Having said Vin, relax. I will do everything perfectly. In his eyes, there was a hint of serenity. "Trust me, Revelin. I trust you so that this doesn't cost me." At the sight of the faint words in her chest, her heart began to beat violently. The fallen valley yonder, the fallen one who had previously scurried about, buried itself behind the prostrate. "I can't allow this. This is wrong. I don't fuck yoga." Their thoughts rose from the middle, with a gentle hand, lifting the bottom of the cloth, revealing beauty for your eyes. His hands were singing and clear. "Relax, Revelin. You'll feel better now. Don't listen to the words of your mind. Give in to the senses." Yogo's voice sounded. The cloth moved from her body with a slight rustle. "I'm not kidding anyone." Thoughts sounded in her head. "This is wrong. I don't kill this priest. Who are you kidding?" A hissing voice sounded in this news. "Vitsirka?" The demon started rigotati. Images of the night in the greenhouse appeared before my eyes. Vitsirk looked at her with an angry look. "Princess, what about you?" "I want." "Got out." The Duke summarily breathed and washed. "Don't worry about Ernal." For some reason, she shuddered. The weather cleared, and Ernala began to stand before her eyes. Children? Turbocharged wine. Otherwise, not with me, but with others. Are you tired of the darkness of Asmodeus? Leave and turn to me. Perish, demon. Leave you in peace. Last time everything was different. I didn't understand at all that I was getting excited, and I felt satisfied. Why on earth do I accept reality? Perhaps I have mercy, and this is mercy. The ripple baked through the entire inner light of my tendentious soul. The spiritual light of Ernal suffered from the experience. Poor girl. What is there to do with her? Singingly, the curse ruins her knowledge, and she doesn't understand her feelings. The forces of darkness show no mercy for everyone who faces their path. Gently touching the candidate selection, Revi stood up and was hit by a discharge of electricity. "No!" she screamed, trying to lick her tongue from her dodika. "This is a mercy! I don't want! Last time everything was completely different." The words were screaming in her head. "You are a very tendentious and sensitive girl. Don't be afraid of what you don't know. Go to the front of the line." His voice was soft and gentle. "Please understand, we have no other choice. We must go along this path, which is our lot." Emotions surged over her like an endless storm and overwhelmed her. "I can't come to terms with this. Why am I understanding everything this time? I don't feel this curse on me. Priest, break me. Oh my God, why bother me? I'm at the shepherd's." Their tongues intertwined in a strange dance. The half was flaring up. Her whole body pressed heavily against her, and she felt a pulsation between her legs. The sounds of kisses cut a light 100. "There you will be mine. Why don't you spin?" It sounded in the thoughts of the priest. On the day, he lowered himself to his neck and began to kiss gently. She could feel his hot breath, and there were 1,000 little voices all over her body. "Find me satisfied." "Well done, my darling." The hissing voice of Svetomosty. Her roasted body became muggy, and she gave in. "Look, it clearly makes me feel good. There were thoughts in this news. I must bow down. It's impossible to overcome this terrible sadness, and it will only get worse. This is my remaining hope." He admired her, looking at her body with satisfaction. "Vaughn is beautiful. I will never be able to forget her. I don't know, am I cackling? This is the first time I can feel such emotional experiences. This beauty will require my help. There is no shortage of opportunities. Otherwise, the hijack had sunk its lower grooves into her body. The skin cells were carefully examined by Dodik Yogo Voost. Passion and prejudice mixed in her. "I can't see it. This is unbearable. What is expected? Who else in this world has had a similar share?" I felt a buzzy sound. Revelin drowned among the half-crumpled husks that buried her entire body. The skin cells of the skin were awakened. The skin part of the spiritual light was enriched. The bitterness and licorice were transformed into one whole. The image of Duke Elmondite appeared in her thoughts. "Don't worry about it. I'm kicking you. You must be with me and greet you before me, Asmodeus." Out of unsatisfied thoughts, she shuddered and threw her head back. "Do you know anything about Asmodeus?" In Revelin's news, a naughty hissing roar sounded. "This priest needs to spend a long time on the aperitif, my sweetie." A hissing voice of dissatisfaction. The roar of the endless burning flames of winter seemed to lie in its valley. Don't respect Yuma, demon. I sensed the truth. They left me again. I felt Ernel's voice. Devi? I feel that the curse is consuming you again. Can you hear me? Revi looked angry from the exhaustion. Can you hear my thoughts? She thought. I want to be careful. Don't boast, patron saint. Ernel, simply Ernel. I already told you, having sharply corrected the veins. I brought you to your senses, so, to you. I've already become richer. Keep chewing, kindly. Don't hesitate. Vaughn noticed how hard and hot it touched her leg. I want to make you happy, not hurt you, and that's how things get worse. Your violet eyes gently nurtured her. As soon as you wash, the color of the horn turns into green and then becomes violet again. What do you see with your eyes? The smell gradually changes color. What kind of sign is this? Is he deceiving me? Is he a demon? No, even today we are conducting the ceremony of blessing. This is something new for me. Did I squirm? Polumiana's passion was intertwined with passion. He's a priest! Why am I robbing? A hoarse roar sounded in the news. It doesn't matter who is guilty. It's important what you and I need. Enjoy my sweet gifts. Seemingly pleased, she covered her mouth with her hand and quietly drove away. Ernel rolled his eyes, marveling at her. The sound of the valley intertwined with the quiet music of Reveline. Is it really worth it to be with me? It's wonderful and unexpected at the same time. How did you feel guilty about this? What is the truth of love that is explored in romantic poems? But I don't want you to get stuck. I want it more. I gave in to the will of the people. What is the result of my curse? Two thoughts created a resonance in the inner world of the princess. See me? Can you hear me? Ernel's voice sounded. Sometimes it seems to me that you are here in a different place. The hour has come. Having washed the wine, now you are ready for me to finish. I felt more satisfied with the situation. Chula Yogo, you're ready. Your addiction is to live me with licorice and silence. The blades of the sticks faded. It seems to me that this is more than just an addiction. Having spoken Vin, your beauty darkens my mind, your pain tears my heart. I want to help you with all my might. You're wise. I don't even notice the beauty I'm wearing on you. You are armed with great powers. Never mind, you got into me. It's cool and welcoming. Why did I suffer such an antagonistic fate? Singingly, I was cursed long ago before my fight with the demon. Not the damned one. Not me. He stood up and did not look at her, having completely taken off his pants. Otherwise, no need to speak. The stinks flew into the river with a quiet rustle. I want, she whispered. I know, sounded like a confession. This kiss was just a passing stage before the stormy extravaganza. What are you worrying about? Don't worry about me. Why are you teasing me? In the chairs of this company with your kiss. The busts closed in a blissful dance. Revi was humming. Otherwise, she wanted to say something, but without hesitation. His hand squeezed her tendon neck as a sign of control over her body. Vona scurried to the Yumu. Kissing your legs keeps everything firm between your legs. Revelin opened her eyes and closed them after a few seconds, completely satisfied. That's a great deal. Pretty! Its charm fascinates me, but there is something in it that fascinates me. I think the damn thing has nothing to do with it. It costs a lot of baking flour to make it. What do you need? Romantic experiences and passions were compressed in the center of my soul to the level of micro-elements. Why are you laughing? I feed you. What kind of grandfather are you laughing? You vicarist of me? Is it all a hoax? Tell me the truth. That sly laugh ruined all the positive emotions in her. Cravings and pain replaced the prickly pain and disappointment. It befits me how thoughtfully you treat me, even though you told me before that you've already had intimate encounters with men. Last time, when it was going down, I was unknown. Everything was like a dream. In the early hours of the morning, I couldn't predict the indictment of my Khan. This worried me and cried. I didn't understand what was happening to me and why was happening to me. Vaughn is not cursed. She's divine. It fell on the priest's mind. Ailey, if this is so, then why does it have the Asmodeus brand on it? This seems to be a no-brainer. Endless nutrition for which I cannot find a proof. What is there to do with her? Perhaps I have mercy. What am I robbing? Never mind. Nothing noble has been lost in me, and I simply can't stand it. Why am I constantly harassing the damned girls? The stench should no longer beckon me with its fiery energy. Indeed, I am cursed. He gently took the valley and marveled at it. An unpleasant dry ball formed in my throat, and words did not want to come out. In the middle of my soul, two peculiarities were struggling, absolutely bedridden ones. We must go through this together, Revelin. Perhaps later you will learn a little more about my inner light and understand me as I understand you. The two-faced clergyman turned to face the darkness. Am I doing yoga? What's going on with me? His eyes became gray. She dried out a little, and a frosty tingle passed through her body. What will I do with him again? Revi looked fearfully at her eyes. The stench was purple. Do you deserve my game? Having sat up, the familiar whispers at her svedomosti. What color of eyes should you wear, if you want me to do more and for more? Before her eyes, I placed the image of Hvitserk. No! She screamed. Trying to escape from the embrace of Ernal, she was trying to get together for the future. At the very moment of the extravaganza, Ernal quickly walked around and fell on her. Revelin flopped onto her back with a loud thud. Something hard and hot penetrated between her legs. Ernal marveled at her appearance and at her attempt to wash her and realized that she was in more pain. Vin stammered. Vona looked at him and said dissatisfiedly, "Don't hesitate, because I can see you through my eyes. There is a fire burning in this girl that is impossible to stop." Thinking Vin, "Sometimes you should scare me with your behavior. Sometimes I simply don't understand it." Vaughn forcibly dug her nails into her husband's back, otherwise she was trying to break free from her clutches. Vin stammered in rapt voice. Yogo longings, but glances of satisfaction were fixed on Revi. "I want to tell you about something." Bouv's voice is hoarse. "Tell me that you will remember everything about me in the future. I don't want this unknown shadow for you. I'm not hesitating, and the documents don't tell me what's going on between us. I want to know what you feel. I just need to feel your testimony. Here with me, we're here in another place. I want to be with you tomorrow. I want to become one and the same with you." Quietly repeating. The rubbish rose with acidic opiates, but she didn't want to get stuck. Vaughn didn't want anyone to know that she wasn't all the same. The fuse went out after a burst of half-lush, scorching, prickly satisfaction. The impulses between them faded away. All the muscles relaxed, and it was tomorrow. Ernel kissed her for good reason. "I will never forget you. Be in the midst of singing." Vaughn sucked to the bottom. There was a noticeable feeling of relief in the skin of the body. What did I get? It sounded in my thoughts. My actions are not justified, and on the right are not damned at all. Why is she Shvilavana? Kind of satisfied? What type of error? How can I understand this? We are united by everything else and more for the Kana. I don't know, am I cackling? I won't understand my feelings anymore. Just a little more! Check it out! Zahakano having washed the wine. Unstreaming bajanya scorched the skin of the dead. It seemed that in the middle of Revelin, the temperature had risen to 100 degrees, and the water was boiling and bubbling in it. A gentle breeze blew through the walls of the room, fluttering the curtains. The two people quieted down, and Revelin's sister-in-law was almost satisfied. Vaughn was sleeping. Nitch closed the palace with her calm silence. Ernel hovered boldly under the princess's skin. It's even more special. This has never happened to me before. I feel a wonderful sympathy for this self-made girl. Never mind, am I a Promozhny Kohati? You lovingly straightened your hair. I don't know what the farm looks like, but what's special about this girl is that it's unforgettable and unrepeatable. She threw herself over and turned away a little from the new one, having sensed his words. Quiet, quiet, Kohana, all clear, sleep. To the chambers of the priests, a young clergyman. He didn't hesitate to look into the room. The poor man was filled with heavy thoughts. What can't you do? Never mind, it's repeated again. New girl? Who's that there? You need to carefully approach the patron. I felt a light knock at the door. Pan Patron, I went through the process and noticed that the light was on in your room. Are you all right? These are very turbulent times, and I want to make sure that everything is fine. Vibhakta, as I have caused you some discomfort. The timbre of his voice changed rapidly. Is there a girl in your chambers? Sir, you know this is a very serious offense. Tim, moreover, this is not the first episode of your immoral behavior. I'm really cheering for you. Regardless of the situation, I will always be at your side. Before the eyes of the young cadet is the image of a lyricist. If Aaron is known, then I will suffer for the first time. The young man's thoughts were spinning. The patron becomes intolerant and will soon create problems for himself and for me. What am I constantly wasting in this hopeless situation? Before speaking, why did you ever lose money with a girl after your hunger disappeared? Marvelous! Isn't there a half-baked farm in this new city? Such a person is not the mother of the heart. Anxious thoughts were greatly intertwined in this information. Lose yourself in the place. It's not yours on the right. You are constantly blowing your nose in the wrong places. Why are you stuck? Are you praising me? Ernell chuckled slyly. I would recommend that you boast to yourself, because life is complicated and things can happen. You know well. Eunuch was instantly caught by words that were not apparent. Ernell's cold gaze dug into someone like 1,000 heads. Why are you moving? Having asked Ernell. The young lad seemed to be in the middle of nowhere. There was no evidence. As this fool keeps telling me that a painful and difficult fate will overtake me. I feed you. Why did you come here, and what do you need? The voice sounded nervous and tense. If you don't give me evidence, then I'll come to you right away and you'll feel sorry for your bad behavior. Vibuck to me, I don't even want to be brown for you. I really appreciate your patience. Sometimes, I myself don't understand what to move me. It occurred to me that I was getting greedy, and that seemed to bring me here. I feel sorry for the skies. I ask for your forgiveness. This won't happen again. I love it. The fourth patron was not the one whom he was taken away from. A servant of the dark forces of trust in the devil, the axis of truth, is Ernell. The number of those who perished under his hand was extinguished by hundreds of thousands of innocent souls. His angelic nature earnestly desired his true essence. Popadansky never met him in particular, and no one knew about his dark essence. He walked around the world concluding his dark mission under the secrecy of a worshipper, supreme dark magician, leader of the servants of dark forces, a two-faced demon in human likeness. It was all about one person, Ernell. For hundreds of years, they have been manipulating around the world with such pain and suffering. With the wave of his hand, thousands of warriors died, hundreds of places were destroyed for his fun. Hello, I'm in a flaming mood today. You were spared. Vin thoughtfully ran his fingers through his hair, lost in thoughts. Tsikavo, why should Asmodeus go without me, without telling me anything and bewitching such a licorice princess? I chuckled. The little Telep Elmondite showed up on my way. Arrogant, self-important Bodov. At the sight of this thought, there is a slight chuckle. Still, your neck is angry, you magician. You respect me. You get lost under your feet like that lump. Asmodeus, do you hear me? So supreme, I always smell you. The rough, nervous voice of the demon sounded. What kind of turns are they? Have you forgotten who is the big one here? No, sir, don't forget. This is a Vikazivka like Daddy. Ask him. I won't give you any more food. Ernell is dissatisfied. What a fruity and spluttering rapper it is. Promoviv is the patron of magicians. My dark heart feels that much blood will be shed. Lots and lots of warm human blood. The eyes changed their color to black. An evil smile appeared on the face. What should we talk about? Are you out of your mind? Eunuch felt his body begin to tremble. You could feel the crunch of the brushes that were wrapped in the tendons, trying to scream out of the open mouth, only to let out a hissing wheeze. I'll replace it for you, you're so thirsty. Ernell's calm voice sounded. The place of Bridgentown has become dark. A dark sphere appeared in the sky, growing to the size of the place. The violet exchanges headed to the houses. Everything disintegrated into little pieces that looked like poppy seeds and looked into the heavenly abyss. Vin, with annoyance, marveled at how the young man trembled and tried to call for help. Calm down. Having washed the demon. This is just a transitional stage. You will die, or else you will sleep and serve me without asking. Raptum young man has left. His eyes were filled with a violet color and washed with wine. I hear you. I'm tired and want to wait. Find a decent robe for this girl to sleep in and bring it to me. I have no desire to manipulate with a stupid finger. Is everyone sane? Yes, I understand everything. Having washed the young man in a soulless voice. You are so implausible that you need to be given some emotions. Revelyn began to hum quietly in her sleep. Ernell laid his hand on her and gently stroked her shoulder. Vaughn fell asleep again. You're squeezing everything together at once. The servant of the dark forces quietly washed away. Go out and bring what I told you. The dark magician marveled at the princess in fascination without looking at her. Sleep, my beauty. He gently adjusted the carpet. May you dream that you will accept me more. Are you still here? Returning to the young man. Go get away! This girl has something special, something unexpected. It's not for nothing that all things arise around her. Some special mission is checking on her, and I'll find out for myself. In the Dark Lord, there was an emotion that was new to him, as he did not understand, a humble servant leaving the chambers of the patron. Quietly, he went to finish his box. The darkness did not completely disappear, but only then the suddenness disappeared. Where am I? Is it early yet? Reva opened her eyes, but could not focus her gaze. Everything was in order, otherwise the room was underwater. Hiding with dissatisfaction, a few times she closed her eyes so that the dream would unfold. The drowsy camp does not want to leave her. What happened yesterday? I thought there. Thoughts were fuzzy and diffuse. The bed did not let in any warmth with its welcoming warm calm. Come on, I feel better. I don't want to go anywhere. Images washed over her in a turbulent stream. She jumped up and thought, it's more important, it's more wimpy and alarming. Having wintered in the valley, the bed became tense and faint. Sensing the sleeping birds, Revi looked back at them.